My childhood friend caught a glimpse of the ink etched onto my hand. Two characters, one for Lee, one for Bai. Our family names bound together, yet the sight only fueled her irritation. With eyes dripping with disdain, she scoffed, "Why are you always so obsessed with these pathetic, self-indulgent stunts? Even if you branded my entire name on your skin, I wouldn't feel a damn thing." I remained silent, but from the shadows came her sister's chillingly calm voice. "Slight correction, the name he carved is mine. I've been shackled to my childhood friend by a betrothal since we were toddlers. For as long as I can remember, she was my destined wife. I spent my life catering to her every whim, playing the good boy. But that fateful year, to reassure her boyfriend's fragile ego, she publicly shredded my dignity, labeling me a spineless simp. That was the moment reality finally hit me. The person I worshipped didn't just ignore me, she loathed me. So I finally walked away. From that day on, I stopped being her shadow. No more walking to school, no more coming home together. Time drifted by in a blur of indifference, an icy wall standing between me and Bai Ling Miao. Then came New Year's Day. My mom wanted a quiet holiday at home, but Uncle Bai and Auntie were relentless with their invitations. My parents tried to decline, but they eventually buckled. I had zero intention of showing up, because every time I drew near her, her frozen expression and lethal words would resurface, turning my heart colder than winter steel. But I never expected Bai Ling Miao to come looking for me. I was sprawled on the sofa, headphones cranked up to drown out the world. Suddenly, she was there standing over me in silence. I felt her presence, but I didn't have the strength to face the storm, so I played dead and kept my eyes shut. It wasn't until she ripped the headphones off my head that I was forced to acknowledge her. Her features were as sharp as ever. The eyes that once held me captive were now unreadable voids. "Got a problem," I muttered. She took a seat beside me. I instinctively recoiled, shifting away just enough to maintain my space. "Huo Wang, I actually came here to say I'm sorry." The words hit me like a physical blow. I thought I was hallucinating. "I'm here to apologize. What I said that day, it was out of line. Even if my feelings aren't romantic, I've never truly hated you. From now on, I'll always cherish you like a younger brother. Is that it? So, Huo Wang, let's start going to school together again. If we don't, our moms will never stop hovering." I gritted my teeth, fighting back the sting of tears. This apology was like tearing a scab off a half-healed wound. I had finally started to move on. And here you are, dragging me back into the dirt. Bai Ling Miao, you really are an expert at killing without drawing a drop of blood. Time accelerated. Once the college entrance exams passed, the crushing weight I'd carried for a decade finally vanished. I collapsed into a dead sleep for 2 days straight. Aside from basic survival, I wouldn't budge for a soul. Truthfully, I was a wreck. Whether as a brother or a future husband, we'd been inseparable for 10 years. Now college was calling. And we were drifting toward different horizons. My chance to be by her side was evaporating. Our lives were fracturing, destined to never align again. The heartbreak was agonizing. But with no shoulder to lean on, I crawled under the covers to lick my wounds in the dark. How pathetic. Even after she humiliated me, my heart refused to obey. I loved her so much I'd nearly erased myself. No matter how much she berated me or shamed me in public, it couldn't extinguish the fire I felt for her. 4 days post-exam, Bai Ling Miao appeared again. I was at my desk, sleep-deprived and hollow, flipping through old diaries. I was torn between archiving them or burning them to ash. Given our status, the flames were the logical choice, but I couldn't bring myself to incinerate 18 years of silent, agonizing devotion. I couldn't let go of her or the sheer volume of love I'd wasted. I'd inherited the journaling habit from my father. Since first grade, I'd filled volumes with every mundane detail of my life with Bai Ling Miao. Every ounce of my passion and every dream for our future was trapped in those pages. That diary was my entire youth. A soft chuckle broke the silence. I whipped around. She was leaning casually against the doorframe. She was wearing a teasing smirk. Panicked, I shoved the diary into the drawer, locked it tight, and forced a smile. "Bai Ling Miao, you're here. Look who finally decided to join the land of the living." She leaned over my desk, her tone playfully sharp. It had been an eternity since we'd moved past our frozen silence phase. Her sudden intimacy felt jarring. I instinctively pulled back. Once her proximity would have made my heart jump. Now, it just triggered my survival instincts. "How'd the exam go?" She watched me with shimmering eyes radiating an energy I couldn't decipher. "I stopped by a few times, but you were dead to the world. You're like a hibernating bear." "It went fine," I said, focusing on the floor. I started nervously fiddling with a trinket on the desk just to keep my hands busy. In reality, I'd crushed it. But the wall between us was now insurmountable. The easy banter was dead, and I was terrified to even look her in the eye. I was scared that one look would drag me back into the abyss. I was terrified that if I bared my soul again, I'd just end up as a punchline. Every time I saw her, I chanted the mantra, "She's the sister, I'm the brother. Do not cross the line. Li Huo Wang, be honest. Are you still holding a grudge?" Sensing my coldness, her voice dropped to a whisper. I looked up, bewildered. She studied my face for a moment, then let out a sly, knowing smile. Li Huo Wang. Apply to the same university as me. That way we can still be together every single day. I just forced a smile and told her I hadn't decided yet. The air went still. She left with a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. I didn't mention that someone had already warned me, subtly suggesting I keep my distance from her campus. Little did they know I have a rebellious streak a mile wide. I don't take orders from anyone. Whether I choose to listen is my call and mine alone. My path forward won't be dictated by anyone's demands. I am my own man. From now on, I live for myself and my parents. During dinner, Bai Ling Miao made another appearance. Carrying 2 plates of steaming dumplings, she chirped, "Auntie, these leek and egg dumplings are fresh and smell incredible." My mom remembered they were Huo Wang's favorite, so make sure he eats them while they're hot. By then, I'd already polished off 2 bowls of rice and a heap of ribs. I was stuffed. Only because of her expectant gaze did I choke down a single dumpling before dropping my chopsticks. After she left, my mom brought up the college applications. She argued that going to the same school as Bai Ling Miao was the logical choice. After all, we were lifelong companions. Having that support system would be beneficial. I didn't say a word. I already had a plan. There was a guy named Fang Yuan in the next class over, a handsome transfer student. I'd seen Bai Ling Miao with him several times. Seeing them hand in hand, it felt like a serrated blade twisting in my chest. On the day we returned to check our scores, I caught Bai Ling Miao clinging to Fang Yuan in a secluded corner, promising to follow him to whatever university he chose because she wanted to be with him forever. In that moment, my heart fractured so violently, I thought I'd die. A person only has so much soul to give. Since she'd already chosen someone else, why waste a single second on me? It was nothing more than a cheap play for redemption. A pathetic attempt to soothe her own guilty conscience. My heart is made of flesh and blood. I refuse to let her butcher it over and over, and I definitely won't let this wound bleed forever. Watching them play happy couple every single day, that's a brand of self-torture I'm done with. I'm out. I poured 18 years of devotion into Bai Ling Miao. From this breath forward, I belong to myself. I refuse to follow them to the same campus. We submitted our applications on the same day. The moment she finished, she scurried into my room like a jittery rabbit, buzzing with excitement to see my choice. Even though I saw her eyes shimmering like starlight, I knew that glow wasn't for me. It's done. Is it Jing University? They're expanding this year. You're a lock for admission. Bai Ling Miao? Is Fang Yuan going to Jing University too? I didn't actually want to ask. The answer was already etched in stone, but I asked anyway, desperate for some microscopic, non-existent glimmer of hope. How pathetic, still clinging to a fantasy. But what other choice did I have? I was hopelessly addicted to her. Bai Ling Miao hesitated, then let out a smirk. Yeah, he is. He's honestly too clingy. If I'm not right there with him, I'm legit afraid he'll cry every day. I choked back the tears, bearing the agony deep in my chest. Bai Ling Miao, you idiot. My eyes burn just thinking about you, but you'll never have the privilege of knowing that. The truth is, she never belonged to me for even a single second. Then congrats to the happy couple. My smile turned hollow as I teased her. She stared intensely at the mask I was wearing, her gaze turning dark and inscrutable. Li Hua Wang, thank you, and I'm sorry. She's weaponized that sorry too many times. Those empty syllables can't stitch together the scars in my heart. I gave a faint, ghostly smile and walked away. My eyes drifted to a corner of my desk. There sat 4 tiny tiger figurines in various poses, looking painfully cute. She gave them to me on my 16th birthday. I remember her words so clearly. Li Huo Wang, these are for my future boyfriend. Keep them safe, and when I finally find him, give them back to me. Back then, I was delusional enough to think I was the future boyfriend she was talking about. Now, the reality is cold and clear. Even then, she just wanted me to be a placeholder. 3 years have vanished. She found the guy she actually wants, so my shift as her stand-in is officially over. I scooped up the 4 tigers and pressed them into her palm. She looked up confused. What's this for? Bai Ling Miao, you said it yourself. And you meant it. Don't play the innocent act now. That year you asked me to guard these for your future boyfriend. Now that you found him, it's not my place to hold on to them. I'm just returning them to their rightful owner. In the final minute before hitting confirm, I deleted Jing University and swapped it for a prestigious academy in the north. The traditional Chinese painting program at Lin University is legendary nationwide. If I wasn't going to Jing, it was my only real option. Uncle Bai and Auntie both grilled me about Jing University, but I gave them nothing but vague answers. The day the acceptance letter arrived, I stared at it for an eternity, unable to process the reality. In the end, we simply exist in different worlds. College was just the final border wall being erected between us. She came sprinting to my house with her own letter, demanding to see mine. Hua Wang, show me, check mine out, it's official. She was radiant, her smile blinding. It was that same smile etched into my memories, the one that used to keep me awake at night. I silently handed her my letter. She stared at the university name, her eyes wide with pure shock. She was completely blindsided. I'd been her shadow since we were kids. She never imagined that on a life-altering decision like this, I would actually defy her. She hasn't realized that the person I used to be is dead, and she's the one who killed him. Li Hua Wang, why? A flicker of genuine hurt crossed her face. Bai Ling Miao, you're gone now. Losing you was a nightmare I barely survived. I refuse to lose myself in the process. Since you don't want me and you don't love me, then set me free. To be honest, their painting major is just a better fit for me. I smiled faintly, refusing to meet her gaze, refusing to witness whatever expression she was making after my answer. You're still holding a grudge, aren't you? If your mom finds out you ditched me, she's going to kill me. She won't. And if Auntie actually tries to lay a hand on you, we live right next door. I'll hear it. I'll explain everything to her myself. I won't let you take the fall. I replied with chilling calm. Suddenly, she leaned in, so close I could count every single eyelash. My heart, the traitor, started thundering in my chest again. God, I really do love her. Those eyes looked like they held the entire galaxy. Li Hua Wang, look at me. Do you still care about what I said? Are you still blaming me, refusing to forgive Hua Wang? I was just talking nonsense that day. Can't you just let it go? I can't. You tore me apart. How could I not care? How could I just forget the trauma? Losing the love of my life is pathetic enough. I won't sacrifice my dignity too. Besides, when there's no future left. Why keep dragging this heavy burden? I've already moved on, I said as she walked away, her face looking like she'd been slapped. I didn't get it. I'd already surrendered everything. What else did she have to be miserable about? My hometown Nanchang is deep in the south, while Lin University is in the frozen north, 3,000 kilometers away. It might as well be another planet. My parents were heartbroken at the thought of me being so far away for years. They worried I'd freeze, that I'd hate the food, and that I'd crumble without them. The night the letter came, Mom cried and begged me to retake the year for Jing University. Even a local college would do. Anything to keep me close, to keep her from worrying every single night. I understood her pain. But what about my own? To scrub her from my soul and start fresh, I needed an environment built for forgetting. I didn't say a word, just gave her a pleading look. Mom finally let out a long sigh. I checked the stats. Lin University is top tier. Their painting major is even more prestigious than Jing's. Study hard, aim for the PhD program. Your dad and I will retire soon. If you decide to stay up there, we'll move there to be with you. Let your dad finally see the Four Seasons and the frozen wonders of the north. Plus Ningbing is there. Honestly, I trust Ningbing more than Ling Miao. She'll look out for you. With her around, our son won't be so alone. My parents' love managed to chase away the lingering ghost in my heart. Back then, all I wanted was to vanish from Bai Ling Miao's world. When I applied, I was so focused on escaping that I completely forgot the Bai family had another daughter. She was attending the exact university I'd chosen. Some things are just fated to loop back. I was still destined to live in the Bai's orbit. Thankfully, it wasn't Bai Ling Miao this time, but Bai Ningbing, who had always treated me like her own little brother. Bai Ling Miao's semester started a day before mine. I was dying to see her off, but the memory of her words paralyzed me. I didn't have the guts to even step outside. I could only watch her through the peephole, a secret ghost. She was wrestling a massive suitcase, wearing a straw hat, standing in front of my door for 2 agonizing minutes. I was terrified she'd sense me watching. So I held my breath until my lungs burned. She didn't move until Uncle Bai finally hurried her along. Her tall silhouette, that long hair, the simple white dress, she was the literal definition of youth and beauty. From behind the safety of the door, I watched her leave home one step at a time, walking out of my life with every stride. Then her figure vanished into the hall. I scrambled to the balcony, crouching in the corner, watching her walk away once more. When she finally disappeared from view, I collapsed onto the floor, sobbing until I couldn't breathe. In the end, the distance finally won. University life was a whirlwind of new faces, but my mind was still a constant loop of every second we'd spent together. Wondering what she was doing, if she ever thought of me. Now that I'm gone, is she even okay? Without her annoying shadow following her, is she finally happy since the day I was born? I had never been apart from her for this long. The separation was physical pain, leaving my heart feeling like a hollow void. My longing for her was like a massive python, coiling tighter and tighter around me, making every breath an agonizing struggle. Desperate for a distraction, I buried myself in clubs and volunteer work. I turned myself into a human spinning top, grinding every day until I was exhausted like a dog. I'd pass out the second I touched the pillow. I forced myself to block her social media, and I purged her number from my phone. I wanted to systematically erase every trace of her existence. It was the only way to claw my way out of the insanity of missing her. After classes started, we still stayed in touch. He'd constantly bombard my WeChat, prying into my life and demanding photos. I fought like hell to keep my heart under lock and key. Every response I fired back was clipped frigid and strictly business. When he begged for pictures, I wasn't sure if he wanted my face or the scenery. I figured he preferred the latter, so I sent a flood of landscapes. After that, the silence between us grew deafening. We barely exchanged a word once a fortnight. He had his boyfriend to keep him warm, and I refused to be the pathetic third wheel or let my lingering obsession wreck his peace. No matter how much the longing clawed at my chest, I choked back every word. Severing the tie was agony, but a clean break was my only hope. I swore I'd purge him from my system. Then, right before winter break, a message popped up asking when I was returning home. I stared at those simple characters, paralyzed. I thought I'd finally buried him by looking away, but the second that familiar avatar lit up my screen, my composure shattered like a levee in a storm. The flood of emotion was relentless. I stared at our dead chat history and sobbed like a broken child. Turns out, my heart was still hopelessly enslaved to him. I hadn't moved on at all. Honestly, how do you just delete 18 years of devotion, but even if the memory remains, what's the point? We're drifting through entirely different galaxies now. I have my reality, and he has his paradise. We're ghosts to one another. After an eternity of hesitation, I replied, "Haven't decided. Our paths don't cross anyway, so don't sweat it." That afternoon, he updated his feed. Just 4 words, heading home with him. Below were 2 shots of flight confirmation and 2 sets of fingers intertwined. My heart didn't just ache, it withered. I hauled my suitcase alone, traversing half the country on a solitary trek back to my roots. Winter in the north is brutal and long, but it meant hiding away in the warmth and living on my mom's cooking. That was the only dream that kept me sane at school. Bai Ling Miao beat me home by a few days. Once I arrived, he started dropping by, knocking on my door just to catch up. We'd trade small talk, and he'd wear that effortless smile. I couldn't tell if he was offering an olive branch seeking penance or just being polite. Regardless, the past is a graveyard. You can't resurrect what's been buried. He spun tales of campus life, how his dorm was a stone's throw from Fang Yuan's and all the romantic spots they had conquered. Then he paraded their couple photos in front of me. I countered with stories of the north's suffocating snow and the lethal icicles that looked like crystal daggers hanging from the roofs. I told him about the local legends who smashed through frozen lakes just for a swim. I told him the sweet and sour pork there actually put my mom's to shame. Most of the time he just listened in silence, a faint unreadable smile playing on his lips. Sometimes he'd call me a glutton or nag me to layer up, and occasionally he'd whisper, "Li Hua Wang. You're all by yourself up there. Please look after yourself." I filed every word and gesture under brotherly concern. I didn't dare let my imagination run wild again. At the end of the day, I'm the one walking this path alone. Everything else is just background noise. One day he caught me with my feet kicked up on the table, hunched over and demolishing a watermelon. He shot me a look of pure judgment, then marched to the bathroom, snatched a wet towel and hurled it at me. His voice dripped with mock revulsion. "Look at you covered in juice. What girl would ever settle for a mess like you? Is that why you treated my love like garbage?" And tore my heart out so ruthlessly. A sharp, jagged pain flared in my chest. The sweet fruit suddenly turned to ash in my mouth. I stayed silent, tossed the rind aside, and quietly erased the traces of my existence. Bai Ling Miao, was that a throwaway joke or a calculated strike? You're so flawless. After wasting my heart on someone like you, how am I supposed to settle for anyone else? I wonder if this is my destiny. To play the silent guardian of a dead crush rotting in solitude until the end. Bai Ling Miao, you're shredding what's left of me. Stop being so cruel. It's bad enough you don't love me. Don't rob me of the peace I found in being alone. Just stay out of my head, I'm begging you. We ended up spending New Year's Eve together as a combined family. Uncle Bai dragged us over early, and soon the moms were debating the holiday feast, while our dads were practically screaming over a heated game of chess. The windows were decorated with red cutouts, and the balcony was a riot of colorful lights. Fireworks thundered outside, and the TV was a blur of festive specials. The holiday spirit was suffocatingly thick. I was a man without a country. Every few minutes I tried to escape to my room, but Auntie kept intercepting me, insisting I go hang out in Bai Ling Miao's bedroom. I didn't argue, but I didn't move either. I just retreated into a corner of the sofa, staring blankly at my phone. The past felt like a noose around my neck, a constant reminder I wasn't allowed to forget. Bai Ling Miao had apologized, but the wall in my heart was too high to climb. Maybe I'm just being petty, or maybe I just can't ignore the fact that the scar on my soul is still fresh. Some wounds never close. Even as my heart beats for him, my body recoils from his presence. I'm a walking contradiction. Why are you moping over here, looking like some kicked puppy? My phone was suddenly ripped from my hands. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Bai Ling Miao held it high, squinting at the screen. I was just killing time with a game. Give it back. I lunged for it. He was too quick, jerking his hand away with a playful smirk before bolting. If you want it, come and get it in my room. I had zero desire to enter his sanctuary, let alone play tag. But then a cold sweat hit me. My gallery was a shrine of candid shots of him he never knew existed. If he saw those, there was no hiding the truth. I scrambled after him. When I burst in, he was already at his desk clutching my phone while meticulously cleaning it with a wipe. Let's play together. He laughed, his eyes dancing with a light I couldn't trust. Bai Ling Miao, if I'm not the one you want, stop giving me reasons to hope. Can't you just leave me to rot in my own world? Why do you keep pulling me back? I'm staying out here. Just hand it over. What are you scared of me? Ha ha ha, Li Huo Wang, since when did you get so modest? We practically shared a skin when we were kids. You literally wet my bed when you were 3 and now you're acting shy. Maybe it was just bait to get me inside, devoid of any deeper meaning. But in my raw state, it felt like a jab at how I used to be his clingy, thick-skinned shadow. I saw him in my mind's eye again, looking down at me with those ice-cold eyes. The ache returned 10 times stronger. 18 years of soul-crushing devotion shouldn't be reduced to a punchline. Back then, I was just a kid who didn't know better. Sorry. If you like the game, keep it. I'm done. I kept my gaze on the floor, my voice flat. As I turned to leave, he snapped at me, his frustration bubbling over. Huo Wang, don't be such a drama queen. It was a joke. You guys, act like your phone is a state secret. Fine, take the damn thing. I didn't even want to play anyway. He hurled the phone at me. I caught it in a reflex. I saw his face darken a mask of sheer annoyance and helplessness. A migraine started thumping behind my eyes. I had no idea how to exist in his orbit anymore. If I'm close, I'm a nuisance. If I'm distant, I'm a sore loser. I can't win. With my phone back in hand, the urge to use it was dead. I just kept chewing on that one phrase, you guys, act like your phone is a state secret. Who the hell was you guys? He was notoriously picky about his circle. I was the only guy allowed near him. The other guy was obviously Fang Yuan. I was a ghost in his life. I never owned a single moment of his time. My love was a solo performance. Reaching a breaking point, I opened my gallery and looked at the years of stolen moments. I began deleting them one by one. It felt like I was methodically snapping my own ribs, slow, agonizing, yet strangely therapeutic. Better to burn it all down. No more anchors. Around 9 p.m. Bai Ningbing's face popped up on a video call. The room erupted into excited chatter. Huo Wang, get over here. Your sister Ningbing wants a word. I sat down beside Auntie, feeling like a disciplined student. On the screen, Bai Ningbing studied me with a soft, knowing smile. Huo Wang, I've been stuck in the field with my professor, so I couldn't welcome you home. How's the new life treating you? You settling in? It's fine. A year apart had transformed her. She looked sophisticated, her eyes glowing with a sharp intelligence. Bai Ling Miao was stunning. But Ningbing was a force of nature. That tiny beauty mark under her eye gave her the aura of a dangerous enchantress. Are you starving yourself? Why do you look so gaunt? No, I actually love the food up north. The sweet and sour pork is top tier. That seemed to win her over. Bai Ningbing let out a radiant, indulgent laugh. Just wait until spring. I'll come back and treat you to a real feast. Her call was the only bright spot in a dismal New Year's Eve. Dinner stretched on for hours. By the time the table was cleared, it was nearly midnight. The New Year's bells were poised to chime, but fueled by a heavy dose of liquor, I finally succumbed and drifted into a deep sleep on their sofa. Mom helped Dad stumble home, promising to return for me shortly. In truth, as they cleared the remnants of the feast, I had already begun to hazily resurface, though I was far too drained to pry my eyelids open. Ling Miao, look at how wasted Huo Wang is. Help him back, it's only a few steps. A cold melodic voice cut through the air. Then a hand reached toward me. My clouded mind instantly snapped into focus as that familiar haunting scent drew closer. Jolted by panic, I summoned every ounce of strength to kick off the blanket and bolted upright. With a sharp gah, my forehead collided violently with something sending a dull, sickening throb through my skull. Opening my eyes, I saw Bai Ling Miao clutching her nose, pointing a finger at me, with tear-filled eyes in silent pained accusation. My move had been so explosive she couldn't react, resulting in a head-on smash. I stared at her disheveled state, my heart racing with a cocktail of adrenaline and guilt. Sorry, I woke up too fast. I didn't mean for that to happen. Seeing the crimson blood beginning to trickle down her wrist, I scrambled to the bathroom to snatch a towel. Feeling the weight of her resentful glare, I fled toward my house as if walking on red-hot coals. Seeing blood on New Year's Day, I guess her upcoming year is destined to be on fire. That was my twisted New Year's wish for her. Only years later did I realize that very collision had cursed her with a chronic nosebleed condition. It was the only blessed mark I left on her in our 18 years together. All too soon, the new semester loomed. Under the heavy-handed pressure of our mothers, we were forced to book the same flight. Upon hitting the airport curb, Fang Yuan was already there lurking by the roadside. Away from her parents' watchful eyes, Bai Ling Miao lit up happily, sprinting to seize his hand. He leaned in, planting a lingering kiss on her forehead. For lovers, I suppose a single day apart really does feel like an eternity. Swallowing a heart full of jagged bitterness, I looked away and entered the terminal alone. A vast airport, a sea of strangers drifting apart, that was our story. From this moment on, our life trajectories would officially diverge. With stinging eyes, I whispered a final silent goodbye to her in my soul. This semester, the workload was a beast. I ruthlessly pushed aside every distraction and buried myself alive in my studies. Gradually, the storm in my heart began to settle. I entered a high-stakes competition hosted by a psychology group, and my scores were so astronomical they sent shockwaves through the entire department. A visiting professor took a massive shine to my work, commissioning me to paint my own vision of wealth and prosperity in bloom. He promised that if it hit the mark, he'd feature it in an exhibition and take me on as his protege. This man is a titan, a living legend in the world of traditional painting. Being handpicked by him is the ultimate fantasy for any art student. Driven by his endorsement, I became a man possessed, spending a month obsessing over every brushstroke. When I nervously presented the piece, the professor was locked in a video conference. Just as I started to back out, he beckoned me in. He hoisted my painting, angling it toward the camera lens, and demanded the people on the other end critique it piece by piece. Only after the call did I realize those were his elite grad students. My work was hailed as a masterpiece once again. The professor then insisted I add a girl on the other side of the screen on WeChat, claiming our artistic styles were two halves of a whole. I tried to decline, but the professor, completely ignoring my protests, snatched my phone and thrust my QR code at the camera. Professor, I already have his contact. A smooth melodic voice reached my ear, sounding hauntingly familiar. You two are already acquainted. The professor handed my device back, looking intrigued. Seeing her face, a genuine smile finally broke through. It was Bai Ningbing. She was looking at me through the screen, a playful glint in her eyes. He's the boy next door. Focus on your work, Huo Wang. I'll be back soon to treat you to that feast I promised. Bai Ningbing's smile was as comforting as ever. The professor began touting my talent to everyone he met. In his eyes, I was a once-in-a-generation genius. Virtually overnight, I became the most talked-about face on campus. Ranking in the top 3 of the school's influencer list, my portrait was plastered on the main bulletin board, making me a local celebrity. Suddenly, my DMs were flooded with people begging for paintings, some beautiful, others, not so much. I was drowning in work, but my spirit was slowly mending. Bai Ningbing is a few years my senior. Traditionally, she was the one looking out for me, and I realized how little I actually knew about her. Now, with our constant check-ins, I found her mind to be absolutely captivating. Her technique is flawless, her style is daring, and her concepts carry a heavy emotional weight. Every few days, she'd dive into traditional art theory, with me mentoring me with her years of experience. We'd swap drafts and critique each other's vision. Whenever I hit a creative wall, she was there with the perfect, most earnest advice, which helped me evolve at a breakneck pace. Because we shared the same passion, our conversations flowed effortlessly, and being around her felt incredibly light. Occasionally, I'd steal a moment to check my WeChat feed just to test my own resolve. Bailing Miao had traded her icy shell for a life of constant public celebration. If she wasn't posting drinks, she was flaunting a date. It was a relentless barrage of perfect couple content that left a scorched taste in my throat. Dreaming of the sweet and sour pork Ningbing, promised I'd find myself craving it, but her return kept getting delayed. I eventually caved and went with my roommates. This summer break, she didn't reach out, and I didn't want to intrude. Once again, I hoisted my pack and made the solitary trek back home. I think I've finally adjusted to a world without her. I'm learning to stand on my own 2 feet. My flight departed under the cover of night, landing at 6 a.m. Before even greeting my parents, I scrubbed off the travel grime and collapsed into bed. By the time I surfaced from a fever dream of memories, it was high noon. Mom was already setting the table. "You're finally up." She gestured toward the kitchen. "Mom, I'm craving cold noodles for dinner. Auntie is hosting us tonight, so save the noodles. We're headed to that new boutique spot on the corner." I was the last to arrive. When I stepped into the private suite, only one chair remained unoccupied. "Li Hua Wang, only you would move at a snail's pace. The entire family is waiting on you." Before I could even pull out my chair, Bailing Miao barked at me. I looked up to respond, but the sight that met me was a jagged blade to the chest, stealing the air from my lungs. After 6 months, he had definitely leveled up his look. With eyes swimming with an unbreakable soft devotion, Bailing Miao leaned into Fang Yuan's arm like a shy child. Fang Yuan gripped her hand. The two of them fused together without a millimeter of daylight between them. My eyes burned and my heart suffered a fresh fracture. She had brought him home to the inner circle. Every memory of her that I'd hoarded like a treasure felt like it died in that instant, rendered meaningless. For a heartbeat, I was utterly paralyzed. "Hua Wang, sit. Auntie will order all your favorites." Auntie greeted me with a warm smile. I sat down like a zombie, forced to sit directly across from the two star-crossed lovers. In that moment, I genuinely wished for blindness just to spare my soul the agony. The way she looked at Fang Yuan was pure sugar. She spoke up. "Fang Yuan, this is the neighbor kid I'm always complaining about, Li Hua Wang. Oh wait, you were in the same grade, you remember him, right? You have no idea he used to shadow me 24/7. He nearly drove me insane. Hua Wang, meet my boyfriend. He'll be your brother-in-law eventually, so you might as well start practicing now." Fang Yuan gave a modest, bashful smile. He was a classmate from our year, a transfer student from the city. Rumor had it his father was a high-ranking official with massive pull, but later he got busted for something major and was hit with a life sentence. His family's fortune evaporated. To escape the suffocating judgment of their old life, his mother dragged him to Nanchang. Fang Yuan is a man of substance, erudite, and naturally gifted. He has an effortless magnetism. His polished, considerate aura is the polar opposite of my rugged bluntness. I guess that's exactly what women want. In that arena, I'm not even in the same league. What was I supposed to say? I just forced a hollow smile. Li Hua Wang, Fang Yuan is a slow burn kind of guy. You better play nice with him. Don't let me down. I'd never do anything to let her down, but God, she had truly failed me. 19 years of history, and she should know my heart better than anyone. Yet she saw fit to warn me like a common thug in front of everyone. I'm not that guy, but the disappointment was crushing. I simply muttered, "Okay." Uncle and Auntie clearly knew about Fang Yuan's baggage, and they were far from pleased. Once the food arrived, they piled my plate high with delicacies while treating Fang Yuan like a ghost. He looked visibly rattled by the cold shoulder. Bai Lingmiao was busy whispering sweet nothings to keep him calm. My parents Auntie. This was bi-family drama and I was just an extra. I decided to focus entirely on the spread, playing the role of a mindless glutton. It was the most soul-crushing meal of my life. Once I was full, I slipped away to a small outdoor terrace for some air. I couldn't stomach their PDA a second longer, so I went to ground. The balcony was cramped and obscured, a perfect hiding spot. Moments later, the sound of light, frantic footsteps clicked to a halt just outside the door. Not wanting a confrontation, I retreated further into the darkness. Ling Miao, have you completely lost your mind? What does this Feng Yuan have on you that makes you this obsessed? You need a clean record just to get a decent job after graduation? Can his family even pass? Whether it's status or character, he doesn't even touch Li Huawang. Why him? My heart skipped a beat. It was Auntie and Bai Ling Miao. I desperately wanted to vanish. This was a private family war. As a bystander, I had no business knowing this, and I was now officially a shameless eavesdropper. Even if accidental, being a reluctant eavesdropper is a nightmare look. But the balcony was a dead end. Unless I grew wings, I was trapped until they cleared out. Bai Ling Miao was clearly infatuated with Fang Yuan, her voice a desperate, frantic whisper as she pleaded with Auntie. Nearby, Fang Yuan stood like a ghost of himself, watching the fallout with a look of pure agony. A fragile smile haunted his lips, but his eyes were drowning in tears, radiating a heartbreaking humility. For a fleeting second, I actually felt a pang of pity for him. What was his crime? He shouldn't have to carry the cross for his parents' sins. He was just a guy who fell for a girl and wanted a shot at love. As for the wreckage between me and Bai Ling Miao, it wasn't their burden to bear. Honestly, neither of them were the villains here. They were just chasing their own happily ever after. But then, what about me? Where did I go wrong? How is it that I can find an excuse for everyone else's happiness, yet I can't find a single way to salvage my own soul? Maybe the old cliche is true. The one who loves first is cursed to walk in the shadows, but I refuse to stay playing the martyr forever. Outside, Bai Ling Miao finally snapped. Her voice spiked, every syllable serrated as it sliced through the air. I don't get it. Why are you so obsessed with how perfect Li Huawang is? Mom, I'm your flesh and blood. Can't you take my side for once? The only person I love is Fang Yuan. He's the only one who makes me happy. I don't care how great Li Huawang is. He's just a neighbor. At best, he's the boy next door. I don't love him. I didn't then, and I never ever will. Stop trying to force me to cut him out of my life. Her voice was thick with a toxic mix of rage and raw pain. Boom! It felt like a mountain collapsed onto my skull, grinding me into a bloody pulp. The agony was electric. My nose burned and my knees buckled, leaving me swaying on the edge of a breakdown. My heart felt like it was being physically ripped apart. For the 1,000th time in 19 years, I was a discarded thought. My pathetic feelings, and my heart, which nearly flatlined from the sheer weight of her influence. Even my youth spent worshipping her like a deity was nothing but a one-sided delusional fever dream. What a tragic waste. I'm utterly hollowed out. She has every right to reject me, but we share a lifetime of history. How could she have the coldness to strip me down to just a neighbor like that? If only for the fact that I loved her with every fiber of my being, she could have shown a shred of mercy. I couldn't take another word. I couldn't risk hearing what other soul-crushing truth she'd spit out if I stayed in the shadows. Auntie's face was a mask of pale white-hot fury. She lunged to strike, but I stepped out from the darkness and intercepted her mid-swing. Auntie's expression shattered instantly. She caught my hand, her lips trembling with unspoken words. The sheer guilt swimming in her eyes felt like an ocean meant to drown me. Bai Ling Miao whipped around to face me. Her gaze was so sharp, so jagged, it made my soul recoil. I had no idea where that hostility came from, or why I was the target of her venom. I let out a hollow, self-deprecating laugh and squeezed Auntie's hand to anchor her. Auntie, I don't have feelings for Bai Ling Miao, and she doesn't have them for me. We're a closed book. Besides, there's already someone else in my life. We're actually doing great. That night, I stared at the ceiling for hours, the silence of the room deafening. The ache in my chest was a slow-spreading poison. Just as the sky began to gray, a notification from Bai Ling Miao lit up the dark. Do you really have a girlfriend? Who is she? I just stared at the glowing screen. I watched the cursor blink until my vision blurred. It's not you, so why do you care? I flipped the ringer to silent and kicked the phone to the foot of the bed. I left her on red. The next morning, looking like a literal zombie with dark circles under my eyes, I dragged myself out to go hiking with the old high school crew. After the carnage of yesterday, the last thing I wanted was to breathe the same air as her. Since we're neighbors, my only play was to make myself scarce. That was the plan. But when I swung open the front door, there was Bai Ling Miao leaning against Fang Yuan as she laced up her sneakers. Talk about a cosmic middle finger running into them again. I gave a curt nod, not intending to stick around. Talk about perfect timing. Once we hit the street, I went to hail a ride, then froze. Wait, you guys are coming too? Well, we couldn't let you go off and get into trouble alone, could we? She shot me a sidelong glance, her eyes dancing with a teasing energy that felt like a mockery. I felt an icy shiver settle in my marrow. It's just a hike. Why are you hovering? Can't you just give me 1 minute of peace? But I was backed into a corner. I was the one who organized this whole thing. If I bailed now, the guys would probably stage an intervention at my front door. If there weren't witnesses, I'd honestly have slapped myself. I went out specifically to avoid them and ended up leading them straight to my safe space. I am a glutton for my own misery. A few old classmates were waiting at the trailhead. We were a tight-knit squad. This was our big post-break reunion. Guys' friendships are low maintenance. We were already roaring with laughter, arms draped over shoulders. They all knew the legend of me and Bai Ling Miao. They used to roast us 24/7, calling us the ultimate power couple. In their world, our ending was already written. Yet, here she was standing in the sun, interlacing her fingers with another man. They were visibly glitching, throwing me the look every 5 seconds. The rumor mill was reaching a boiling point. What was I supposed to tell them? That I'd been playing a solo game of love for years? That I was just the brother she tolerated? I couldn't find the words, so I just wore a bitter mask of a smile. Bai Ling Miao, aren't you going to introduce the new guy to the fam? She tucked herself into Fang Yuan's side. With a bashful grin. Since when did you go and get a boyfriend? This isn't just some placeholder, is it? Yang Jian was a wrecking ball, completely oblivious to my frantic signals. He practically roared the question. All the boys knew exactly how much I'd bled for her. They were there when she publicly shredded me back in the day. They were in the inner circle and had spent days cursing her name on my behalf. Yang Jian is fiercely loyal, so he was clearly hunting for some payback. I could only offer a helpless, strained grin. This guy really has a talent for poking the one bruise I'm trying to hide. Bai Ling Miao was clearly over the interrogation. Aren't you two supposed to be on your best behavior? Liu Tiang, sensing the awkwardness, used his reach to physically muffle Yang Jian. Shut it, let's get moving. Hiking is a brutal reality check for a bunch of guys who spent their youth chained to a desk. Halfway up, the squad was gas collapsing under the shade of a massive tree. They circled around me, looking like they wanted to offer a eulogy, but were terrified of breaking me. It was hilarious and touching all at once. Thank God for them. Otherwise, Bai Ling Miao would have spent the day treating me like her pet. Look, I'm saying this once, then it's dead okay. That childhood betrothal was just a joke our parents told. She's only ever seen me as a brother. I was the one who read the signals wrong. She's all in on Fang Yuan. Xiao Wo on Fing Wen. But what about you, Hua Wang? Don't tell us all that devotion was just an act. I let out a jagged laugh. How could it be an act? And I nearly lost my mind over her. But love isn't a debt you can collect. She's her own person, and I'm moving on. If you're that worried about me being single, then start setting me up with your cousins or something. Hua Wang, you're definitely hurting. I turned my head away to focus on a solitary daisy swaying in the breeze. A collective sigh went up everyone, mourning how fast the world turns and how fickle hearts can be. Then their energy shifted back to chaos as they started shouting about scouring the earth to find me a girl 10,000 times more legendary than Bai Ling Miao. I couldn't stop the landslide, so I just let them talk their trash. We finally conquered the summit. The guys made a loud, chaotic beeline for the ice cream shop. I caught sight of Bai Ling Miao and Fang Yuan, who had somehow beaten us to the top, sharing a box of raspberries on a shaded bench. They were feeding each other, lost in a gaze of pure, sickening affection. My chest tightened. It was 10 times more sour than any berry. I was done being a spectator to my own heartbreak. I spun around and marched in the opposite direction. Liu Tiang kept pace, hissing under his breath. Bai Ling Miao is as heartless as she is blind. She'll choke on regret. That Fang Yuan is a snake. A straight shooter like you is no match for his games. He was vibrating with secondary suppressed rage on my behalf. I stayed silent, waiting for his fire to burn out before telling him that Bai Ling Miao and I were ancient history, a closed book. He gnashed his teeth, but his fury was shouting into the void. He was just losing his mind because I wouldn't go to war for my own dignity. I had zero desire for a confrontation. I just played the stoic listener, occasionally shoving a water bottle toward him to kill his rant. Suddenly, Yang Jian called, claiming they'd discovered a rogue peach tree clinging to a vertical cliffside heavy with ripening fruit. He was dying for us to witness it. Peaches are a dime a dozen, but a tree defying gravity on a precipice is a rare flex of nature. Lu Qiang and I sprinted over to catch the show. There on the sun-baked eastern slope stood a massive defiant peach tree. It surged out from the jagged rock, sagging under the weight of 100 peaches. The branches were bowing toward the abyss. Seeing one within arm's reach, I felt like I could snatch it with a simple lunge. Caught in a reckless impulse, I vaulted onto the railing. Tuning out my friend's frantic warnings, I strained for a branch. Whether it was a cosmic middle finger or the rusted railing finally surrendering, the metal buckled under my weight. The world turned into a nauseating blur as I plummeted. Apparently, the Reaper wasn't ready for me yet. In that heart-stopping moment between life and death, my fingers locked onto something solid. It was a gnarled root protruding from a stone fissure. I dangled over the void, gasping to steady my pulse. Yang Jian and the crew were screaming from the summit, but my ears were ringing so loud the world was on mute. This was a tourist trap. So a rescue team swarmed the area in record time. By the time two specialists hauled my broken body back up the cliff, Bai Ling Miao finally appeared breathless and still clutching Fang Yuan's hand. Li Huo Wang, are you insane? How could you be so reckless? Are you hurt? Talk to me. I was wearing nothing but a thin t-shirt and shorts for the trek. My exposed skin was a roadmap of jagged lacerations and deep gouges. I was drenched in my own blood, a sight so gruesome even I felt the bile rise. The pain was a white-hot scream, but the sheer paralyzing shock of the fall suppressed everything else. I couldn't even summon the breath to answer her. Fang Yuan knelt between us, steadying the very arm she reached toward me and started cooing in her ear. Meow meow, breathe. Take it easy. Hua Wang is a tough guy. He'll pull through. Having just stared into the abyss, the residual terror left my blood feeling like slush. I was vibrating with uncontrollable tremors. I couldn't stomach watching them play perfect couple over my mangled body, so I just blacked out behind my eyelids. My friends saw me shivering, their faces turning ghost white as they wailed in panic. The rescuers eventually evacuated me to the trailhead. An ambulance was already idling, lights flashing. My brothers piled in with me as we tore toward the ER. From the second I was carried down until I was loaded onto the gurney, Bai Ling Miao never let go of Fang Yuan's hand. Trailing behind like a spectator, but the ones actually forming a shield around me were just my loyal brothers. In that moment, the last embers of my heart went cold. The ambulance screeched to a halt at the ER, and I saw my parents sprinting toward me like their lives were ending. The sight of their tear-streaked faces made my chest tighten. I'd chased after peace because of Bai Ling Miao, yet she stayed stoic while my injuries were on display and my parents were the ones drowning in sorrow. At least I still had them. I wasn't a total castaway. I was bedridden in the hospital for 4 days with my parents acting as my permanent shadows. Uncle Bai and Auntie visited daily bearing fruit baskets and the comfort of home-cooked meals. They went to incredible lengths, leaving me feeling a toxic mix of guilt and gratitude. I knew the play they were trying to pay the debt Bai Ling Miao owed me. She knew I was broken. Yet she was a total no-show. It was impossible to ignore the crushing weight of that disappointment. Around noon on the third day, I drifted awake to a muffled, heated argument outside my door. The voices were unmistakable. It was Bai Ling Miao and Fang Yuan. The wood muffled the specifics, but the vibe was clear. She wanted in, and he was barring the way. They were staging a domestic drama right outside my recovery ward. I was getting my walking papers tomorrow. Whether she stepped inside or stayed a ghost didn't matter. If her visiting meant more friction with Fang Yuan, it was better if she just stayed away. Listening to their bickering, I slipped back into unconsciousness. I didn't fully emerge until Mom pushed the door open. That fall had genuinely rattled my nervous system. The staff kept me on a steady drip of sedatives, which turned my days into a series of long, heavy naps. The ward remained as silent as a tomb. She never crossed the threshold. Mom asked why I looked so hollow, but I just forced a smile and lied that I was fine. The day of my discharge, both families turned out in force, turning the room into a cramped hive of activity. Uncle and Auntie were busy boxing up my gear. Mom was fussing over my clothes, and Dad was literally on his knees to lace up my sneakers. Amidst the chaotic energy, a rare warmth spread through my chest. I might have been bankrupt in love, but I was a billionaire when it came to family. Fang Yuan stood in the corner, radiating pure salt. Bai Ling Miao tried to jump in and help several times, but he physically blocked her path. She was relegated to his side, playing the dutiful companion. Occasionally, she'd sneak a glance my way, a flicker of genuine worry in her eyes, but most of the time, her lips were moving in a frantic whisper, trying to placate Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan kept cutting his eyes toward me, his gaze dripping with petty resentment. I gathered that Auntie had forced her to show, and Fang Yuan, too cowardly to refuse, was taking his frustration out on her. I was mostly dealing with road rash and a shattered psyche. The docs cleared my physical wounds, but prescribed a few days of total bed rest to settle my frayed nerves. That fall had nearly stopped my mother's heart. She clung to my hand every day, chanting, "A narrow escape is a sign of great fortune." She treated the doctor's orders like holy scripture, memorizing every syllable. Once we got home, she went into full lockdown mode, layering the recovery plan with her own intense protocols. She took a leave of absence just to wait on me hand and foot. I was powerless against her, so I just lay there like a prize hog being fattened up. Eat, sleep, repeat. I was so bored, I was ready to climb the walls. One afternoon, her office called, claiming an absolute emergency. She snatched her purse and bolted, but not before delivering a 500-word manifesto on why I shouldn't move a muscle. Finally, some blessed silence. The moment her footsteps died out, I vaulted out of bed and started pacing the house like a caged animal. I hadn't walked in 10 days. My legs felt like wet noodles. In the middle of my celebration, Bai Ling Miao's name lit up my phone. I froze, a frown deepening as I debated the call. After she ghosted me while I was bleeding on a cliff, my disappointment had hit terminal velocity. During my home recovery, she dropped off food a couple of times, dishes Auntie prepped for my healing. Mom took the deliveries, but I barely touched them. She tried to force her way into my room, but Mom was a brick wall, claiming I was out cold. Bai Ling Miao pleaded, "Auntie, please, just one look. I'll be quiet. We used to share a bed as toddlers. Huo Wang is basically my blood brother." Mom didn't even flinch. "You said it yourself, that was a lifetime ago. The world has changed. You're a woman with a boyfriend now. Act like it and learn what distance means." I told Mom the truth about Fang Yuan's petty tantrum. When Bai Ling Miao saw me at the hospital, if she stepped into my room and he caught wind of it, it would be World War III. I refused to be the catalyst for their mess. I just wanted to be a memory. Since that cliff incident, even though Mom was still cool with Auntie, her respect for Bai Ling Miao had completely evaporated. Actually, my parents had already scoped out a new house, but I talked them off the ledge. I didn't want Mom to live with regrets. But she was convinced I was clinging to this neighborhood because I was still pathetic for Bai Ling Miao. She was sour for a while, but now that I was actively ghosting her, Mom had become my fiercest general. She'd stopped playing nice with Bai Ling Miao entirely. Several times I got the feeling that if it weren't for her friendship with Auntie, Mom would have slammed the door in her face. As Mom put it, if she can't even show my son a shred of basic human respect, why should I give her the time of day? Does she really think my son's life revolves around her? Mom was spot on. I loved her once, but she wasn't oxygen. One day I'd be clean of her and find a girl who actually gave a damn. I'd been trapped inside for 5 days. And Bai Ling Miao hadn't even managed to rattle my doorknob. I thought she'd finally taken the hint. When her call came, I hesitated, but my finger betrayed me and swiped the screen. Her voice crackled through the phone. The command was sharp and clear. "Huo Wang, open up." Her tone was exactly as I remembered, arrogant and bossy. "What do you want?" I retorted, matching her energy since I was done playing nice with that attitude. "I'm here to check on you. Don't you even care? I've tried dropping by several times, but Auntie kept me at bay. You've been on my mind. I just saw your mom drive off. So quit stalling and let me in. My wound is throbbing. I can't move." In reality, I was inches from the door. Peering through the peephole, I saw the blatant impatience written all over her face. "Take your time. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just haunt your doorstep. The second you unlock this, I'm coming in." Seeing her this relentless, keeping her out felt like a losing battle. I figured I'd just get it over with. I slowly unlatched the door and swung it open, only to be hit with instant regret. I assumed she was solo, but Xiao Yun was lurking right behind her. Seeing them intertwined, my head began to pound. I cursed my own spinelessness. Even though I was drowning in regret, they were already across the threshold. I couldn't exactly throw them out into the hall. You're here. Come on in then. I made sure to emphasize the then. Bai Ling Miao shot me a frosty glare before squeezing past me, still glued to Xiaoyan's hand. She crashed onto the sofa and he clung to her side like a parasitic twin. I couldn't help but roast them internally. I get that you're obsessed, but is the 24/7 PDA really necessary? Masking my annoyance, I stayed polite and headed to the kitchen to prep some fruit. Huo Wang, I found out about the accident too late to visit the hospital. I'm truly sorry. It wasn't your fault, so why the apology? It's whatever. I knew it. The Li Huo Wang I know would never hold a grudge against me. My mom basically held me at gunpoint saying if I didn't get your grace, she'd disown me. I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. I offered a speechless, hollow smile. I really don't hold it against you. If it helps, I'll clear it up with auntie myself. Huo Wang, your place is stunning. Xiaoyan, a first-timer in my home, began eyeing the decor with prying curiosity. My mom handled everything. She's an interior designer, a big name in the industry. My artistic streak definitely comes from her. I set the fruit platter on the coffee table. I used a small fork to offer a piece to Xiaoyan, then toss one into my own mouth. The chilled fruit was bliss, especially for a pig like me who'd been force-fed by my mom for a week. I hadn't tasted anything this crisp in ages. Bai Ling Miao just sat there burning a hole through me with her gaze. I couldn't tell what her problem was. It made the fruit taste like cardboard. What are you staring at? You catching a fever? I asked, bewildered. Where's my fruit classmate Li Huo Wang? Is this how you treat your own sister? I was floored. You lost your hands, can't you reach, still expecting me to spoon feed you like the old days? You literally know where we keep our checkbook. Why play the guest now? I swear those words slipped out without a second thought. It was just mindless banter, nothing more. But Xiaoyan's expression shifted instantly. He looked livid, frustrated, and above all, jealous. Li Huo Wang, is your family really that loaded, bragging about checkbooks? Aren't you worried about inviting trouble? I just shrugged. I was just using a figure of speech to show how at home Bai Ling Miao is here. I don't even know the location of our checkbook, so there's no way she would. But Xiaoyan's vibe was bizarre. He was hyper-fixated on whether my family was flush with cash while subtly trashing Bai Ling Miao's character. I was genuinely stunned by this guy's twisted logic. My dad's a middle school teacher and my mom's a designer. We do okay. We're not private jet rich, just comfortable. Like my mom says, better than some, not as good as others. I was just being real. No flexing, no hype. It was just a conversation, right? Xiaoyan's face soured even further. He squeezed Bai Ling Miao's hand, still maintaining that gentle guy facade. Actually, being broke has its perks. I've heard that wealthy families are never truly happy. Either the kids are at each other's throats for the inheritance, or the parents hate each other and get divorced. Classmate Xiaoyan, are you seriously predicting my parents' divorce? I was instantly triggered. Isn't this straight up putting a curse on my family? Bai Ling Miao also caught the overstep and squeezed his hand back. Don't talk crazy. Uncle and auntie have a rock-solid relationship. Xiaoyan didn't back down. Instead, he pulled Bai Ling Miao into a possessive embrace and shot me a provocative look. I didn't mean it like that. Miao Miao, don't overthink it. Watching these two put on a show, I was ready to grab a broom and sweep them out. Go get a room if you want to make out, but keep the theater out of my house. Xiaoyan's words were loaded with venom. If a dense guy like me felt the sting, there's no way Bai Ling Miao missed it. She was just playing the fool to shield him. Thinking about it, Xiaoyan probably banked on me staying quiet with her around, so he came here specifically to go for the throat. I've been low-key these past 2 years out of sheer laziness, but that doesn't make me a doormat. In the past, I let Bai Ling Miao walk all over me because I was a pathetic simp. But who the hell are you, Xiaoyan? Who gave you the permit to act like a king in my house? You really think she's your human shield? Who can block every hit for you? Well, here's a reality check for you. My parents are head over heels in love, and I'm an only child. Every single asset in this house is mine. Even if I wanted a rival to fight me for it, I'm the only one here. Huo Wang, you've got it all wrong. I didn't mean it that way. It's just that Miao Miao was losing sleep over you. So I tagged along to show support. I really didn't mean anything by it. You're just being sensitive. Maybe my words hit a raw nerve. Xiaoyan looked at me with a wronged face like I was the bully. He clearly couldn't handle the fact that my life was stable. I didn't care about his jealousy. I know he's had a rough family life, but he crossed a line, bringing my parents into his bitterness. How could I let someone disrespect the people who raised me? Bai Ling Miao stared at me paralyzed. She probably thought I was a born coward with a marshmallow spine. I was always the guy famous for his good vibes, especially when it came to her. I really used to be her personal yes man. Seeing that Bai Ling Miao wasn't jumping to his defense, Xiaoyan dialed up the drama of his humiliation. Huo Wang, don't be like this. I really just wanted to check in on you. If I'm that beneath you, I'll leave right now. I absolutely loathe this victim act of his. Bai Ling Miao, thanks for stopping by. You can take your exit now. I'm exhausted and need to crash. I delivered a cold final dismissal. Bai Ling Miao's face twisted, storm clouds brewing in her eyes. She glared at me, seemingly outraged that I was showing them the door. Li Huo Wang, we came here out of pure concern. What is your problem? If you're really going to look down on Xiaoyan, then we'll just stay out of your life for good. The first half was for him. The second was a direct hit at me. I was stunned. Her reaction gave me a whole new perspective on her character. From the second they stepped in, Xiaoyan had been taking shots at me. He threw the first punch. She's sharp. I don't believe for a second she missed his jabs. I finally fire back, and in her eyes, I'm humiliating him. What about his insults? My parents are fair game. Are you actually deaf? You didn't hear what he said about my parents? I don't care if you're biased, but there's a line. Trash me all you want. I don't give a damn, but leave my parents out of it. I'm not in the mood for a fight. Just get out and don't come back. Bai Ling Miao froze her eyes wide with shock. Miao Miao, I swear I didn't mean it the way he's spinning it. He's twisting my words. You have to believe me. Believe your lies. I watched this train wreck unfold speechless. I cursed my own weakness for unlocking that door in the first place. Li Huo Wang, the way Xiaoyan talked about uncle and auntie was a bit reckless, but he's always been blunt. Why are you being so petty and hostile? Are you really innocent here? You know his family situation, yet you flaunt your perfect life right in his face. Aren't you just trying to bait him? When did you become this toxic? She might as well have spat in my face. I let out a laugh born of pure white-hot anger. Is this really the girl I spent 19 years loving? Bai Ling Miao, I'm done with you. I'm beat. Please, both of you get the hell out of my house. Thank you. She snatched Xiaoyan's hand and stormed out in a rage. Before the door closed, Xiaoyan shot me a glance. The smug triumph in his eyes was unmistakable. It's honestly pathetic. He gets to be a total loose cannon just because he's the golden child. 2 days later, young Jian and Liu Qiang dragged me out, and only then did mom reluctantly cave and let me get some air. The second I crossed the threshold, she was on my heels barking a never-ending list of do's and don'ts. After enduring her long-winded lecture, I grabbed the guys and bolted for the stairs without a backward glance, charging toward the open sky. Behind us, I could hear mom's helpless lingering laughter. Saturday afternoon, Bai Ling Miao unexpectedly pounded on my door. I was in no mood for her. The last disaster was still playing on loop in my head, but mom instantly unlatched the door to see what she wanted. Bai Ling Miao craned her neck, searching for me while I was sprawled on the sofa, zoned out in front of the TV. I was laughing like a maniac at some show. She seemed to glitch for a second when she saw me, but she forced a smile and chirped about treating me to hot pot. Mom hesitated for a heartbeat before stepping aside to let her in. She left us to settle things. There's this new Chongqing hot pot joint on Center Street. It's lethal, super spicy, and fresh. Go get ready my treat. I was in total sloth mode and didn't want to budge, shaking my head like a possessed man. If she had asked me out back when I was a hopeless simp, I would have been walking on clouds. But after the recent wreckage, my only goal was to keep as much distance as humanly possible. Besides, for the past year, disaster strikes every time I'm near her. She's officially my bad luck charm. My injuries from the cliff just finished healing. I'm not looking for another hospital stay. No matter how much she coaxed, I kept shooting her down. I stayed dug in. Come on, Huo Wang, do this for me. Think of it as my peace offering for last time. What exactly are you apologizing for? I kept my gaze locked on the screen. That mess with Xiaoyan was on him. He's just thin-skinned. I'm bringing him along so he can apologize. No cap, the hot pot is the proof. I'm being for real. Since she started dating that guy, she's completely transformed. She used to be as quiet as a grave, never cracking jokes like this. That I already deleted it, no apology needed. I can't do this, classmate. Li Huo Wang, we literally grew up together. I know your tell's better than you do. You can't hide the fact that you're lying. You're holding a grudge and won't let it go. Don't hate me for being biased. I just can't stand to see him hurting. But facts are facts. So if you've truly forgiven me, then prove it over hot pot. I still gave her a firm no. Bai Ling Miao started lecturing me on the meaning of life, sounding like a broken record until my brain throbbed. With no exit strategy left, I changed and went. It's just one meal, right? It's not like she's going to skin me alive. As we headed out, Mom shoved an umbrella into my hand. She chirped a reminder to be back early, noting the sky looked ominous and gray. My body was still fragile and I couldn't risk a fever. Bai Ling Miao swore up and down she'd look after me. Only then did Mom flash a satisfied grin. The two of us walked shoulder to shoulder on the pavement, trading hollow small talk. The path was narrow and swarming with kids, making the whole vibe feel suffocatingly cramped. I intentionally lagged a step behind to maintain a boundary. She shot a look back at me, clearly annoyed. I feigned ignorance and stared at the scenery, calmly holding my pace exactly one step in her shadow. The hot pot place had a hardcore name, Boiling Point. Bai Ling Miao snagged a booth by the window. The view was wide, letting us watch the world blur past the glass. We'd barely settled in before the sky opened up and it started pouring. I thanked my stars for Mom's intuition, otherwise I'd be drenched to the bone. Bai Ling Miao ordered a split broth and a mountain of sides, tossing them into the bubbling cauldron one by one. As she tried to serve me, I blocked her with my forearm. Just eat, I'll handle my own plate. She stared at her chopsticks and smirked. What are you suddenly grossed out because I'm not using serving utensils? When we were toddlers, we used to steal milk powder with the same spoon. One for you, one for me, until the bag was empty. You weren't this prickly back then. If you're triggered, just say so, it's not that deep. Hua Wang, can you drop the sarcasm? Sometimes I wonder, this frozen version of you, is it even the Li Hua Wang I remember? Why did you change? Just eat already, it'll be ruined if it overcooks. I shoved some cabbage into my mouth. Honestly, the flavor was elite. She awkwardly retracted her chopsticks and stuffed her own face, eating in total silence. I had zero appetite. After choking down a few symbolic greens, I set my chopsticks aside and waited for the check so we could ghost. She was finishing up. Suddenly, she leaned in and reached out with a napkin to dab a grease spot from my lip. Not since that mid-autumn festival had we been this close. I flinched instantly, jerking back to evade her touch. Her hand hung in the air for a second before she forced a smile and pulled away. The meal was over. If you have something on your mind, spit it out. She knit her brows, looking like she was wrestling with a memory. The look in her eyes was messy and complicated. Hua Wang. About what happened last time. It was Xiaoyan's fault. I'm apologizing for him. But you weren't innocent either. He's been through hell because of his father's past, so he's incredibly sensitive and struggles with low self-esteem. We've been bonded since birth. Eventually we're going to be family. I want you to... She let the sentence dangle. I stared at her, wondering what kind of bomb she was about to drop. Think about what exactly... I want to know if you can just for me filter yourself. Cut him some slack and stop triggering his insecurities. I let out a jagged laugh. To think I actually fell for it when she said she wanted to make amends over dinner. I really am a clown. This wasn't a peace offering. It was a straight-up interrogation disguised as a meal. She just wanted me to stop bruising her precious boyfriend's ego. I could have played along, but a cold snort escaped me. He's your boyfriend, not mine. I have zero obligation to help you baby him. You were standing right there. He was the one taking shots at me. Why am I the one who can't swing back? His toxicity is labeled sensitivity and trauma key, but when I defend my own blood, I'm forced to sit through a lecture under the guise of an apology. Bai Ling Miao, are you actually blind? Her expression shattered instantly. She gaped at me, her eyes wide with pure shock. She clearly didn't expect me to grow a spine and bite back. After all, from the sandbox until now, I'd basically been her loyal shadow. This was the first time I'd ever stood my ground like this. She stared at me in a heavy silence for what felt like an eternity. I ignored her, feeling like the entire evening was a total write-off. I snatched my umbrella, ready to vanish. She was fast grabbing my sleeve to anchor me down. Hua Wang, I'm sorry. Don't just bolt. We haven't had a real talk in forever. Can we just sit and exist for a minute? Hearing her bring up the forever always made my resolve crumble. Seeing me soften, her eyes sparked. She let go of my arm and gave a small, genuine smile. We avoided the heavy stuff after that. It was mostly her rambling, while I listened to her hype up college life and how perfect things were with Xiaoyan. She mapped out their entire future and her big dreams. She said so much and name dropped so many people, yet there wasn't a single mention of me. All in all, the meal was a total downer. When we stepped out, the downpour had turned into a deluge. Thick black clouds felt like they were crushing me. Remembering the storm warning from earlier, I cursed myself for coming. Seriously, disaster is my only constant with her. We only had one umbrella between us, and it was a tiny flimsy lady's one at that. Even so, it beat getting drowned. Let's just make a run for it. We might not get too soaked, she said, hovering at the exit. Is there any universe where I take the umbrella and you run back in the rain? She snatched the umbrella, popped it open, and hauled me into the storm. The rain was relentless, and the umbrella was a joke, forcing us to huddle skin to skin. The wind and rain still lashed at us without mercy. Within seconds, we were half drenched. The rain drummed a frantic rhythm against the fabric. Every breath I took was filled with her signature scent. My heart started thumping like a pathetic loser. I ruthlessly cleared my head and tried to create some personal space. She just tilted the umbrella toward me and yanked me back. Quit moving. We're almost home. We hadn't made it very far when a voice suddenly cut through the storm, calling her name. Through the roar of the rain, it was faint but unmistakable. Her entire vibe shifted in a heartbeat. She thrust the umbrella into my hand, her eyes wide as she scanned the street. Hua Wang, I heard Xiaoyan. I'm not hallucinating, am I? No, that's definitely him, I replied flatly. Xiaoyan was perched under a small roadside newsstand holding a massive umbrella. When Bai Ling Miao spotted him, her eyes ignited like stars. She dove into the torrential rain like a kid, her pristine white shoes sinking into the muddy slush. Xiaoyan, you're actually here, she screamed with joy, sprinting toward him. He pulled her into a crushing embrace and she just laughed, melting into his arms. I stood there paralyzed in the downpour, not even noticing my umbrella had tilted away. At that moment, my soul was even more drenched than the storm. Xiaoyan shielded her as they ran laughing through the rain, leaving me a ghost in their wake. Xiaoyan threw a glance back and hollered, Li Hua Wang, we're peeling off first, stay safe. I guess that's his version of concern. The storm intensified, the obsidian clouds sagging so low I felt they'd crush my skull. A murky, waist-deep deluge began to swallow the pavement. Thunder detonated overhead, shattering my resolve into jagged shards. The cloudburst triggered a flash flood that erased the curbs. Beyond the swirling, muddy water, the road had vanished, leaving me blind to the traps beneath my feet. I waded forward, testing every step like a tightrope walker. A violent gust inverted my flimsy umbrella, snapping its spine. I dragged the mangled carcass of it behind me. A 20-minute stroll had mutated into an agonizing death march. For every desperate lunge forward, the gale and sleet shoved me back too. The umbrella was basically a lightning rod now, so I ditched it. The rain lashed my face so hard I couldn't even squint. Fueled by raw survival instinct, I staggered toward home chanting a mantra, almost there, don't quit, Mom is waiting. Dad's there and the warm glow of home. By the time I felt the ground vanish and tried to recoil, the abyss had me. A gargantuan force dragged me into a liquid vortex. My world flipped and I slammed down, submerged in filth. The sky emptied itself onto my head. It hit me, then Mom's warning from this morning about the abandoned pit on this very street. It was a gaping, lidless death trap. Mapping her description to my location, I knew I'd bottomed out in that cursed well. In less than a fortnight, I was staring down the Reaper again. Last time, I had Yang Jian and my brothers at my back. This time, I was a ghost in the machine. The water line was surging. Swallowing the agony, I clawed at the walls to find my footing. My right leg was a slab of numb, useless meat. Somewhere in the fall, a deep laceration had sliced open my left arm. Crimson was hemorrhaging into the dark water. I leaned against the cold bricks, watching the tide rise with hollow eyes. Li Hua Wang, are you really this pathetic? Was one bowl of hot pot worth dying like a rat? I hadn't even managed a full meal yet. Here I was, about to drown in a forgotten hole. I refused to let this be my curtain call. Is anyone out there? Help me. I shredded my throat, screaming, praying some poor soul lost in the deluge would hear my swan song and pull me back from the brink. The odds were astronomical, but I wasn't ready to fold. The street was a symphony of howling wind rain and jagged lightning. Despair was a physical weight. I made several frantic failing attempts to scale the slick walls. My mangled right leg refused to anchor me. Just as the water began to lap at my chest, a shadow flickered above. An elderly scavenger appeared draped in a shredded raincoat, a flickering torch dangling from his wrist. He leaned over the abyss, squinting through the downpour. "Grandpa, please, I'm hurt." As I pleaded, acrid bitter runoff flooded my mouth. "Hang on, son. Don't lose heart. I'm getting gear to pull you out." The old man vanished, leaving me to the mercy of the freezing dark. I clung to the hope of his kindness. He had to come back. True to his word, he reappeared and snaked a thick, heavy rope down. "Listen, kid. Lash that around your waist. Double knot it. I'm pulling you up." After a clumsy struggle to secure the line, the old man began to haul, veins popping on his skeletal hands. I dug my bleeding fingernails into the mortar, trying to shed every ounce of weight. We wrestled with gravity, but my strength was failing. Time and again, I slid back into the depths. My skin was a roadmap of fresh gouges. I was running on empty. One final time, I summoned every scrap of adrenaline left in my marrow. Following the old man's rhythmic tug, I kicked off the brickwork and breached the surface. Scrambling onto the rain-slicked street, I looked for my savior, but the kind old man was nowhere to be seen. The world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of sparks. I managed a wheezing "thank you" before the darkness claimed me. My dreams were a feverish blur, fragmented echoes of a life I used to know. Even in the subconscious, Bai Ling Miao found ways to twist the knife. Then Ning Bing appeared. She's been a ghost for 2 years, hasn't she? It's been so long, her memory was almost buried. In all that time, we were just holiday greeting acquaintances. Her social media was a desert. I had no window into her world. I wondered if she'd changed. Was she still that girl from my memories, the one who, when the world felt heavy, would offer me lollipops and comfort? The Ning Bing of my dreams was the only flickering warmth left. As I walked down a path of blinding light, a thick shroud of fog rolled in. "Hua Wang, come back to us." It was Mom's voice, a lifeline pulling me back. I snapped my eyes open, the morning sun lancing directly into my retinas. I instinctively raised a hand to shield myself. A warm, calloused hand gently pinned mine down. A voice thick with manic relief broke the silence. "Don't move, son. You'll mess up the IV. Honey, look, he's awake." The haze cleared, my lungs filled with the sharp, sterile sting of hospital air. Above me, a clear bag dripped life-saving fluids through a line. I was still on the map. It all rushed back. That elderly stranger had pulled me from the grave, another miracle in the books. "Baby, are you with me? Talk to me." "What hurts?" Mom's exhausted, tear-stained face hovered over me. "Mom," I croaked. I reached out to brush her cheek. She caught my hand, pressing it against her face as a fresh wave of relief washed over her. "My brave boy, you're here. That's all that matters." "You're finally back." Her voice cracked, dissolving into raw, heart-wrenching sobs. "I thought I'd lost you forever." "Thank God you can still say it. Thank God." "Mom, don't cry. I'm okay." I tried to soothe her, my eyes searching for Dad. "Hua Wang, I'm right here. You're safe now. Dad's got you." From the other side of the bed, I looked at him and felt a lump form in my throat. Where was the polished, composed man I knew? His hair was a bird's nest, his face was bloated from exhaustion, and a thick shadow of stubble masked his jaw. Only his eyes held that familiar protective fire. Mom told me that when they found me, I was a block of ice. I wasn't moving, and my pulse was a ghost. They were paralyzed with terror. Dad whispered, "We thought we'd never see those eyes open again. We've run out of tears, son." I watched them hovering over me, noting the hollowed-out look of their faces, and realized I'd truly pushed them to the edge this time. "Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry. I messed up. Never again." I turned to Mom. "The old man who saved me, where is he? Can we find him?" That day I'd collapsed the moment I tasted fresh air. It was that grandpa who limped to a nearby shop to raise the alarm. He'd stood over me in that hellish storm until the sirens arrived. He'd even followed me to the hospital, emptying his pockets of a few soggy bills to pay for my initial meds. We owe that gentleman everything. If not for him, our son... Mom choked up again, the words lost to tears. Dad squeezed her shoulder, his voice steady. "Easy now. Don't let him see you like this." "Mom, when I'm on my feet, I need to thank him properly. He didn't just help me, he gave me my life back." "Of course, baby. We'll go find him together." "Dad, how did you even know I was here?" As I asked, their expressions darkened in unison. My usually bubbly mother set her jaw a cold, unmistakable fury simmering beneath the surface. She explained that by 9 p.m. she'd hit her limit. I was MIA. She tried my cell only to find it abandoned on the sofa. Bai Ling Miao's line was dead. Worried sick by the raging storm, she'd stormed over to Auntie's. What she saw there turned her blood to fire. Bai Ling Miao, the girl who would drag me out, was lounging on her couch. Xiao Yan was draped over her, playing the doting boyfriend. When Mom demanded to know my location, she actually looked confused. Huo Wang isn't back, we parted ways on the street. After my parents pinpointed the drop-off, they charged into the storm without so much as a raincoat. Later, a shopkeeper mentioned an ambulance call-out nearby. Someone had fallen into a pit, but he didn't have a name. By the time they reached the ER, I was already hooked up to machines with that scavenger grandpa keeping watch by my bed. Hearing their story, I could only manage a grim smile. Before I could respond, a knock echoed through the room. Like clockwork, Uncle Bai and Auntie arrived, loaded with gifts, with a reluctant Bai Ling Miao trailing in their wake. Xiaoan was nowhere to be seen. Is he awake? This was all Ling Miao's negligence. I've brought her here for judgment. Hit her, scream at her, do whatever you must. If you let her off easy, I'll deal with her myself. Seeing me conscious, Auntie reached out to touch my face, her eyes brimming with self-loathing. She began frantically unloading gifts onto the windowsill. Mom stepped in, physically stopping her and shoving the items back. Save it. We have everything we need. Thank you for coming, but we've got this. You should probably head out. Auntie winced at Mom's frostiness, her eyes turning glassy with grief. Please don't do this. She set the bags down and shoved Bai Ling Miao to the front. Apologize to him. Now. Bai Ling Miao looked haunted, her eyes refusing to meet mine. Stumbling under her mother's grip, she muttered a hollow, sorry. I had no idea. Enough. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm alive, so just go. If I hadn't run into that old man, I'd be a cold slab in the morgue right now. You think a sorry covers that? Sensing my absolute detachment, she leaned in, reaching for my forehead to check for fever, her lips trembling. She wanted to plead her case. I jerked my head away, killing the conversation before she could start. I'm exhausted. Go. And don't come back. My coldness seemed to physically sting her. A flash of genuine hurt flickered in her eyes. Huo Wang, you've never looked at me like that before. I simply turned my back and closed my eyes, shutting out the world. The hospital ward was draped in a suffocating silence, broken only by the rhythmic pull of shallow breaths. This time, Huo Wang's brush with death left a heavy mark. He'd nearly flatlined, and the blood was squarely on Ling Miao's hands. We were there to deliver a gut-wrenching apology. My father, usually the picture of refined grace, abruptly cut Uncle Bai off mid-sentence. His voice was a shard of ice vibrating with a rare, dangerous edge of fury. Lao Bai Huo Wang claims he doesn't hold a grudge, so let's leave it at that. Our son is lucky. We're just grateful he didn't draw his last breath in that pit. The doctor ordered total rest. I won't show you out. We can look after our own. We can't afford any more of Ling Miao's apologies, and we're done playing her supporting cast. Huo Wang needs sleep, so please leave. There's no reason for you to return. Mom had never been this cutthroat toward Auntie before. Auntie lingered at the foot of my bed, a shadow of her former self. She whispered my name, her voice trembling. I forced my eyes open and offered a weak, hollow smile. Auntie, I'm fine. Seriously. Uncle Bai. Since my parents were at their breaking point and new words were just fuel for the fire. He shot a sharp warning glare at Bai Ling Miao and signaled the exit. Auntie pleaded for me to heal while promising to return, but Mom and I both shut that door firmly. Bai Ling Miao was the last to vanish. She hovered in the doorway, her gaze anchored on me for an eternity. She looked like she was drowning in unspoken words, but I played dead to her presence. I asked Mom to peel a peach for me, focusing on the simple task. Any thread connecting my world to Bai Ling Miao's snapped the moment I hit the bottom of that well. The day I was discharged, I demanded we move. Dad revealed he'd already scouted a place and dropped the deposit. It's a high-end complex in the city center, a fresh start even if it's a trek. But it's still under construction, not ready until next year. I felt a pang of defeat. I wanted to disappear from this neighborhood instantly. After 10 grueling days in the ward, my physical wounds had mostly scarred over. Collapsing onto my own bed, I savored the lack of IV drips overhead, the absence of that choking bleach smell, and the reprieve from the morning rounds. No more nightly checks where they flip me over like a slab of meat. Every pore of my skin seemed to sigh in relief. Around 5 p.m., Auntie dropped by, hauling 2 massive bags of peace offering snacks before heading back to retrieve 2 steaming plates of fresh veggie dumplings. I had just surfaced from a nap, and Mom, assuming I was still under, told Auntie I was dead to the world. Auntie played it cool, but the disappointment in her voice was audible. She clearly needed to see I was still breathing. Mom and Auntie settled into the living room to talk. My bedroom door was slightly ajar, turning their conversation into a crystal clear broadcast. Auntie led with Bai Ling Miao bearing Mom in a mountain of apologies. Mom's responses were a masterclass in indifference, repeatedly stating she didn't care and that it wasn't her business. Then she dropped the bombshell about the new house we'd be gone by this time next year. Auntie fell silent for a long beat before the sobs started. Believe me or not, I love that boy. Seeing him suffer, he was inches from death. Auntie broke down. Mom's icy facade finally cracked. Decades of shared history ran deep, and hearing Auntie's raw grief finally softened her heart. She told Auntie to stop spiraling and that time would heal the rift. The nightmare of summer break finally reached its end under Mom's frantic nagging and Dad's somber protective gaze. I prepared to head back to campus. For reasons known only to her, Bai Ling Miao insisted on booking the same travel date. I didn't have the energy to fight it. If she wanted to play travel buddies, whatever. It was a numb ride from the house to the terminal. The moment we touched down and stepped out of the car, Ningbing hit me with a video call. Instinctively, I veered away to answer. To describe Ningbing, the term stunningly brilliant is an understatement. But she has this one quirk I can't wrap my head around. She never just calls. It's always a face-to-face video chat. I once pressed her on the reason. She claimed video tones are impossible to ignore. It turns out the Academy of Fine Arts was co-hosting a massive competition with the elite schools. The panel was stacked with legendary traditional painters and teams were allowed. She asked if I was in. If I was, she wanted me as her partner. Outside of our art, Ning Bing and I weren't exactly chatty, but her prowess in traditional painting is legendary. Her ethereal, elegant brushwork is the perfect foil to my style. I've soaked up her wisdom like a sponge. She's my mentor and my closest ally. Traditional painting is my soul's work, so partnering with her was a dream offer. Before signing off, she promised to swoop in and pick me up once she hit campus. This time, I wouldn't have to haul my life around in heavy bags alone. I was actually hyped. After the call ended, I spotted Bai Ling Miao standing guard over a mountain of luggage waiting for me by the curb. Xiaoyan had his arm draped possessively over her shoulder, a smug smile plastered on his face. "Who were you FaceTiming?" she asked, her voice like liquid nitrogen. I was floored by the audacity. "None of your business, just someone you don't know." Bai Ling Miao's face soured instantly. "Do you even have to ask?" Talking that long with a grin that wide? "It's definitely a girlfriend." But Huo Wang, Xiaoyan cut in with a smirk. "Your girl is kind of a low-tier partner. Don't you think you were home all summer? And you were literally at death's door. How come she never showed her face? Look at Ling Miao. She's well glued to my side every second. That's what a real partner looks like. Honestly, every time this guy breathes, he pollutes the air with garbage." Revolting. I blanked him entirely and grabbed my gear. The flight touched down in the evening glow. I toggled my phone on and a barrage of notifications exploded. A wall of text from Bai Ling Miao. "Landed. Huo Wang, you have a lot of bags. Do you need a ride? Huo Wang, stay away from other girls. You're too naive. I'm scared you'll get played." This wishy-washy, concerned version of her is straight up exhausting. I systematically nuked the messages and fired back 4 cold words back at school. She fired back a series of long, rambling voice notes almost instantly. I deleted them without even pressing play and shoved my phone into the depths of my pack. Ning Bing was waiting by a sleek black SUV looking like a fresh bloom in a concrete jungle. Her eyes sparked the moment she spotted me. She jogged over and playfully wrecked my hair. "Long time no see, Huo Wang. Did you get a growth spurt?" Flustered, I tucked my chin and looked up at her with a lopsided grin. "Sister Ning Bing, you've somehow managed to get even more beautiful." "I'm honored to be scouted by the great Huo Wang, but why are you so skeletal? Have you been starving yourself?" she asked, tilting her head. I was speechless. I'd survived 2 near-death experiences and 2 hospital stays this summer. Add a crushed spirit and zero appetite to the mix, and I definitely withered away. Sister Ningbing, it's been 2 years and you still remember my old self. I've just been watching what I eat lately. I let out a dry forced laugh and rubbed my jaw. Ningbing shot me a knowing look. Watching what you eat until the life has drained from your face, I don't care if it's a diet or a heartbreak. Starting today, I'm personally feeding you back to health. Get ready. After the break, the neglected dorm was a dust bowl. My roommates weren't due until tomorrow, so I rolled up my sleeves to scrub the place. By the time I finished, it was nearly 7 p.m. Every muscle in my back was screaming. Just as I was about to collapse, Ningbing sent over 2 files and immediately triggered a video call. She explained the files were her rough blueprints for the competition, just a skeleton that needed some meat on the bones. She wanted my fresh perspective to bridge the gaps. Let's go all in and take the crown. Can I check it later? I just finished deep cleaning and I'm a total zombie. My voice was barely a thread. She arched a perfect eyebrow. The bulk up plan starts tonight. I'm downstairs in 5. You can pass out after we eat. Honestly, I was so drained I could have slept on the floor. But my stomach was staging a full-scale riot. I couldn't argue with the hunger, so I caved. Wait, do you mind if my roommates join? Not a chance. The more the merrier. It beats the two of us staring at each other like awkward strangers. I turned down the ride and asked for the pin so I could walk it off. When I arrived, it was of course another hot pot joint. Once bitten, twice shy. Now just seeing the sign for hot pot makes my skin crawl. As soon as I walked in, I spotted a group of tall, striking girls at a window booth. She said something to her crew and headed my way. Ningbing is seriously statuesque. I'd never truly processed her height before. I was just getting them settled before I came to fetch you, she said, beaming. Sister Ningbing, did you hit another growth spurt? You're practically in the clouds. The second the words left my mouth, I wanted to melt into the floor. The blood rushed to my face so fast it felt like a heat stroke. She's in her 20s. Growth spurts are over. That was so cringe. She clearly wasn't expecting such a weird, unfiltered comment from me. After a momentary freeze, she broke into a slow, dazzling smile like a night-blooming rose, equal parts gorgeous and dangerous. I was mesmerized. I always knew she was a head-turner, but I didn't realize her laugh was a force of nature. It felt like a glitch in reality. Am I pretty? She asked, her voice a soft tease. Yeah, pretty. You're the prettiest. I nodded like a hypnotized kid. It hit me today I am a total sucker for a stunning face. She finally lost it, laughing at my dumbfounded expression. Bing, quit stalling and bring the handsome junior over. The broth is already at a rolling boil. She led me to the table and made the rounds. Whoa, Ning, where have you been hiding this handsome junior? How is it? I'm just seeing him now. Sister Bing is such a hoarder, keeping this handsome junior all to herself. Spill the tea. Do you have any brothers back home? Cousins or even distant relatives work too. Sister Bing, I'm resigning as your friend. Can I apply to be your sister-in-law instead? Facing this playful firing squad, my palms turned into rivers. Even as an extrovert who never ducks a friendly vibe, this was my debut, meeting a literal squad of girls. I felt completely out of my element. Growing up, the only women in my orbit were just my mom and Bai Ling Miao. Sure, there were others back in high school. My locker was a graveyard for love letters. It's just that back then, my heart and soul were locked on Bai Ling Miao. No matter how elite others were, they were invisible to me. Consequently, I never learned to appreciate their unique vibes. For Bai Ling Miao's sake, I probably missed out on some top-tier scenery. Quit the yapping. If you guys spook him, you're the ones tasked with dragging him back. As she spoke, Sister Ningbing was focused on peeling shrimp for me. She'd meticulously deshell one and drop it onto my plate. Watching me devour them one by one, Sister Ningbing would flash a tender smile. She's always shielded me with such overwhelming grace. She's been my guardian since I was a brat, always hyper-aware of my shifting moods. Whenever a situation starts looking sideways for me, she's the first to step in and shut it down. She knows my likes and icks by heart. Everything she ordered was stuff I crave, but would be too shy to inhale in public. Even her crew, teasing aside, treated me like royalty. The table was a constant roar of laughter. That laid-back energy effectively nuked my social anxiety. With Sister Ningbing, I'm always in a safe zone. Needless to say, I absolutely crushed that meal. By the time we stepped out, the rain was coming down. September in the north already has a bite. You need layers for the dawn and dusk. When I'd headed out earlier, I was fresh off some heavy lifting. So I was drenched in sweat and just rocking a t-shirt. By the 9:30 PM finished, the rain had sent the temperature into a free fall. The moment I crossed the threshold, the autumn chill slapped me across the face. I instinctively hugged myself, shivering hard. Freezing, Sister Ningbing asked, turning back. I rubbed the goosebumps on my arms and gave an honest nod. Suddenly, a jacket still radiating her body heat was draped over my frame. A subtle hint of her perfume swirled around me. Wearing Sister Ningbing's jacket felt like a warm embrace. My face went nuclear, feeling like it was on fire. I desperately wanted to hand it back. This felt way too intimate. Sister Ningbing had already clocked my hesitation and firmly tapped my shoulder. Keep it on. You can't afford a cold. It'll tank the competition. That was a high-stakes threat. I had no move but to let her successfully blackmail me into staying warm. Sister Ningbing said we were a team, though the squad was basically just the two of us. The rest were just hype men who wouldn't be on the official roster or in the trenches of the creative process. For students like us, this competition was the big leagues. Every participant was the absolute cream of the crop. Clawing our way to the top was going to be a war. I locked in and got serious. Sister Ningbing insisted we trash the cliche tropes of traditional Chinese art and find an innovative path, otherwise winning was a pipe dream. I was totally synced up and started obsessing over how to use ancient techniques to tell a modern story. The showdown was late October, less than 8 weeks away. The clock was ticking, but it gave me enough runway to brainstorm. Sister Ningbing and I were both dug in regarding the subject matter. In that regard, we're both stubborn as mules. Neither of us would budge. Eventually, we agreed to each paint a rough draft, critique them together, and then pull the trigger on a final direction. It felt fair, so I signed off. From then on, outside of lectures, I lived in my work. To keep the workflow smooth, Sister Ningbing carved out a private studio space for me in the Academy of Arts. I had a 24/7 pass. Thanks to her, I was the only freshman at Lynn University with a VIP key to the academy. Naturally, I drew a lot of heat from the guys who worshipped her from afar. Life was simple but electric, and those toxic summer vibes were finally evaporating. Sister Ningbing really made feeding me her daily. Mission objective. No matter the time or place, she'd hunt me down and drag me to a meal. Her friends usually tagged along. Before long, I was part of the inner circle. Because of Sister Ningbing, they all dubbed me Little Brother Huo Wang. If she was too swamped to check on me, any one of them would step up to baby me. With her, I was like a kid soaking up the attention. But apparently, the universe didn't want me getting too comfortable. The night before the drafts were due, I got hit with a video call from Bai Ling Miao. I just stepped out of the shower and was drying my hair when the phone buzzed. Seeing that glowing avatar, my stomach did a somersault. This was her first video call since I'd started college. I had no clue what she wanted. I almost ghosted it, but when the call timed out, she immediately dialed again. Reluctantly, I swiped to accept. Her face filled the screen. Huo Wang, what's the move? She was beaming, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just out of the shower, drying off. What's up? Do I need an excuse to call you? She let out a playful smirk, her gaze soft and warm. Too bad it wasn't for me. I just let out a dry laugh and dodged the play. That flirty energy wasn't part of our dynamic anymore. Even at the height of my obsession, I never played those games. Now, it was a hard pass. I need a solid, she said. What is it? My pulse spiked. I had a bad premonition. This was the first time she'd ever used the word favor with me. I wasn't feeling it. In my head, since we were destined to drift, we should be like parallel lines, 0 contact, 0 crossover. Xiaoyan's department is doing an exchange at Lin Uni. He's heading your way the day after tomorrow. He's never really traveled and he's pretty shy. I'm stressed about him being on his own. So, Xiaoyan is invading my turf and wants me to be his babysitter. Does he lack basic motor skills? Is he mentally deficient? Honestly, I wanted to say no. Xiaoyan plays the fragile scholar card, but I always felt he was a snake in the grass, constantly calculating and digging traps. I was worried that if I blinked, I'd be the one falling into a pit. Plus, I was buried in competition prep, worked to the bone every day. If it weren't for Sister Ningbing, I'd probably be surviving on air. Little brother Huo Wang, pretty please. She gave me that puppy dog look. She pressed again. Huo Wang, you there? I promise he won't be a hassle. Xiaoyan clearly can't handle being irrelevant, always trying to flex his presence in my life. I looked at that radiant, smiling face on the screen. The gloating in his eyes was blindingly obvious. My head started to throb. Why not hit up Sister Ningbing? She'd be a much better host than me. Bai Ling Miao cleared her throat, looking awkward. She's swamped, she wouldn't have the bandwidth. I narrowed my eyes, not buying it for a second. The Bais didn't approve of her and Xiaoyan. On a massive issue like a sister's future, There's no way Sister Ningbing was in the dark. Bai Ling Miao was just terrified that Ningbing, like their folks, would hate Xiaoyan, so she came to me as a backup. How long is this tour? I asked. A month tops. Her eyes lit up the second I inquired. Let's be clear, I'm buried in work right now, so I can only do the bare minimum. Tell him to ping me for emergencies. But don't come knocking for no reason. Deal. You're the best little brother, Hua Wang. Seeing me finally cave, she flashed a massive triumphant grin. The following morning, Sister Ningbing dragged me out for steamed buns. They were my go-to leek and egg filling with a side of cornmeal porridge. But the thought of Xiaoyan's arrival made my stomach churn so much my appetite died. I couldn't even finish 3. Sister Ningbing sat across from me, her eyes soft. What's the matter? You're barely eating. Xiaoyan is coming. I honestly can't stand the guy. Who's Xiaoyan? And why does his arrival ruin your breakfast? Sister Ningbing looked genuinely lost, unable to track my frustration. I was floored. Sister Ningbing, you seriously don't know about Bai Ling Miao and Xiaoyan? Does she really not know the tea? Between me and Bai Ling Miao either, no wonder she hasn't mentioned it once or tried to patch up my broken heart since we reunited. He's your sister's boyfriend. He'll be family soon. Don't tell me you're out of the loop. I curled my lips, not buying the act for a second. Ningbing snatched a napkin, dabbed the corner of her mouth, and set it down, her eyes flashing with an unreadable intensity. Stop joking around. You and Ling Miao have been a locked-in deal since you were kids. There's zero chance she'd ever have another guy on the side. Xiaoyan? What kind of bargain bin name is that? So tacky. Looking at Ningbing's clueless face, I suddenly didn't know where to begin. She wasn't a liar. She genuinely had no idea about Ling Miao's betrayal. Or the whole mess with Xiaoyan. The myth that Ling Miao and I were endgame was hard-coded into the brains of everyone we knew. It was just like senior year when I stood on the podium to announce we were just neighbors and absolutely nobody bought it. In reality, the bridge between Ling Miao and me had burned down ages ago. Actually, it never even finished building, but the fact that her own sister was wandering in the dark about the whole thing, that hit me like a freight train. I'd actually convinced myself Ningbing was being this sweet out of some sisterly guilt, like she was paying off Ling Miao's emotional debt to me. If that's not it, then her kindness toward me has absolutely nothing to do with Ling Miao. That realization actually sent a surge of pure joy through me. Sister Ningbing, I'm for real. Ling Miao and I never even cleared the starting line. Xiaoyan was in our grade. He and Ling Miao made it official back in senior year. They're both at Jin University now. She's completely head over heels for him. Ningbing froze her chopsticks, hovering as she stared into my eyes in total disbelief. She seemed to be scanning my face for a punchline that wasn't coming. Maybe to her, my life story sounded like a twisted fairy tale that defied all logic. Ningbing finally set her chopsticks down. She locked onto my gaze with a look of pure unadulterated shock, as if verifying I hadn't lost my mind. To her, what I was dropping sounded like a glitch in the Matrix. Honestly, I didn't even want to go down this rabbit hole, because saying it out loud meant dragging up ghosts, and I never wanted to relive that Mid-Autumn Festival nightmare again. Sister Ningbing, can we just drop the subject? She forced a gentle smile back onto her face. Okay, as long as you're good, let's move, class is about to start. Just remember, Hua Wang, no matter how messy things get, I've always got your back. I was genuinely moved by that. She always had this uncanny ability to sense exactly when my vibe shifted. Sister Ningbing, why are you so good to me? She hesitated for a heartbeat at my question. A storm of unreadable emotion swirled in her eyes, but she buried them instantly, reverting to her usual gentle, bulletproof self. Our Hua Wang is brilliant and handsome. Of course, you deserve the best treatment. That morning, Ningbing escorted me all the way to my classroom door. She only pulled a U-turn once she saw me safely in a seat. Seeing me get a VIP escort from the campus goddess herself, a pack of guys swarmed me, desperate to know our deal. When they found out I was just her brother, they all started acting like I was their ticket to becoming the future brother-in-law. They even started auditioning, asking if they were her type. If they shot their shot, was there even a slim chance of winning her heart? Taking my new role as the protective brother-in-law to heart, I gave these clowns a savage inspection. This guy's eyes were so squinty I couldn't tell if he was awake or in a coma. That one's middle-parted hair was a crime against fashion. The next guy was way too extra, totally flamboyant. Another was just a basic NPC in a black t-shirt and work pants. As for the dude clutching a basketball like a lifeline, he looked obsessed. After one lap, I announced to the group that not a single one made the cut. None of them were even close to Ning Bing's level. The basketball guy demanded to know what kind of man she actually wanted. I honestly didn't have a clue. Anyway, definitely not guys with 90s hair or basketballs and cargo pants. Maybe I didn't even know the real answer. The reasons I gave were just my own biased takes. The guys, hearts pulverized, slunk back to their desks in despair. One even face planted on his desk for the entire period. Safe to say he was already dreaming of a rematch. Despite being beyond reluctant, I showed up exactly on time to pick him up. Huo Wang, you actually showed you really can't say no to Ling Miao, can you? Perfect timing. Grab this bag. My arm is literally falling off. Xiaoyan was as insufferable as ever. If I weren't a man of my word, I would have ghosted him right there. What a clown trying to play me like a servant the second he lands. In your dreams, pal, I'm running on empty. I didn't even acknowledge him. I just climbed into the car with a face like stone, leaving him in the dust. He was fuming, his jaw visibly twitching. In the end, he had to hoist the luggage into the trunk himself. I was floored. It's a 1-month exchange. Is it really necessary to pack 3 massive suitcases? Huo Wang, you've been here over a year. Don't you have a whip yet? Why are we slumming it in a taxi? Xiaoyan wouldn't shut up with the pointless whining. If you don't like the ride, hop out and keep yapping. Nobody begged you to get in. He seriously thinks I'm some pushover he can walk all over. Li Huawang, you promised Ling Miao you'd take care of me. You want me to call her and tell her everything. I whipped out my phone. I nearly jammed it into his face. Is Ling Miao your mom? You need to file a report for every little thing. Call her now. If your phone's dead, use mine. The driver couldn't help but let out a snort. Xiaowen lost all his cool, his face turning a bruised shade of violet as he glared at me. I just hummed a tune and ignored his existence the whole ride. I let my actions speak for me. I love watching you hate me, while being completely powerless to stop me. When we hit the school gates, the 2 cars behind us pulled up too. It was Xiaoyan's whole squad. The exchange students were shuffled off to their dorms. I was about to bounce when he blocked me again. Li Huawang, I'm starving. Treat the squad to hot pot. The squad? I was genuinely baffled. How deep does this guy's audacity go? Yeah, my classmates and I are new here. Come on, be a host and pay up. Truly pathetic. Tolerating just you was already pushing it for Ling Miao's sake. But you expect me to bankroll your whole class. Do I look like a charity? I'm not broke, but you're not worth a single cent. No cash. See ya. I turned to walk away. Xiaoyan, didn't you say you had everything under control here? Why won't he even buy us a meal? This guy your girl found for you, is he just a broke loser? He clearly doesn't give a damn about you. Were you just capping? He obviously doesn't respect you at all. I smirked. Trash really does hang out with trash. Xiaoyan, desperate to save face, went pale, then beet red. He dropped that gentle scholar act he puts on for Ling Miao. Losing his mind with rage, he barked, Li Huo Wang, if you don't pay, I'm snitching to Ling Miao. Oh wow, what are you 5? Still running to mommy. How many gold stars did you get today? Tell whoever you want. Go tell the UN for all I care. A few bystanders burst out laughing at my roast, leaving Xiaoyan with zero dignity. What a bunch of fake friends. Xiaoyan couldn't handle the ego hit, so he actually dialed her up. Ling Miao picked up on the first ring. He put it on speaker so the whole crowd could listen. Meow, meow. His voice flipped back to soft boy mode. I've arrived. Just checking in. What's wrong? You have a cold. Your voice sounds a bit raspy. Ling Miao started fussing over him, but Xiaoyan cut to the chase. It's nothing. It's just the guys want hot pot, but Huo Wang. He shot me a helpless look. Here it comes the ultimate guilt trip. I didn't give a damn. I just snatched the phone. Your boyfriend wants me to bankroll his entire class's dinner. I'm broke, and I'm not his ATM. Anyway, you two have fun chatting. Xiaoyan stood there, mouth agape in total humiliation. He clearly didn't expect me to expose his green tea energy so bluntly. Ling Miao went dead silent. The crowd was living for the drama. Xiaoyan, desperate to salvage his pride, whispered her name again. Finally, Ling Miao Venmo'd me $500. She said, I'll cover it, just take them out. Xiaoyan is sensitive about his image, don't let him look bad. I didn't even want to type back, but I couldn't resist. I fired off a quick response and hit send. No time. Ling Miao's move had officially set my temper off. I refunded the money and told her to send it to her boyfriend directly. I dropped a pin for the hot pot place, clapped my hands, and walked away like a legend. She called me a dozen times that day. I ghosted every single one. That night, right as I was drifting off, she sent a text. Xiaoyan is introverted and has low self-esteem. Please just give him a break. She didn't send that late night text to check on me. She was just issuing another warning not to hurt his feelings. I didn't reply. I just ignored it like it was junk mail. I slid back into my quiet, low-key rhythm. I'm not sure if Xiaoyan finally grew a conscience or if I actually bruised his ego, but the harassment abruptly ceased for a few days. Honestly, the radio silence was a godsend. The competition draft was finally locked in and it exceeded even my own expectations. I was hyped to show Ningbing, but she beat me to the punch with a call. Ningbing, you're a mind reader. I was just reaching for my phone. The draft is gold. Want to look? Also, are you looking to pick up a side quest? A massive high-tier commission. Ningbing's silk-smooth voice drifted through the line. Lay it on me. No promises, though. A classmate's grandfather is hitting his 50th anniversary. She wants a legacy art book. A visual chronicle of the decades they've weathered together, told through paintings. The specs are elite and the clock is ticking. So the bag is heavy. How heavy are we talking? Since moving north, I've embraced the local bluntness using the sharpest, most surgical words. To get straight to the point, 150,000. Ningbing let out a soft chuckle. Holy hell, 150,000. That classmate isn't just rich, she's old money loaded. But I'm just a face in the crowd, a nobody student. Can I actually deliver on a premium contract like that? My confidence wavered. Ningbing, sensing my hesitation, instantly stepped in as my hype woman. Trust your talent. I know you'll create something legendary. Her faith in me is borderline fanatical. But with a payout that fat, why wasn't she snatching it herself? Unless you say no, I'm accepting on your behalf. Focus on the competition first. Post-October, this becomes your main mission. The deadline isn't until after New Year's, so the breathing room is decent. Before hanging up, she added, weren't you coming to show me that draft? So through the crisp autumn air, I headed to the academy with my sketches to find her. Ningbing was posted up in the first floor studio. I was rocking the classic student sneakers, the kind that are pure clouds no matter how many miles you log. Crucially, they're stealthy. The rose-draped walls of the academy were a vibe, as always, making the walk a total decompress. Halfway there, a jagged, discordant sound cut through the peace. The voice was hauntingly familiar. I'm not one for tea, but that voice made my curiosity spike past a point of no return. I had to see if it was who I suspected. Moving like a ghost, I crept closer. Nestled in the right side of the perimeter wall, there was a secluded floral alcove stretching about 10 meters deep. At the dead end sat an old storage unit. Two figures were tucked away in the shadows of that corridor, locked in a desperate, suffocating embrace. Under the strobe of the flickering streetlights, the visual hit me like a physical blow. I almost lost it. It really was Xiaoyan. I clamped my hand over my mouth, paralyzed by the fear of alerting this secret duo. The fallout would be a nuclear disaster. Heart hammering against my ribs, I turned and sprinted. I didn't draw a breath until I slammed through the academy doors. My brain was spinning out. What was the connection between Xiaoyan and that person? When did this even start? If this was a fresh hookup, then Xiaoyan is a predator who doesn't care who he hunts. But the way they clung to each other felt practiced. It was that raw, starving energy of a long-denied reunion. It looked like they'd been entangled for a lifetime. If it was the latter, then Xiaoyan's exchange trip to Lin University was nothing but a smokescreen for a hidden agenda. Does Ling Miao have a clue? My chest felt tight. I couldn't stop thinking about how hard she'd fallen for this guy. I thought of the wars she waged against Uncle Bai and Auntie just to keep him and her death do us part vow. If the person who saw this today wasn't me, but the Ling Miao who worshipped him, she'd completely unravel. Xiaoyan is a bottomless pit of greed. He has Ling Miao and he's still hunting on the side. Human nature is a terrifying mystery. What's with the cloak and dagger act? Jackie, Ningbing's voice materialized behind me, causing me to lunge forward in a panic, covering her mouth and dragging her back into the shadows of the building. Ningbing was bewildered, but she let me manhandle her without a fight. To keep me from eating pavement, she anchored me with one hand while her eyes scanned the perimeter for threats. Only once we were safely inside the studio did I pull my hand away. And she, my stoic Ningbing, actually caught a blush. A flicker of something intense danced in her dark eyes. That's when the proximity hit me. We were practically fused together. The studio was massive, and I stood there like a glitching NPC. Fortunately, her friend returned from the bathroom. Breaking the tension, I forced the intrusive thoughts out and laid my sketches on the table. I walked her through my vision and the aesthetic I was chasing. Ningbing didn't miss a beat. Her gaze was a deep tactical black. Huo Wang, you're a natural. This concept is straight up brilliant. I couldn't help the smug grin. Ningbing looked up at me. Her eyes were swimming with pride. This kid has been a heavy hitter since he was in diapers. By the time we finished the postgame on the draft, it was nearly 11 p.m. She insisted on walking me out, taking the path by the roses. Passing the alcove, I played it cool, scanning the shadows for those traitors. Empty. The stage was clear. Huo Wang, why are you moving like a cat burglar tonight? You keeping secrets from me. I gave her a playful eye roll. Sister Ningbing, you seen Xiaoyan around lately? Why would I look for him? Babysitting one little brat is a full-time job. I don't have the bandwidth for him. Ningbing's dry wit was a total vibe. I love that energy. He is your future brother-in-law, though? Want an intro? I'm only interested in my own future husband. Everyone else is background noise. And where is this mystery husband? Do I know the guy? Ningbing smirked. Oh, you're on a first-name basis. Then spill who's the lucky winner. Is it one of my classmates? I was buzzing, trying every psychological trick to get her to drop a name. But she was death before dishonor status. No matter how much I nagged, she just repeated spoilers later. Fine, later works. At least it means she's mine for a little while longer. Back in the dorm, I was a mess of tossing and turning. That scene I witnessed felt like thorns in my sheets. I was torn. Do I stay silent? And let Ling Miao live in her filtered romantic fantasy, or do I drop the truth and watch her world burn? I wrestled with it. Until my brain checked out. Even when the sun hit my face the next morning. The deadlock remained. This secret had me in a trance for 2 days straight. I didn't even register Ningbing standing over me. Earth to Huo Wang, what's got you so deep in thought? I jumped. She was watching me, brow arched. Her smile was pure mischief. With the backlighting, her soft features looked like they were carved from marble. Lethal levels of beauty. Ningbing's presence triggered a sudden epiphany. Seeing the predatory spark in my eyes, she took a defensive half-step back. What's that look for? I gave her my best I'm up to something face. Sister Ningbing, you got a plug for a private investigator? I need a lead. I leaned in, whispering like a spy. She grabbed my collar, pulling me level with her gaze, searching for a sign of a joke. Realizing I was dead serious, she spoke. Who's the target? I hesitated. It's like this. Some Jin University exchange students rolled in last week. One looks familiar. I need to know his history. Is it really that simple? She asked, eyes narrowing into slits. I was stuck. Of course it wasn't. What else could it be? I countered. Tell me the rest or the favor is off the table. What's the actual play here? She was in full no truth, no help mode, but she was the only one I could trust with this. I did the mental math. Finally, I folded. Who else has the connections to pull this off? Besides, I was technically doing this for her own family. Look, I want to put a tail on Xiaoyan. I have a feeling he's running a game. I looked at her with pure desperate hope. Ningbing studied me for a long beat before asking, Huo Wang, are you still this invested in Ling Miao's life? Shouldn't I be Sister Ningbing? This is her entire future on the line. Give me the unfiltered truth. What happened? Her aura was suddenly oppressive. Even though she usually spoils me, I felt a chill. I timidly recounted every detail of that night by the wall. As the story unfolded, her gentle smile didn't just fade, it vanished behind a wall of dark clouds. So you're digging for dirt to blow up their relationship? She asked, her eyes turning into a bottomless abyss. No, Sister Ningbing, where is your head at? Even if they imploded tomorrow, I wouldn't touch that drama with a 10-foot pole. I shook my head violently to kill the thought. No matter how terrifying she looked, Ling Miao's past betrayals meant my heart was officially a no-fly zone for her. I admit I'm digging for the truth, but it's not for the reason you think. I'm being framed here, Sister Ningbing. That childhood engagement was a total joke. It carries zero weight. Back then, I was her shadow, and she called me a shameless pest who ruined her life. I've done the soul searching, I really was too obsessed. I've already offered a public apology. I'm done chasing her, and I'm definitely not out to sabotage her and Xiaoyan. Mom said the past is just a dead punchline. Whether they crash or burn is none of my business. Ningbing studied me in silence. Sensing I was playing it straight, her icy gaze finally thawed. Then why the obsession? Haven't you been dragged through the dirt enough already? Sister Ningbing, we're childhood friends at the end of the day, even if we're not a thing. I can't just stand by and watch her get played. She's your flesh and blood. Do you really want her dating a fraud? I'll help, but you have to give me one thing. Never let Ling Miao's mess break your heart again. This is the final curtain. I held up a finger in a solemn vow. Hua Wang is such a good boy. She finally caved to my pestering and nodded. I started the anxious countdown, praying for a breakthrough within the week. To my shock, Sister Ningbing was a total pro. She hit me back the very next evening. She had the receipts. Her sheer efficiency left me absolutely floored. Sister Ningbing and I huddled in the corner of a dim rice noodle shop like two spies on a handoff. She slid a heavy file folder across the table. She leaned in, whispering, "Take a look. It's better than a soap opera. You've already gone through it." I couldn't help but press. She nodded, her breathtakingly beautiful face a mask of calm, showing zero fury at her sister's impending heartbreak. This woman's mental fortitude is on another level. I opened the file and began devouring the pages. Turns out, the mystery girl is Shang Xinci, an elite socialite from one of Beicheng's most powerful families. She and Xiao Yan were joined at the hip since they were kids' literal childhood sweethearts. Both being Beicheng royalty, they were a match made in high society heaven. Their parents were thrilled to watch their bond deepen as they grew up together. They were soulmates who'd already mapped out their lives, same college, then a high-profile wedding. That was until Xiao Yan's father was put in cuffs. The family empire imploded and the Xiao name was erased from the Beicheng elite. The Shangs immediately turned cold, ordering Xinci to cut Xiao Yan loose. But Xinci's love was real. She was ready to burn every bridge with her family to stay by his side. The Shang parents had to play dirty, using every leverage to exile Xiao Yan and his mother from Beicheng to the outskirts of Nancheng. The star-crossed lovers were violently ripped apart. How could there not be lingering regrets since the exile they'd lost all contact? They thought the story was over, but who knew? A Lin University exchange program would let this forbidden pair cross paths again in the massive crowd. Their separation was forced, leaving a void of what-ifs. After years apart, it only took a heartbeat for them to fall back into an embrace, a cinematic reunion. Two thin pages strictly about Shang Xinci and Xiao Yan. Not a single mention of Ling Miao yet, every word screamed that she was being played for a fool. I finished the report with a heavy sigh. The fact that Xiao Yan was sneaking out for midnight tryst so soon proved his torch for her never went out. Even with a stunning new trophy like Ling Miao, he just couldn't purge the ghost of his past. They say you never get over your first love. Maybe Xinci is Xiao Yan's forever. The proud Ling Miao would never guess that the man she's simping for was harboring such a massive ugly secret. The green pasture on her head, the mark of a cuckold, is looking incredibly lush. I'll admit, being petty, I felt a spark of schadenfreude. But once the amusement faded, I was still paralyzed on what to do next. The decision felt impossible. No matter the toxic history, Ling Miao and I were raised together. Seeing her live in a total lie actually made my chest ache for her. But they say, pitiful people always have a hateful side. This betrayal is in a way her own making. Do I tell her I decided to treat Sister Ningbing to some malatang to work through the ethics of it? We sat across from each other in the most packed spot on the food street. Between us sat a steaming pot of spice and 2 bowls of rice. Sister Ningbing, do we tell her? That was the million-dollar question. She looked at me, her eyes shimmering like dark jewels. Are you and Xiao Yan boys? Definitely not. So you're still hung up on Ling Miao? She kept the interrogation going. No way, I cut her out of my life months ago. We're total strangers now. Then why the internal crisis? If you're this bored, why not just go paint something? She questioned me with a dark, disappointed look. I gritted my teeth. I came to you for a lifeline, not a lecture. Look, she's your sister. It's one thing if you were in the dark, but staying silent now feels cold-blooded. Put yourself in her shoes if you were the one being cheated on. Would you want to live in a happy lie or know the truth so you could burn the whole bridge down? At that, her beautiful face tightened. She snatched up a tissue box and bonked me right on the head. I'm the one being cheated on. Keep talking trash and see what happens. I didn't mean it was you. It was just an analogy. Don't catch feelings. I rubbed my skull. Analogies are banned as you're banned too. Sister Ningbing huffed. Fine, no more hypotheticals. So do we keep the secret or blow the whistle to Ling Miao? She set the box down and spoke after a long beat. She's blind. Treating trash like it's gold, she asked for this. I couldn't wrap my head around her cold logic, watching her own sister get cuckolded. And doing zero, it almost felt like she was waiting for the train wreck. No buts. Xiao Yan will slip up eventually. Let her find out on her own. She's blinded by that guy right now. She doesn't even listen to our parents, so why would she believe us? We try to help, she'll just call us haters and it'll ruin our bond instead. It made sense, but it still felt wrong. Given our rocky history, Ling Miao would never trust my word. She'd probably think I was just a bitter ex trying to drive a wedge. I officially scrapped the idea of being a snitch. But for the sake of our childhood, I still wanted to drop a subtle hint. If she misses it, that's on her. I've done my part. That night, staring at the ceiling, I spent forever drafting a text. I told her to video call Xiaoyan more often since nobody can replace a girlfriend's touch. Ling Miao was floored that I'd actually reached out. The replies started flooding in. Just a bunch of meaningless small talk. Does she really think I'm in the mood for a heart-to-heart? I fired off 2 replies and got annoyed, then killed my phone to sleep. The next day, Mom called and I spilled about Xiaoyan. Mom went quiet for a moment before telling me to stay in my lane and not interfere. She said Ling Miao wouldn't believe a word and would just accuse me of having a hidden agenda, leading to even more bad blood. Sometimes good intentions are the quickest way to a bad ending. Mom said as long as we're honest, we don't fear her judgment, but there's no need to invite a storm. Both my women were on the same page, so I finally felt some peace. As for Ling Miao, I've given her the warning. Her fate is in her own hands now. With the decision made, the weight lifted, and I dove headfirst into the competition. Sister Ning Bing analyzed my blueprint and decided to roll with my vision. After a week of relentless polishing, we finalized our path and plan to start the canvas tomorrow. I've been in the art game a long time. And I've crushed countless contests, but a high-stakes team battle like this was a first. I was hyped dead set on taking the top spot. I raided my stash and gathered all my pigments and supplies. Even my lucky brushes. I was still short on a few essentials and needed to restock immediately. The campus shop follows a strict 9 to 5 and was already a ghost town. But on the back street behind the school, there's a themed art supermarket with a massive inventory. After dinner, I dragged my roommate Kai Xiao-kun out using pigment shopping as an excuse to clear my head. Of course, the paint meat. I hadn't wandered far before the sight of a massive line at a takoyaki stall caught my eye. The savory aroma was intoxicating. Kai Xiao-kun admitted he was starving for a bite, so we joined the queue. Are people seriously this trashy lately? Playing loyal during the day, then hitting a motel with a side piece at night? Morals are officially in the gutter, Kai Xiao-kun muttered, shaking his head like a cynical monk. He spat in the gutter with a look of pure disgust. He was killing me. I followed his gaze, ready to tell him to mind his business, but one look sent a jolt of electricity through me. I cursed my perfect vision. There was no way to unsee this or pretend it was someone else. Xiao Yan and some girl were huddled in the shadows of a seedy motel entrance. They were practically fused together, completely oblivious to the judgmental glares of the crowd. I couldn't stay silent. They're right there. Can't they at least get a room before the heavy petting? Does the whole street need a front row seat? Those two are bold. You know them, I asked Kai Xiao-kun. Yeah, that's Shang Xinxi from the finance department. Word is, she's old money rich and guys are constantly simping for her. Pretty sure some freshman just staged a massive flower confession for her. She's a total campus celeb. The guy's some exchange student from the south. They're reckless. I caught them getting handsy in the restroom the other day and now they're motel hopping. Youthful stamina is a hell of a thing. They really have no chill. What's so weird about that? 5 or 6 days ago, I caught them locked in a deep embrace at the floral corridor. I added, Kai Xiao-kun is a classic northerner, blunt, unfiltered, and armed with a rock-solid moral compass. He loathes this kind of shady behavior. After paying, we grabbed our takoyaki skewers and ducked into the stationery supermarket. My brain was a static mess. I grabbed a pile of items to check out, but completely blanked on the actual paint. I only realized when Kai Xiao-kun called me out, forcing me to run back. By then, I was done. I grabbed my gear and bolted to the dorm, terrified Xiaoyan would realize I held his secret. I frantically fired off a WeChat to Sister Ningbing. Sister Ningbing, I just saw them ducking into a motel. Should we go and bust them in the act? Her reply was almost instantaneous. Being a professional isn't your calling. Switch to the police academy. If you won't go, just say it. Why come for my major? Sister Ningbing is elite. She can roast your soul without a single swear word. I tossed my phone in a fit of pique and passed out. Seconds before drifting off, it clicked. Xiaoyan is the one cheating and he's acting like a king. Why am I the witness hiding? I'm not the one trashing my vows. The next day, I hit the dining hall with Kai Xiao-kun. The moment we crossed the threshold, We walked straight into Xiaoyan and Shang Xinti sharing a meal. Ever since Sister Ningbing returned, she'd been on a mission to feed me, so I rarely touched cafeteria food. It was either dinner out or gourmet delivery to my room. That day, she had off-campus business and wouldn't return until dark. She offered to order me food, but I wanted to hang with my roommate, so I passed. Xiaoyan has eyes like a hawk. He spotted me and immediately put distance between himself and Shang Xinzi. He waved at me with a fake effortless grin. I blanked him completely, treating him like a ghost. Huo Wang Ling Miao specifically asked you to look out for me. Is this your version of care? You ghost me for days and don't even check in. Poor Ling Miao still thinks you're a loyal friend, but you're just a two-faced snake. She's blind to your games. Talking about two-faced. Some people play the devoted boyfriend role. But the moment her back is turned, yikes! I'm embarrassed for your soul. What's with the riddles? Speak up or shut up. Xiaoyan slammed his chopsticks down, drawing a scene. Shang Xinzi looked up at me with a gaze that was cold and predatory. It was peak lunch hour. The cafeteria was a hive. At the sound of the outburst, every head turned. These two really seemed to crave the spotlight. Can't understand plain English. I was ready to walk away, but I doubled back and leaned toward Xiaoyan to deliver a final crushing blow. By the way, ever hear the one, if you don't want people to know, don't do it? Don't act like a heavy hitter if you don't have the stats. Maybe it was a guilty conscience, but Xiaoyan turned ghostly pale. He stared at me with panic, darting eyes. I haven't done anything. Stop lying on my name. I gave him a look that said, I see every card in your hand. I didn't even say anything yet. Why the defensive meltdown? Xiaoyan and Shang Xinzi traded a quick, nervous glance and went silent. However, Shang Xinzi dropped her chopsticks and stood up, slowly stalking toward me. Li Huowang, right. We're in the same pond, we're bound to cross paths. When you see something, pretend you're blind. The secret to a long life is minding your own business, got it? She spun on her heel and vanished. Xiaoyan sat there, his face looking like a wax figure. My gut screamed that Shang Xinzi was dangerous and had me in her crosshairs. I only had one afternoon class wrapping up by 3 p.m. I took a solo walk by the lotus pond to clear my head. I just found a spot to decompress when Xiaoyan materialized, blocking the narrow trail. What did you mean by those words? Seriously, this guy is a magnet for bad luck. I ignored him and stood up to bounce. Xiaoyan shifted to cut me off, his eyes fixed on me like poisoned daggers. This was the real Xiaoyan. The gentle scholar act he puts on for Ling Miao was a total fabrication. A kid from a Beicheng elite family goes through a very twisted upbringing. I suddenly flashed back to what I'd overheard outside Auntie's garden and had to respect her intuition. Xiaoyan is definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing. I sneered and closed the gap between us. He's pushing 1.8 meters, which is huge in the south, but I'm a literal giant at 1.85 meters, even in this big north where everyone is supposedly built like a skyscraper. I still dominate the space. In this standoff, my height advantage absolutely crushed his ego. He had to crane his neck to look at me. Xiaoyan, whether I saw anything is irrelevant. What matters is, can you look yourself in the mirror? One last tip, stay out of my orbit and don't pick a fight you can't win. I sidestepped him and walked. A few days later, Ling Miao called to announce that due to logistical issues, Xiaoyan's exchange was ending a week early. I could hear the pure joy in her voice. Honestly, I was thrilled too, out of sight, out of mind. Only with that snake gone could I finally breathe. He's a walking landmine. Keeping him around is just begging for an explosion. I couldn't help but compare Ling Miao to Sister Ningbing. When I was drowning, Ling Miao was either oblivious or nowhere to be found. But Sister Ningbing, whether by fate or choice, was always my shield. You could say that, besides my parents, she's the one person who truly has my back. I ended up hogging all of Sister Ningbing's free time. Sometimes when she was too swamped and we didn't meet for a few days, I felt on edge. As if a piece of me was missing. She seemed to sense my restlessness. No matter how packed her schedule was, she'd carve out time to call. Before taking off, Xiaoyan came to hunt me down. He kept his head low, looking pathetic while trying to clear his record. I knew exactly what kind of monster he was, so I didn't even give him eye contact. I told him flatly, just say your piece and drop the act. I'm not Ling Miao. You could drop dead in front of me and I wouldn't even blink. Xiaoyan looked wounded and lied through his teeth, claiming Shang Xinzi was just a hometown friend, and there was zero drama. He told me not to overthink it. As for the two of them, I realized telling Ling Miao would just be a thankless suicide mission, so I just gave him one warning: go back and treat Ling Miao right. She actually loves you. After seeing him off at the terminal, I sent a photo to Ling Miao confirming her precious Xiaoyan was heading home in one piece. She sent back a very formal thank you. I could hear the relief in her voice. I just hope she can still smile when the mask finally slips. In a flash, the October Golden Week arrived. Most students hauled their bags home while others set off on group adventures. I'd already told my folks I was staying put so I could see the autumn leaves at Fragrant Hills with my roommate. My bags were ready, but Sister Ning Bing suddenly dropped the bomb that the competition deadline moved up. We had to finalize everything by the 4th or we were out. To prove it wasn't a prank, she even had a professor back her up. So I watched Kai Xiao-kun hop on the airport shuttle and drive off into the sunset while Sister Ning Bing dragged me back to the academy studio. I was stuck in the trenches doing the grueling final edits. With my trip nuked, my mood was in the dirt. I had zero motivation. In Sister Ning Bing's words, I spent 3 days moping like a spoiled brat with a permanent scowl on my face. Most of the faculty and students had vanished for the holiday, so the studio, usually a quiet hub, was now just the two of us. Sister Ning Bing was either hovering to make sure I ate or nagging me to lock in on the canvas. It was so quiet I wanted to scream. Golden Week, absolutely wasted. On the night of the 3rd, I grounded out until 9 p.m. and was physically finished. I started protesting to go back and sleep, but she wasn't having it. Using every trick in the book, he dragged me along to hammer out the final touches. At 10:45, I finally crawled back to the dorm. After pulling 3 straight all-nighters, I was out cold the second my head hit the pillow. In my dreams, Kei Xiao-kun was mocking me from a roast duck shop, flexing his Fragrant Hills photos. I was so fuming, I wanted to reach through the dream and deck him. I thought I'd finally have a break to hibernate, but as dawn broke, my phone started screaming like a banshee. Figuring it was my mom, I answered groggily with a raspy, "Mom." A beat of silence followed, then a soft chuckle that made my ears tingle. I bolted upright and checked the screen. Sister Ning Bing was smirking like a literal enchantress. "The holiday's live and I've cleared the schedule." "Why are you terrorizing me this early?" My morning grumpiness was at an all-time high. I raised my voice, but she just laughed harder, her eyes dancing with starlight. "Stop being a lazy pig. I'm taking you out. I'm staying in bed." Sister Ning Bing patiently began pitching how legendary the food was, how elite the scenery looked, and how many artists would catch a body for a chance to find inspiration there. She claimed that once I arrived, I'd never want to leave. Sister Ning Bing isn't just a grandmaster of traditional art. She's a pro at psychological warfare too. By the end, I felt like staying home would be the biggest fumble of my life. I was officially sold by her silver tongue. When I finally lugged my bag out of the dorm, Sister Ning Bing was waiting under a tree. She wore a faint, ethereal smile, her gaze radiating warmth. The sunlight filtered through the canopy and bathed her in gold, making it look like a masterpiece had stepped off the canvas into reality. I was completely spellbound. By the time I snapped out of it, I was already strapped into the car. It was too early for a sit-down breakfast, so just vibe with what I grabbed on the way. She tossed me a bag. I opened it to find shrimp dumplings and multigrain porridge from my go-to spot. That place is a hike from Lynn University and the sun was barely peaking. Just how early did she have to wake up for this? The warm porridge hit my stomach and I couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. I watched Sister Ning Bing as she focused on the road, thinking her visuals are truly top tier. I often find it impossible to look away. Catching my stare, she stole a quick glance and teased with a smirk. Satisfied with the view, Sister Ning Bing lives to smile. Sometimes it's refreshing like a spring breeze, other times it's pure sunshine. It always makes me feel completely at ease. I flashed back to our first meeting. She teased me with that same energy back then too. Sister Ning Bing, once this grind is over, I'm gifting you a painting. I'm a beast at portraits. A literal work of art like her, it would be a crime against nature not to immortalize her on canvas. All right, I'd be honored. We vibed and laughed the whole way, the atmosphere light and airy. I kept pestering her for the location so I could check a travel guide and maximize these 4 days. But she was playing it total mystery mode. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't budge, only promising I'd know when we arrived. She said I'd definitely fall in love with it. We crossed mountains, scaled slopes, wove through forests, and traversed several bridges before finally hitting the destination. As expected, I was obsessed. Yanghugu, ecological tourism area nestled in the foothills of the Changbai Mountains. It was a sea of primeval forests, lush vegetation, emerald peaks, and crystal waters under a perfect blue sky. It was less than a 30-minute trek from where we left the dirt road to the gates of the forest park. Cars can actually drive in, but Sister Ningbing said, "Travel is about the soul. Driving makes you bypass the details, so walking is the move." She grabbed the tickets and I trailed her like a loyal sidekick. There are no tacky amusement rides here. The whole vibe is just soaking in the raw landscape. I was practically vibrating, exploring the mountains and water in pure bliss. She joked that I was a hyperactive monkey. Since it was peak season, the place was crawling with people. Everyone was buzzing about the maple leaves being the most stunning on earth. Sister Ningbing turned and gave me a knowing smile. What you missed wasn't your destiny. What's in front of you is your true path. Do you like it? Her words felt deep, almost philosophical. I half got it, but was mostly just vibing. Is this like an early level up reward for me? She took 2 quick strides and got ahead of me. Maybe, maybe not. After we'd hiked our legs off, we sat side by side on the grass. She pulled up a photo album to show me the shots she'd taken of me. Hua Wang, look at this glow up. Sister Ningbing, your photography is cracked. Just as elite as your painting. I cheered. Is there anything she hasn't mastered? Just like when we were kids, she held my hand as we wandered the mountain trails. She schooled me on masterfolk painters I'd never heard of, shared her unique vision of traditional art, and revisited the paths we roamed as runts. Under that infinite blue sky and surrounded by cinematic views, traveling among a sea of strangers, my heart felt unexpectedly grounded. Sister Ningbing, it's gorgeous here. How did you scout this? This is just the intro. There's even better ahead. Ready? Her voice was smooth and melodic, like a cello playing against this timeless backdrop. When the car pulled up to a tiny village, I was stunned into silence again. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a breathtaking sight existed. If the earlier spot was a fairyland, then this was a cozy, secluded paradise. Sister Ningbing, where even are we? I whispered in awe. This is Yanghugu village, famously known as the artist's village. The artist's village, does everyone here have a brush? No, it's just that the raw beauty here draws artists from everywhere for inspiration and sketching. The village is packed with painters now. Sadly, even the finest brush can't capture the soul of these peaks and rivers. That's why I brought you here to sear it into your mind. Eventually, it'll ignite your creative spark. I stared blankly at the horizon, my hands literally itching to draw. Want to paint let's eat first, then we'll capture the sunset later. Sister Ningbing found a guest house where she was clearly a regular. Hearing the engine, someone rushed out to greet her, enthusiastically chatting like they were old souls. Ningbing, it's been ages. You finally bagged a boyfriend. That's a relief, I was getting worried. Hello, uncle. I'm Li Huo Wang, Sister Ningbing's brother. Being dubbed her boyfriend made my face heat up, so I cut in to set the record straight before she could. The owner let out a booming laugh and told us to settle in while he prepped the feast. That night, we crushed a traditional northern farmhouse meal. It was so fire I could barely stand up. She joined me for a village stroll to walk off the food. Sister Ningbing, is there a lake around here? Why the name Yanghugu? I heard bandits once held this place. It used to mean Raising Lake Valley, but it evolved into Foreign Lake Valley. What are beards? Like a type of snake. Growing up in the South, I had no clue what the local slang meant. Since she said they occupied the place, I thought they were some invasive species. She lost it laughing again. She patted my head like a puppy. Beards are bandits, you dork. I laughed sheepishly. I felt so uncultured. No wonder she was clowning me. That evening, she popped the trunk and the amount of gear nearly ended me. She'd hauled a full pro art kit. She set the stage, sat me down at the easel, and pressed a brush into my hand. I'm painting with you. I locked in and painted for a solid 4 hours. The sun dipped, the moon took over, and the courtyard lights flickered on to keep us going. After 4 hours, I'd only managed a rough sketch. I'd have to figure out the color theory once I got back. For the next 2 days, Sister Ningbing and I scouted every hidden gem in the area. I memorized every lush cinematic frame. I also stacked up plenty of photos. Once I'm back, I'm going to use my brush to immortalize these scenes I can't get enough of. Good times are always a blur. The trek back felt way too short. Sister Ningbing dropped me at the dorm and told me to catch some Z's, promising to grab me for dinner later. After submitting our draft to the judges, the pressure finally lifted. I pivoted to the art book for the 50th anniversary couple. Initially, I thought traditional ink was the move, but the client specifically requested colored pencils. Honestly, I've been an ink and wash guy since birth. I've sketched, but never went hard on the details. I'd never even touched a colored pencil. But my competitive streak wouldn't let me fold. Sister Ning Bing hooked me up with a crash course. I learned on the fly as I drew, and slowly the medium started to click. It felt more and more natural with every stroke. Originally, I was just going to use the client's photos for backgrounds, but the scenery of Yanghugu was living rent-free in my head. A light bulb went off. I'd use the beauty of Yanghugu as the stage, letting that couple who had been in love for half a century live forever in that legendary splendor. Sister Ning Bing pitched my vision to the client. Surprisingly, they loved it and even promised a bonus if I stuck the landing. Bagging a bonus was the ultimate motivator. I was hyped. The painting flowed like water. Creating always puts me in a good headspace and helps me purge the toxic vibes of the past. One day, while I was drifting near the basketball courts, a top-tier handsome senior called me over. Li Hua Wang, right? I hear everyone calls you Little Brother Hua Wang. I'll call you that too. Let me introduce myself. I'm a junior in design named Yang Wei. I've been simping for Ning Bing for ages, and I'm looking for the perfect opening to confess. Everyone says you're her brother. Can you do me a solid and give this letter to her? I was stunned. A senior is shooting his shot at Sister Ning Bing, but she's a total fortress. Oh, I know the vibes. Little brother Hua Wang, just be the messenger. I'll handle the rest. I'm confident I can make her fall for me. I looked down at that neatly folded love letter. My arm felt like it was anchored by a ton of lead throbbing with a dull ache. I was genuinely terrified the senior's heart would shatter if I shot him down. So, against my better judgment, I caved. When Kai Xiao-kun saw me trudge in, with my right hand hoisted in the air, he nearly short-circuited and barked, "What's with the statue routine? You look like some ascetic monk trying to transcend the physical plane. Done with the mortal world already." I rolled my eyes and brushed past him. I thudded the love letter onto the desk. Ooh, looks like our resident heartthrob Lee just bagged a fan letter. Let your bro see which campus beauty is shooting her shot. Hands off, I snapped, swatting his hand away. This isn't for me. It's from Senior Yang Wei for Ning Bing. Kai Xiao-kun's jaw hit the floor with a visible thud. Holy hell, Li Hua Wang, do you even have a soul? You're actually playing messenger for my goddess's suitors? What's the big deal? A top-tier woman is bound to have a fan club. May the best man win, right? Kai Xiao-kun stared at me like I was a special kind of stupid. Finally defeated by my innocent act, he hissed, "Fine, Li Hua Wang, you're absolutely wabbage. I'm done. Dig your own grave. But mark my words, if you actually hand that to her, she's going to go nuclear. Don't believe me, be my guest." No way. Sister Ning Bing has never lost her cool with me. I'm just helping her expand her options. Isn't that a win? Why would she be mad? I'm speechless. Just don't come crying to me later. In 19 years, I've never met anyone as romantically brain-dead as you. He face-palmed, spun around, and collapsed onto his bunk, ghosting me. October 15th was Ning Bing's big day. I had the gift locked and loaded, and I planned to drop the senior's love letter as the grand finale. That evening, Ning Bing's squad threw a massive banquet, and 2 of my roommates tagged along. A dozen of us were vibing the energy off the charts. When the gift exchange started, everyone flexed their presence alongside some cringeworthy speeches. Ning Bing played the perfect host, accepting them all with a graceful smile. Then the room went hauntingly quiet. It was my turn. Everyone leaned in like they were about to witness a historical event. Sister Ning Bing, I've got a double feature for you. Good things come in pairs. The first is something I've been crafting for ages. And the second is the ultimate surprise. Ning Bing nodded, her gaze turning soft as honey. All right, Hua Wang, kill the suspense. Can't you see I'm hanging on your every word? Tada! I mouthed the fanfare, produced a sleek box wrapped in crimson ribbon, and presented it with a flourish. The crowd swarmed behind her, eyes wide, chanting for the reveal. Ning Bing shot me a cryptic smile, broke the seal, and unfurled a scroll of premium Zhuan paper. As expected of the ghostly prodigy, the faculty raves about it's her literal twin. Little brother Hua Wang captured her soul. This wipes the floor with any photo. Look at the detail in the hair, it's insane. The room erupted into a frenzy of praise. There wasn't a single hater in the room. I had gifted Ning Bing a hand-painted portrait. I'd sacrificed weeks of sleep for this, obsessing over the perfect glint in her eye. Out of every piece I've ever created, this was the most intimate, the absolute pinnacle of my craft. In the frame, Ning Bing's chin was elegantly tilted, her hair like flowing silk, and eyes like captive stars gazing into a distant, soulful horizon. The ghost of a smile on her lips gave the piece a heartbeat. "Do you like it, Sister Ning Bing?" I asked, beaming. I knew it was a total knockout. Sure enough, she nodded. Starlight shimmered in her breathtaking eyes, and her smile fractured into a look of pure suppressed radiance. "I love it. This is the best thing I've ever received, Huo Wang." I pumped a fist in internal victory and slid the love letter toward her with both hands. I knew it. And now, the main event. Everyone get ready. Ning Bing is officially entering her dating era. The moment that envelope touched her palm, a surge of raw, undeniable joy flared in her eyes. I noticed her fingers were actually trembling with the weight of the letter. "Sister Ning Bing, keep it cool. Don't forget your brother is right here." Does Senior Young's poetry really hit that hard? Huo Wang, is this what you're really giving me? Open it and see, I urged with a smug grin. She tucked the letter into her pocket like a holy relic. "I'll savor this when I'm alone." The table started hooting and hollering, teasing her for being stingy and wanting to gatekeep the romantic details. Ning Bing didn't even push back. She just tilted her head and watched me, her eyes glowing with an unreadable shimmer. That look was so lethal, I felt lightheaded. We were all riding a high until the vibe turned toxic. Kai Xiaokun let out a theatrical sigh and shook his head in pity. "Word of advice. Read it now. If you wait until you're home, you might actually have a medical emergency." Standing there, I felt a sudden cold shiver. Maybe my timing was actually trash. But the plane had already left the runway. Ning Bing seemed to pick up on the shift in energy, or maybe a realization finally clicked. She whipped the letter back out and scanned it line by line. Her expression did a violent 180. By the time she hit the signature, her face was a dark abyss of fury. A bone-chilling pressure began to bleed from her. She snapped her head toward me, pinning me with a glacial stare. I scrambled back 2 steps, desperately trying to escape the epicenter of her meltdown. She refolded the letter with surgical precision and shoved it back into her pocket. Then she leaned, in her voice a low, dangerous whisper. "Huo Wang, is this truly what you want?" Her gaze was a frozen wasteland. Panic flared in my chest. I realized I'd just stepped on a landmine. I opened my mouth to backtrack, but she'd already turned away, snatched a full glass of wine, and slammed it back in one jagged gulp. I was paralyzed. How did being a wingman turn into my wish? For a split second, I was completely lost in the sauce. I shot a desperate SOS look at Kai Xiaokun, hoping for a lifeline. The instant our eyes locked, he looked away, acting like he'd never seen me before in his life. I slumped back into my chair, dazed. The gourmet spread suddenly tasted like ash and cardboard. Ning Bing was a stone statue of silence, and the rest of the group turned into ostriches, burying their faces in their plates. The air was thick enough to choke on. For the rest of the night, she acted like I didn't exist. I was in the doghouse for the first time in our lives. The original plan was to hit KTV, but Ning Bing abruptly declared she was drained and shut the whole thing down. I was gutted. I'd literally rehearsed 2 songs just for her, ready to serenade her like a pro. All that effort down the drain. She wouldn't even let me pick up the mic. The walk back to campus was short, but the silence was deafening. We hadn't taken the car, so we drifted back in awkward clusters. Out of habit, I tried to fall in step with Ning Bing. It was a beautiful night, but the vibe was sub-zero. I pointed out the constellations, trying to break the ice, but she was a brick wall. She just stared straight ahead, cold and unyielding, refusing to even acknowledge my presence. Back at the dorm with Kai Xiaokun, I tried to grill him on why she'd flipped. I figured as my roommate he'd drop some wisdom if I acted humble enough. Instead, he just finished his skincare routine, gave me a massive eye roll, and hit the lights. I was left standing in the dark, totally clueless. Tossing and turning in bed, I couldn't escape the memory of her icy glare. Sleep was a lost cause. I grabbed my phone and opened WeChat. I went on a total text blitz, firing off a dozen messages, but the read receipts never came. She was ghosting me. Find time for a call, but the mechanical voice told me her phone was dead. I had no choice but to fold. I told myself it would all blow over by morning and finally drifted off. I woke up at the crack of dawn, snatched my books, and ignored my roommate's "you're a lost cause" looks as I sprinted downstairs to catch her. Normally, if she was free, she'd be my personal breakfast shuttle. I staked out the dorm entrance, scanning every car and face. The coast was clear, but I stared until my vision blurred and she was nowhere to be found. She'd gone pretty hard on the wine last night, so maybe she was just hungover. I tried the line again. Success. The phone was actually on this time. It rang and rang, mocking me before dumping me into voicemail. Sister Ning Bing, rise and shine. Breakfast is calling. Maybe she was just swamped. I fired off another text. Then came the waiting game. Just like the night before, nothing but radio silence. I had to sprint to class on an empty stomach. This was the first time she'd ever stood me up without a heads up. One missed meal was fine, but the routine was my lifeline. Her sudden vanishing act left a gaping hole in my chest. I was a zombie during the lecture, to the point where the professor had to physically rap on my desk twice to bring me back. Lunch was a repeat performance. I waited for 30 minutes like a fool. Sister Ning Bing is still ghosting me. I'm starting to spiral. I gripped my phone and spammed her number a few more times, but it was total radio silence. Did something happen to her? Pure panic took over, and I just bolted. I sprinted through the rose corridor all the way to the academy and stormed the studio, only to find the doors deadbolted. No matter how hard I hammered, no one answered. Great, I've lost her. I slunk back to the dorm completely crushed. I didn't even have the appetite to eat. Night fell, and after dozens of ignored texts and calls, Ning Bing was still a ghost. Have I been tossed aside again? After the lights cut out, I lay there, my mind a chaotic wreck. Sister Ning Bing abandoned me too. It felt like that nightmare senior year after mid-autumn, going from being glued to Ling Miao's side 24/7 to being utterly invisible. Back then, my chest felt hollow every day, like the world had evicted me. Now, I'm right back in that hole. I woke up early the next day, telling myself I had to learn to survive on my own. After washing up, I headed straight for the mess hall. Lin University has 4 of them, serving everything from north to south, so starving isn't the issue. It's just that with so many students, the elite stalls always have massive lines during peak hours. If you aren't an early bird, you're stuck with the leftovers. When I arrived, the place was already a beehive. The soup dumpling stall had 30 people deep, and the dumpling window was a total disaster. I played nice and got in line for the soup dumplings. After about 15 minutes of waiting, it was my turn. I grabbed my tray, claimed a nearby empty spot, and started picking at my dumplings and porridge. Is that you, little brother Huo Wang? The person across from me sounded unsure. I looked up, and of all people, it was Senior Yang Wei. I thought to myself, the world really is a tiny, cruel place. This cafeteria is cursed, the one person I crave is missing, and the one I'm dodging is staring me in the face. So, Huo Wang, did you deliver my letter to Ning Bing? Did she give you an answer? The senior dropped his tray and sat right in my space. I looked up and forced a pathetic excuse for a smile. Senior, the letter is in her hands, but she didn't say a single word. If you want the play-by-play, ask her yourself. I've been buried under a mountain of classes lately, so I haven't seen her. I polished off my food, and as I went to clear my tray, I caught a flash of a familiar, elegant figure out of the corner of my eye. By the time I whipped my head around, there was nothing. For 3 straight days, Sister Ning Bing and her squad seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. I stopped blowing up her phone. Instead, I tried my hardest to get used to being my own anchor again. I was so terrified of someone labeling me shameless or clingy again. On the afternoon of the 4th day, I finally spotted her on campus. She was strolling side by side with Senior Yang. I don't know what joke he told, but her smile was so soft. I desperately wanted to run over and demand to know where she'd been and why she ghosted every single call and text, but they looked so genuinely happy together, it was clear she didn't want to be bothered, so I just turned my back and walked away. On the 5th day, I walked right into her in the sun-drenched corridor. She was still as breathtaking as ever. She seemed momentarily stunned to see me, her brow knitting together instantly. I was just opening my mouth to speak when Senior Yang caught up from behind. Sister Ning Bing shot me a glacial look and vanished with him. The words I wanted to scream got choked out in my throat. Still, a part of me was relieved. At least I knew she was breathing, and that had to be enough. I skipped dinner that night. I sat outside until the dorm lights were almost dead before dragging myself back. I don't know what's breaking inside me. Seeing her with Senior Yang just made my heart ache with a dull throbbing pain. I knew this was coming though. After all, I was the one who played matchmaker. My head was pulsing with pain. I couldn't keep food down and was plagued by fever dreams. I wanted to call my parents, but I was terrified they'd hear the crack in my voice and worry, so I just swallowed the agony alone. Kai Shao-kun said I'd wasted away and my eyes looked haunted. He said it killed him to see me like this. I think I might actually be falling apart. Otherwise, my head wouldn't burn this much and I wouldn't feel too drained to even stand. My vision kept flickering to black. By the dawn of the 6th day, everyone on the floor was moving, but I was still trapped in a heavy sleep. Kai Xiao-kun realized something was very wrong. I was actually semi-conscious, hearing the muffled world around me, but I just couldn't force my eyes open. Every bone in my body felt like it was fracturing. I heard Kai Xiao-kun whispering frantically to our other roommate. He's burning up. He's gonna fry his brain at this rate, right? He's been sitting in the cold every day. Of course he's cooked. He was already pretty spacey. Enough talk, let's get him to the clinic. We can't let this fever keep redlining. My headache spiked, and my grip on reality began to slip. Before I sank completely into the void, I heard someone calling my name with desperate urgency. Maybe it was a fever dream, but I thought I caught a hint of Ning Bing's perfume. My throat felt like parched glass. I woke up with a choke cough, feeling a heavy presence on the edge of the bed. I turned my head, and there was Sister Ning Bing, who had been jolted awake by my movement. She was staring at me, her eyes bloodshot but tender. Those eyes, usually shimmering with starlight, were now flooded with shock and guilt. It really was her. Huo Wang, you're back with us. Do you need water? She looked absolutely drained. I can handle it, thanks. I croaked, my voice sounding like sandpaper. I struggled to sit up. The water was on a small stand nearby. I just needed to reach a little further. A warm hand pressed firmly against my shoulder, forcing me back onto the pillow. She turned to pour some lukewarm water into a cup, popped a straw in, and held it out. I reached to take the cup, but she pulled it back. Don't be a hero. Just drink. I stared at her in total disbelief, but my throat was too raw to start an argument. After a few sips, the fire in my chest cooled. I couldn't stop looking at her. Sister Ning Bing, I'm fine now. You can go back to whatever you were doing. I'm not busy today. She tucked my hand back under the covers and smoothed the blanket. I leave you alone for 5 minutes. And you end up in a hospital bed. You finally put on some weight, and now you've wasted away again. I turned to stare out of the window, offering no defense. Why weren't you eating? She gave my forehead a light flick. I tilted my head to dodge the contact. Why didn't you answer my calls? Did I mess up? I couldn't hold the question in anymore. Fine, I'll give it to you straight. I'm an adult, and I know exactly what I want. I can manage my own heart. I don't need you playing Cupid and pushing me towards someone else. Her voice was soft but had a razor-sharp edge. I wasn't pushing you. I just delivered a letter. Senior Yang was so relentless when he approached me. I figured even if I didn't give it to you, he'd just find another way. I never wanted to push you away. She let out a soft, cynical snort. Oh, so are you going to keep being a mailman for every guy who wants a shot at me? I shook my head with total honesty. Never again. Still want to help me find a boyfriend? She teased playfully. I'm retired. Sister Ning Bing, I'm sorry. I apologized like a scolded kid, so she was actually fuming because I'd acted as a wingman for another guy. Looking back, I really was a total idiot. Good. I knew you were the best. I should apologize too. I shouldn't have ghosted you. It won't happen again. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed at the door. Sister Ning Bing opened it and Senior Yang walked in, clutching a fruit basket. He set it on the stand and claimed a spot right at my bedside. How are you holding up, Huo Wang? Feeling any better? I managed a weak smile. Since I'd just buried the hatchet with Ning Bing, I was in a pretty solid mood. After small talk with Senior Yang for about 10 minutes, he mentioned he had errands and had to split. He told me to get well soon. Sister Ning Bing tucked the covers around me and stepped out to see him off. This was a basic 6-bed ward without a private bath, and I was the lone patient in it. Having just finished, my IV drip nature was calling, which meant a trek to the public restroom outside. Being a hospital rookie, I got turned around and wandered through half the ward before finding it. Just as I was about to enter, I caught voices coming from the smoking room next door. They weren't exactly whispering, so I could hear every word. Why stop the charade feeling guilty? Is it Senior Yang you can't bear to let go of? Sister Ning Bing's voice was as silky as ever. I really didn't expect someone like you to... whatever. Just take good care of Huo Wang. Call me if you need anything. I guess I don't stand a chance as a lover. It's only natural to hold a spot for a true friend, right? Sister Ning Bing stood up with a graceful smile. Of course, thanks for stepping up this time. After hitting the restroom and returning to the ward, I threw a fit about being discharged, so she took me to see the doc. The doctor warned my case was severe acute throat inflammation and insisted on 2 more days of observation to stabilize. I stayed for 3 days under her watchful eye. On my release day, she personally escorted me back, drawing stares from the entire South Dorm. Ever since our truce, Sister Ning Bing has become even more devoted and gentle. I greedily soaked up every second, praying these days would never end. Recently, her workload at the academy hit a fever pitch, leaving her swamped. Yet, she always managed to carve out time for me. When she was truly buried, she'd just ordered delivery to my door. I went back to being that happy, carefree monkey. November arrived in a flash and the air turned razor sharp, everyone bundled up in heavy coats. I remember one specific evening when the sunset was breathtakingly crimson. Sister Ning Bing we-chatted me to get downstairs, claiming she had major news. I threw on my parka, shoved my phone in my pocket, and sprinted out. It had dusted snow that morning, and the white flakes clinging to the branches sparkled like crushed diamonds. She stood under a tree, waving at me, her excitement radiating off her like something legendary had happened. Sister Ning Bing, are the competition rankings out? I charged toward her like a literal cannonball and asked breathlessly. She nodded, starlight dancing in her eyes. Hua Wang guessed where we landed. Did we take first? I asked tentatively. She laughed and lunged into my arms. First place, obviously, our Hua Wang is the GOAT, the absolute best in the world. That evening, in a campus newly painted by the season's first snow, we were literally jumping for joy. She hopped onto my back and I gave her a piggyback ride, blitzing through campus while everyone watched with envious eyes. In the past, I lived to share every win with Ling Miao, but that day I didn't even think of her. To celebrate the trophy, Sister Ning Bing treated me and her inner circle to a feast. By the end, my roommate and I were a bit buzzed, walking shoulder to shoulder through the frozen night, howling off-key songs at the moon. Sister Ning Bing stayed sharp and walked me all the way to the dorm gates, only turning back once she saw me safely inside. Hua Wang, the way your sister Ning Bing pampers you like a crown prince. The way she looks at you is different. What's really going on in that head of yours? If you're into her, don't keep her in limbo. Let me tell you, she's the ultimate goddess of Linyu. Don't fumble the bag. Here they go again. I don't know what shifted, but since we made up, everyone's trying to ship us. I've explained it a billion times. She's my sister, the one who's doted on me since we were toddlers. In her heart, I'm the baby brother, and she's the protector. That dynamic is etched in stone. I was too drained to argue. If they weren't tired of hearing it, I was definitely tired of saying it. I just rolled my eyes and played deaf. Kai Xiaokun nudged me with his elbow, visibly annoyed. Keep being dense then. With your abysmal EQ, I'm honestly terrified for my goddess. We were laughing and vibing as we reached the 4th floor, where we ran into Jiang Yan, who had finally surfaced. We followed him into the dorm, but he teamed up with Kai Xiaokun to put the spotlight back on me. Both insisted she was catching feelings and told me to man up and make it official. I didn't have the stamina to fight back, so I just played dead and passed out. I figured I'd be spending winter break solo, but that morning as I stepped out, she was waiting under a tree with a suitcase. She said she hadn't been home in 2 years and her family wanted her back for New Year's. I practically levitated with joy and asked why she kept it a secret. She said she wanted to see the look on my face. Well, mission accomplished. Having her as a travel buddy made the trip home legendary. I was like a pampered kid, meticulously looked after the entire journey. When Mom opened the door and saw me return with Sister Ning Bing, she froze for a heartbeat before beaming at her. Ning, Bing, you're back. You're even more stunning than before. I hope Hua Wang didn't act like a brat at school. Mom snatched my bags while enthusiastically ushering her in. Not at all. Hua Wang is a total pro. He's been an absolute angel. Sister Ning Bing chatted with my mom for a moment, then turned to knock on her own door. Not 2 seconds later, Auntie's scream of pure joy made my ears ring. Look how hyped your auntie is, Mom said with a smirk as she unpacked my gear. She acts all cool, but she's been missing Ning Bing like crazy. She never stops talking about her. Her return was a total shock to the neighborhood. Even Ling Miao was floored. She was supposed to arrive a day late because Xiao Yan wanted to play tourist in the capital. The day Ling Miao landed, the neighbors threw a massive get-together, claiming the block felt empty without Ning Bing for 2 years. This time it was a full-blown family reunion. They told Ling Miao to go straight from the airport to the restaurant. Everyone was there. But the vibes weren't as perfect as promised. Xiaoyan tagged along with Ling Miao. This caught the whole table off guard. My parents, who had been glowing, saw the two of them, and their smiles vanished instantly. They gave Ling Miao a polite nod, but barely acknowledged the +1. Auntie and uncle's faces also soured. Auntie kept shooting nervous glances at my mom, her embarrassment impossible to mask. I guess those toxic memories are permanently seared into everyone's brains. Sister Ningbing, sitting right beside me, was the first to sense the atmospheric shift, seeing my face turn to stone at the sight of them. She quietly reached for my hand and gave it a firm squeeze. The pressure on my knuckles pulled me back to reality. If you're miserable, don't fake it. Want to bail for a walk. She's always so tuned in. I smiled and looked her in the eye. No, I'm good. The food arrived in a blur. Uncle told everyone to dig in and everyone obeyed, but the silence was deafening. Even Dad and Uncle Bai, usually the life of the party over drinks, just stared blankly at their chopsticks. The fish head here is elite Xiaoyan, have a bite. Ling Miao broke the ice and served him. But while she praised the fish, she accidentally gave him broccoli. It was clear she was just as rattled as the rest of us. Xiaoyan didn't touch the food. Instead, his eyes were glued to Ningbing. Miao Miao, is this the famous Sister Ningbing? Ling Miao's hand froze. She shot a look at Ningbing. Yeah, she graduated from Lin Yu, the same school Hua Wang is at. You haven't met? Hua Wang, Xiaoyan, was literally at Lin Yu for the exchange, and you didn't even introduce him to me. I was floored. She's your own flesh and blood. Why is this my fault? Just as I was about to snap, Sister Ningbing pinned my hand to my lap and spoke with a face of pure ice. Who is Xiaoyan? Why should Hua Wang bring him to me? Am I supposed to audition every random person? Sorry, I'm booked. Total savage. Xiaoyan's game plan was likely to kiss up to the Bai family, but he didn't expect Sister Ningbing to shut him down with such lethal efficiency. For a second, the salt on his face was a masterpiece. Ling Miao, watching him struggle to keep his mask on, felt the sting. She slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Sister, how can you be so cold? Xiaoyan is my boyfriend, not some random person. Is he now? Sister Ningbing slowly lifted her gaze and locked onto Ling Miao, her eyes sharp enough to draw blood. Nobody mentioned you had a boyfriend. Since he's your partner, that makes him a junior. Why didn't he show respect at Lin Yu? Is it because you've lost all respect for me as your sister? That was a high-level guilt trip. I was ecstatic she was completely going to bat for me. Having her in my corner is a cheat code. You were just so busy? It wasn't a priority. Why bother telling you just mind your own business? Your father and I are still breathing. It's not some outsider's job to run this house. Auntie reached over and dropped a peeled shrimp into my bowl. She gestured for me to eat. Uncle Bai glanced at the plate. Peel a few more, you know Hua Wang loves these. And some for Ningbing. We raised Hua Wang ourselves. You better keep a close eye on him over there. I'm working on it. If I'm too slow, feel free to pitch in. Don't worry about it. Mom and Dad, you guys just eat. Ling Miao, feeling the tide turned against her, backed off. Xiaoyan, let me do this right. This is my sister Ningbing. Xiaoyan and I have been a thing for ages. I didn't want to bug you since you're always so focused. That was my bad. I was shocked Ling Miao actually apologized. Xiaoyan realized the room was stacked against him and forced a fake smile, dutifully calling her sister. Sister Ningbing gave him a dismissive glance, tossed her napkin aside, and said, I heard there's a young heir in Beijing named Xiaoyan. I wonder if that's you. You heard right. Yeah, his family hit some rough patches, so he moved here with his mom a while back. Ling Miao rushed to play defense. Sister Ningbing watched them huddled together and kept her tone perfectly neutral. Is my memory slipping? Didn't the Xiao family have an arranged marriage with the Shangs? Why the move to Nanchang? Did the Shang family pull the plug after the Xiaos lost their status? At the mention of the Shang family, Xiaoyan turned a ghostly shade of pale. His entire body went rigid and his expression flickered with pure panic. My parents acted like they were deaf and started debating if broccoli needed more spice. Uncle Bai and Auntie stayed silent with grim expressions. Ningbing and Ling Miao were locked in a psychological stalemate. This meal was a battlefield. As I sat there, Xiaoyan suddenly pivoted to me, his gaze sharp as a dagger. Radiating pure unadulterated hatred. It didn't take a genius to know he blamed me for leaking his cheating scandal to Sister Ningbing. It was a logical guess. After all his dirty laundry at Lin Yu, I was the only one in the room who knew the full ugly truth. The atmosphere at the table was suffocating. The vibes were totally rancid. I offered my stiff goodbyes to uncle and auntie and hightailed it out of there. Xiaoyan can spin whatever delusions he wants. I'm not playing scapegoat for his drama. Let him drown in his own misunderstandings. The restaurant was a classic traditional estate boasting a sprawling backyard. A weathered bluestone path sliced through the garden. Vegetable patches lined the left, while a bamboo tea table and rattan chairs occupied the right. I sank into a chair, bored out of my mind, scrolling through my feed. I needed to escape the toxic fallout at the dining table. After a minute, a familiar voice drifted over. You certainly have a knack for finding the exit. I glanced up. It was Bai Ling Miao. I slapped my phone face down on the table and forced a smirk. Shouldn't you be glued to Xiaoyan? He bailed. I didn't press for details and she didn't offer any. We just sat there in a heavy, suffocating silence. It was like the other person was a ghost. Ling Miao, are things actually solid between you and Xiaoyan? I asked, testing the waters. She turned to me, a lingering glow in her eyes, the kind of look she only reserved for him. Yeah, we're perfect. What Sister Ningbing mentioned about that Shang family in Beicheng, Xiaoyan, he and you, Li Huawang, zip it. Since when did you become a bottom-tier gossip monger? So what if he's from Beicheng? Who cares about the Shang family? Everyone has a history. Our parents have been shipping us for 18 years. But does that mean I'm cursed to carry that weight forever? Ling Miao suddenly snapped, her temper hitting a boiling point. I just let out a dry chuckle. Seriously. You can't save a fool bent on self-destruction. Fine, let him keep rocking that green cuckold hat. I let her vitriol slide right past me. Ignoring her entirely, I stood up and ditched the backyard. Where did you teleport to? Why the long face? Did someone rattle your cage? I bumped into Sister Ningbing right outside the restroom. Just got nipped by a rabid dog. I muttered, my tone icy. Her gaze darkened instantly. Did Ling Miao cross the line again? I shook my head. Nah, it's nothing. I guess I'm just a glutton for punishment. Her eyes flickered with realization. She caught my drift immediately and gave my back a reassuring pat. We knew this would be a train wreck. Why even bother? Haven't you heard that no good deed goes unpunished? I have no clue what happened after I dipped. How Xiaoyan made his exit, or why Ling Miao sat isolated in the yard for so long. Either way, that reunion dinner was a total bust. A few days later, I ran into a haggard-looking Xiaoyan at a cafe. He claimed he wanted to talk. Remembering his death stare from dinner, I decided it was time to kill the confusion. Some things needed to be laid out on the table. Spit it out. I'm on a clock. Xiaoyan looked up, eyes bloodshot. Did you snitch to Ling Miao about what went down at Lin Yu? I scoffed. He was literally outing himself. So you actually did pull some shady moves at Lin Yu. He choked, caught off guard by my bluntness. He scanned me suspiciously, trying to gauge if I was bluffing. If this is the only reason you tracked me down, Xiaoyan, word of advice, walls have ears. Watch your step. Huawang, we're classmates, you know how it is. Shang Xinci is just a close friend from back home. Seriously, nothing happened. I meant to tell Miao Miao, but it's a non-issue. It doesn't change anything between us, so I kept it quiet. I was floored by his audacity. If a high-voltage makeout session counts as nothing, then in his world, booking a hotel room is probably just intense cardio training. Xiaoyan, if you want to clarify your situationship with Shang Xinci, tell Ling Miao, not me. I stood up to end the conversation. Li Huawang, I'm spending Lunar New Year with Miao Miao this year. The sheer arrogance in his eyes was pathetic. Look, you could spend it with a stray dog for all I care. It's none of my business. I'm not your father. You don't need to report your schedule to me. With that, I turned my back. Xiaoyan stared after me, looking like he was about to blow a fuse. The news of his New Year's stay was confirmed by Sister Ningbing. It was the direct result of Ling Miao's uprising. Uncle and Auntie loathed the idea, but Ling Miao went nuclear with a hunger strike. They had no choice but to cave. I told my mom straight up that I was boycotting any New Year's plans with the Bai family. Xiaoyan's entire vibe is just straight up repulsive. Celebrating the holidays with him would literally make me sick. Everyone wants good energy for the new year. Mom agreed. She was just looking for a polite way to bail. My dad, the true MVP of the house, stepped up at the perfect moment. With a decisive wave, he announced a family getaway to Haishi. He snatched our IDs and booked 3 tickets on the spot. Auntie Bai found out about our escape plans on the little new year. She broke down right then and there, sobbing into her hands like her heart was breaking. Mom felt the sting too, her eyes welling up as they talked for hours. For the first time in 2 decades, our families spent the little new year apart. I don't know how they handled it, but our trio was vibing. Mom laid out a massive spread. Dad cracked open a bottle of red and poured a round for the 3 of us. I raised my glass to hype up the holiday spirit. Suddenly, a knock echoed. I set my drink down and pivoted to the door. Sister Ningbing, I was floored. Uncle, auntie, mind if I crash your dinner party? Mom was just lamenting the quiet, and then our savior appeared. Mom was over the moon. Of course, get in here, Hua Wang, grab another set of silver. Sister Ning Bing started gushing to my parents about my genius status at school, how my art was being used as the gold standard for the whole class, and how I'd raked in nearly 200,000 on my own. She promised them they'd be living the high life thanks to me. She had my parents glowing with pride, and they kept bearing her plate under food. Meanwhile, I, the actual son, was relegated to sidekick status. The night was a total win, filled with nonstop laughter. As Dad helped Mom clear the table, I pulled Ningbing aside. I finally asked the question that had been burning all night. Sister Ningbing, why did you ditch your place to eat here? Isn't Auntie fuming? My mom almost followed me. Why would she be mad? She smiled warmly. She actually wanted to join us? Teeming with curiosity, I leaned over the table, getting closer to her. Before I could speak, her signature scent hit me. I couldn't help but think, man, she's elite tier pretty. After a glass of wine, her smile seemed even more hypnotic. Looking at her soft cascading hair, I felt an impulse to... But before I could make a move, she reached out and caught my forehead. She was gatekeeping the distance. I stubbornly tilted my head to shake off her grip and leaned back in. I'm not doing anything weird, I just want the full story. She gazed at me with a soft, lingering look for a long moment. Suddenly, she leaned in until we were less than an inch apart. I could see the slight tremor in her lashes and her lips tense in a faint pout. She looked like she was fighting an internal battle. I'd never been this close to a girl in my life, not even Ling Miao. My heart was redlining. Panic-stricken, I tried to recoil, but I moved way too fast. The back of my skull slammed into the bookshelf. I let out a sharp gah. Sister Ning Bing retreated instantly, acting totally nonchalant. Why so clumsy? I glared at her, rubbing my head. Why did you invade my personal space? You nearly gave me a heart attack. She stared at my beet red face and teased. I just wanted to check if you had some gunk in the corner of your eye. Is that sleep crust? You're the one with the eye crust? I instinctively rubbed my eye. Turns out, she was right. She erupted into a fit of laughter. Later, she explained that their dinner was set, but then they saw Xiao Yan lurking outside the window. Since it was a holiday, they couldn't just leave him out in the cold. Uncle and auntie were miserable, but their youngest was thrilled. They couldn't start a war on New Year's, so they sucked it up. Honestly, I respect it. Your future brother-in-law is over and you just dip savage move. Sister Ning Bing pursed her lips, letting out a playful giggle. I couldn't care less. The thought of sharing a table with a snake like him made my skin crawl. We escaped the drama on the 28th. Sister Ning Bing looked absolutely miserable as she dropped us at the terminal, ghosting my gaze the whole time. It took some serious sweet talking before she finally caved with a soft, come back soon. Spending New Year's in a new city was a total trip. On New Year's Eve, we hit a massive banquet in the hotel lobby surrounded by travelers from every corner of the map. The hotel even cranked up some high-end speakers for the vibe. The room was electric with singing and dancing, pure chaos in the best way. It was already 9 p.m. by the time we retreated to our suite, still riding that adrenaline high. I leaned against the floor-to-ceiling glass, watching the city pulse with life as brilliant pyrotechnics occasionally shattered the night sky. I felt a rare sense of total serenity. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a video call, 0 points for guessing it was Sister Ning Bing. On the screen, she was curled up in her room, looking small. She seemed a bit downcast. After wishing me a happy new year, she grilled me on my resolutions. I told her I wanted everyone to be glowing, to finally hit a live concert, for her to somehow get even more stunning, and to stack some serious paper on my own. I wanted my parents to finally live the dream. Sister Ning Bing laughed, calling me a good boy and begging me to hurry home. She complained that Xiao Yan was over every day, annoying her to death. She joked that if we didn't open the door soon, he'd end up as a street wanderer. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen. She was just playing with me. I leaned into the bit and laughed until my ribs ached. She ranted about how the New Year's dinner was a total drag and how Xiao Yan was a massive vibe killer at the table. Aside from Ling Miao, the whole family was over him. She said she'd finally made the trip home for the holidays, only for us to vanish on a trip, leaving the neighborhood cold and lifeless. If she'd known, she said she wouldn't have bothered coming back. We lost an entire hour in that conversation until I swore to return at lightspeed. Right before she hung up, maybe it was a glitch, but her gaze in that final second seemed to linger, almost like she felt a sharp pang of neglect. Under Sister Ning Bing's relentless daily pestering, my parents and I finally trekked back home on the 8th day, still craving more vacation time. Auntie immediately scheduled another feast, insisting we eat at her place so she could show off her cooking. She told us to just kick back while she handled the kitchen. But Mom was drained. She just wanted to crash, so she gave a polite pass. Honestly, every group meal lately turns into a train wreck. We're practically traumatized by these family dinners. When I finally blinked awake, the world outside was pitch black. I could hear waves of laughter erupting from the living room. I walked out to find Sister Ning Bing helping my mom prep vegetables, chatting away like they were best friends. After 10 days apart, she was still breathtaking enough to stop my heart. The moment she spotted me, her eyes caught fire. After she headed home, Mom started teasing Dad in a whisper, saying Ning Bing seemed totally checked out until I walked in, and then her eyes started sparkling. Mom wondered if she was catching feelings for our son. Dad, of course, worships the ground Mom walks on. Whatever she says is absolute law. He listened with a solemn nod and whispered something I couldn't quite catch. That night, Sister Ning Bing stayed to grab dinner at our place. Technically, she was the head chef, then stayed to celebrate the meal with us. It was my first taste of her home cooking, and it was a total knockout. Watching her command the kitchen in that apron under the warm amber glow, with water glistening over her delicate fingers, it was an absolute visual masterpiece. After we finished, she joined me for a stroll to catch the night vibes. We happened to stumble upon a live set in front of a massive mall. The bass was deafening. We were late to the party, so we were stuck on the edge of the crowd. I couldn't see the stage clearly, but the energy was enough. In a random moment, I turned my head and locked eyes with her soft, adoring gaze. She was looking at me with such overwhelming tenderness, like a deep ocean pulling me under. Despite the thousands of people in the square and the blinding moonlight and neon in that split second, in her eyes, I only saw a small, dazed reflection of myself. She didn't utter a word, just watched me with that look, yet it felt like a whole confession. I understood every silent syllable. My heart suddenly started redlining, and I could feel the heat rushing to my face. It was past 10 p.m. by the time we started the trek back. I was still buzzing, rambling her ear off about the set we just witnessed. She listened with total patience, offering a few soft replies, but otherwise her gaze was pinned on me. I don't know if it was the night air playing tricks on my mind, but her eyes seemed to be getting warmer by the minute. Sometimes I'd mistake that warmth for love, but every time I almost believed it, I'd flash back to the year Ling Miao branded me shameless. That's when I'd remember she probably just saw me as the kid from next door. It was because I misread her vibes back then that I got scorched so badly, so I didn't dare to dream or assume. If playing the neighbor boy was the only way to shield my heart from breaking again, I was down for it. As we reached the lobby entrance, a familiar silhouette caught my eye. It was Ling Miao. "Why are you back so late? Do you have any idea how worried Auntie would be?" Ling Miao stepped forward and asked softly. Sister Ning Bing's brow arched into a sharp peak at that. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, she cut in icily. "Worry about Huo Wang being dumped again. Not everyone treats people like you do." Ling Miao looked at her sister, then at me. In the end, she just turned and vanished without a word. I finished my routine and hit the sheets. It was pushing midnight. Ling Miao fired off a text, just 4 short words. "Are you having fun?" She just saw me. She knows exactly what my mood is. Why play games? I only fired back 2 words, "I am." She typed back instantly, "Li Hua Wang, you and my sister." Those few simple words made my blood turn to ice. I couldn't decipher her angle or the tone behind the question. I replied, "What's your point?" She sent a voice note. It wasn't long, maybe 10 seconds, but I nuked it without listening. Then I did the unthinkable and blocked her on WeChat. On the 10th day of the new year, Ling Miao showed up at my doorstep looking for me. She said Sister Ning Bing had ditched her for classmates and she was bored, so she wanted to catch up. She didn't even bring up the WeChat block, which meant since that night she hadn't tried to reach out. "If you're bored, go find your boy Xiao Yan. Why are you haunting my house?" "You really should stop coming over," I said, losing my patience. Ling Miao collapsed onto the sofa, tilting her head back. "He went back to Beicheng." I looked at her with a flicker of pity, my mind spinning. Xiao Yan retreating to Beicheng right now? There's no telling what kind of mess he's stirring up. Maybe my gaze was too sharp because she reached up to cover my eyes so I couldn't read her, then begged me to go out for a bite. I shut her down instantly. The trauma of last time was still fresh. I wasn't about to play that game again. "Relax. It's winter. It's not going to pour like that. Come on, I'm literally dying of boredom here. Ling Miao, you have a boyfriend now." "Xiao Yan is already looking for reasons to hate me. We need to keep a distance. I don't want to give him any more ammo." "Huo Wang, You weren't like this. You used to be my shadow for everything. Why are you so cold now? She asked with a break in her voice. I gave a hollow smile. This was your call. There is no before anymore. She froze, completely silenced. After a long, agonizing pause, she opened the door and walked out of my life on her own. I watched her leave calm and detached without a single ripple of regret. June 15th was the big one, my birthday. Dad, being a pro, booked that same spot we hit last time a day in advance. I specifically requested it because I was obsessed with the food in that backyard. After gearing up, I headed out. The plan had been locked for days. The haunted house at the park followed by a round of script murder, the trend everyone's obsessed with. Who would have guessed that the moment I opened the door, I'd be facing two figures? One was a visibly annoyed sister Ningbing, the other was Ling Miao. What's the play here? Sister Ningbing had grilled me 2 days ago on my birthday plans. I said the amusement park, and she said she was down to clown. She even offered to cover lunch. It made sense to see her at the door. But what was Ling Miao's angle? It's been 3 or 4 years, and I haven't mentioned my birthday to her once. Given her track record, she shouldn't even know the date. But seeing her in casual gear, and the fact she was standing with Ningbing, it was clear she was part of the squad. I looked around nervously. If Ling Miao was tagging along, was Xiao Yan lurking nearby? Birthday boys ready, let's move while we've still got daylight. Sister Ningbing smiled and took the lead. Is Ling Miao coming too? I asked cautiously. I didn't invite her. Ling Miao's face, which had been a mask, turned dark at those words. It's just me. Xiaoyan hasn't made it back yet. She clearly saw right through my paranoia. She stammered out an excuse looking like she'd die if she didn't tag along. Whatever, let her come. I'll just treat her like a ghost and keep my distance while we play. We finally hauled the car into the amusement park lot. We linked up with the rest of the squad, all old high school faces, guys and girls alike. We were tight back in the day, and despite the college split, the group chat stayed alive. We hopped out first while Sister Ningbing hunted for a spot. I fell in line next to Yang Jian. Bailing Miao was stalking my left flank, barely 2 paces behind. She'd been a statue the entire ride, glued to her phone and refusing to utter a single word. She was so hauntingly quiet, it felt like she'd vanished. But the second we hit the group, the teasing erupted. Well, look at our favorite lovebirds, flying in formation. Tell us, when are you two finally going to land and build a nest? The voice belonged to Wei Yan. Back in high school, she was a chubby girl who flunked every gym credit. The PE coach used to single her out for weight management sessions. I remember her getting grilled until she broke into tears, but she had this bulletproof spirit. She'd be beaming again 5 minutes later. Everyone loved her energy. Rumor had it she had a massive crush on me. Some even swore she penned a 7-page manifesto of love. Unfortunately, that letter never hit my desk. I always laughed it off as a schoolyard myth. Fast forward 3 years. And Wei Yan had undergone a total glow-up, blossoming into a certified smoke show. On pure aesthetics, she was easily giving Bailing Miao a run for her money. Mind your own business, Bailing Miao snapped, shooting Wei Yan a lethal glare. Oh look, the Ice Queen is back. Listen, I poured my soul into that letter for Hua Wang. I heard through the grapevine that you intercepted it. If it's not exactly gaining value as a vintage collectible, do you think I could have it back? Bailing Miao's face went ghost white instantly. The fact that Wei Yan dropped that bomb in front of everyone meant the letter was real. I remembered hearing whispers about it years ago. No wonder it never reached me. Bailing Miao had hijacked it. The vibe turned radioactive. The air was freezing, but Bailing Miao's face was so flushed it looked like it was about to burst. She cut a glance toward me before looking away from the group entirely. I didn't give it to you because I didn't want random trash distracting you from your goals. If you want your junk back, you can have it all. Wei Yan exploded. Bailing Miao. You have such a pretty face, so why can't you speak like a human? Everything out of your mouth is toxic. Bailing Miao refused to yield, doubling down on the frost. The shouting match escalated until 2 other girls had to physically step in. But the more the tea spilled, the more twisted I felt. Bailing Miao was actually hoarding love letters meant for me. If she didn't care about me, why gatekeep my mail to work on her reading skills? Sounds like she'd intercepted a whole library of them. Bailing Miao, by what right do you steal my property? Are you actually insane? I roared, my temper finally redlining. My rage hit the ceiling in a split second. This was beyond out of line. While I was locked in a high-voltage standoff with Bai Ling Miao, Sister Ning Bing finally finished parking and jogged over. She stepped between us, asking why I was suddenly so explosive. I took a jagged breath. I filled Sister Ning Bing in on the betrayal. She shot Bai Ling Miao a look of pure disappointment before turning to me with a soft smile. Listen, birthday boy, today is your day. Don't let ancient history ruin your mood. We'll settle the score later, okay? The whole group is waiting for you. Sister Ning Bing was the voice of reason. Huo Wang, let's just go inside and vibe. Don't waste your breath on a toxic girl. Yang Jian threw a heavy arm over my shoulder. Even Wei Yan realized she'd lit a fuse and started apologizing frantically. We'll handle it later. Everyone showed up to celebrate you, so let's be happy, Huo Wang. Sister Ning Bing squeezed my shoulder, her warmth acting like a fire extinguisher. I didn't want to disrespect her or kill the vibe for the squad, so I gave a reluctant nod. As for Bai Ling Miao and her little collection, oh, we're having a real talk once we're home. Being a bunch of 20-somethings, the tension eventually faded as we dived into the park. The haunted house entrance loomed under a gnarled old locust tree. There was a deep stone well with a sign that mocked, "So you're here too." The staff gave us a quick briefing, reminding us it was all about the atmosphere and that the demons were just underpaid actors in makeup. It might get intense, but they weren't actually going to drag us to the underworld. The group giggled nervously as we descended into the well one by one. When it was my turn to drop, only Bai Ling Miao and Sister Ning Bing were left on the surface. "Don't sweat it," Sister Ning Bing whispered, interlacing her fingers with mine as she led me into the pitch-black corridor. This was my haunted house debut. The air was thick with synthetic fog and ice-cold drafts. Distorted shrieks echoed right in my ear, sending a colony of shivers down my spine. Up ahead, a blood-curdling scream was followed by someone yelling, "Get the hell away from me! Don't touch me, back off." It had my nerves on a hair trigger. While I was scanning the shadows for a jump scare, something dropped from the ceiling with a mechanical vroom. It swung down, stopping inches from my nose. A strobe light flickered, revealing a hanging corpse with a gore-streaked tongue. Something was writhing in its hollow eye sockets. It was repulsive and terrifying. The jump scare worked. I nearly bolted, but Sister Ning Bing caught me whispering, "It's just plastic and paint. Stay calm. The staff warned you about this, remember." I swallowed my fear and kept pace with her. But I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on my back, a heavy, lingering presence I couldn't ignore. I whipped my head around multiple times. The darkness was absolute. You couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. I don't know how long we wandered through the nightmare until I saw the light of the exit. The rest of the crew was already out catching their breath. I turned around and spotted Bai Ling Miao hovering right behind Sister Ning Bing, her face like paper. Looks like she just emerged too. That meant the thing that had been stalking me through the dark the whole time was her. Nobody asked her to be there yet. She clung to me like a shadow. After the group regrouped, we headed over to the script murder lounge. We were late to the party and all the elite mystery scripts were already booked. Only Saving the Prince was left a script everyone looked at with pure disdain. We all wanted high-stakes suspense or hardcore horror, so the morale took a nosedive. I was pretty gutted myself. I checked the time past 10 p.m. Maybe we should just bail and grab food. We're already here, let's just send it. Besides, wasn't being a prince the childhood dream who's in? Yang Jian was the first to throw a hand up. With his hype, everyone started feeling nostalgic and geared up. Then came the character draw. I hung back until the very end to snatch the last slip. I unrolled it and no way I was the prince. The absolute peak of irony was Bai Ling Miao. She managed to draw the little maid who gets beaten. I nearly choked on my laughter. Sister Ning Bing was leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, watching me with a soft smirk. She's a few years older after all. If it wasn't my big day, she wouldn't be caught dead with us kids, let alone playing make-believe. Sister Ning Bing, who'd you end up with? I asked, curious about her role. Bai Ling Miao was hovering in front of me like she wanted to clear the air, but I blanked her and ran straight to Sister Ning Bing. She unrolled the crumpled slip in her hand. My face caught fire instantly. On that tiny scrap of paper, the word princess was written in elegant script. The climax of this story, the princess kisses the prince awake and they live happily ever after, which meant Sister Ning Bing and I were locked into a kiss scene. A kiss scene, this is getting way too real. Sister Ningbing, it's just a game, right? We can just fake the kiss, right? I whispered, my heart hammering. We're talking about my first kiss here. I can't just surrender it for a parlor game, can I? Sister Ningbing studied my blushing face, a playful glint in her eyes. Hua Wang, do you want it to be real? I whipped my head away desperately, trying to dodge her penetrating gaze. Fake, obviously fake. The game kicked off into high gear. Everyone hit their marks. I only had two major beats. The first was getting cursed by the witch into a magical coma, then lying on a prop bed waiting for the princess. After scene 1, I dutifully played the corpse waiting for my cue. I don't know where the pacing went wrong, but I waited forever, and the princess was a no-show. I started getting restless. The room was heavy with the scent of dried roses, and the stage lights were surprisingly cozy. It was so relaxing that I actually embarrassingly drifted off. Suddenly, a familiar perfume cut through my sleep. I forced my blurry eyes open and saw a face hovering inches from mine. I let out a startled yelp and tried to bolt upright, but instead, my lips collided directly with hers. The entire room went dead silent. The only sound in the world was the violent drumming of my pulse and a static hum in my brain. Damn it, we actually locked lips. Sister Ningbing recoiled instantly, snapping her gaze away. I caught a flash of her ears turning a deep, vivid crimson. Even she was rattled. The air turned thick with a suffocating awkwardness. Why were you hovering so close? I blurted out, fueled by pure embarrassment. Weren't we faking it? I was trying to find an angle to sell the lie when you suddenly bolted awake. I didn't have a millisecond to react, and then you just kissed me. My face felt like it was literally on fire. My bad, Sister Ningbing. I was just totally delirious from that nap. Hua Wang, you just stole my first kiss. Despite my frantic apology, she wasn't letting me off the hook. Suddenly, the intercom hissed to life. The princess has revived the prince. Next scene, the prince carries his bride from the palace. Wait, come again. Sister Ningbing, I don't seriously have to princess carry you, do I? She leaned in, a glint in her eye. Hua Wang, it's just a game. In the end, my conscience won out. I didn't want to be the guy who ruined the party for everyone. I caved and swept her up. As we emerged from the bedchamber, the king and queen were waiting with predatory teasing smirks. Out in the courtyard, the butler Wei Yan had her hand raised high, ready to execute the slap the servant scene with Bai Ling Miao. Even if they were following the script, a slap is a blow to someone's pride. It's better to bypass the drama if possible. Sister Ningbing saw the standoff too, her expression unreadable. The princess has awakened the prince victory. The room erupted in cheers. Wei Yan's hand never made contact. I checked my wrist, 11:30 prime lunchtime. There was a Sichuan spot right across the park. Sister Ningbing vouched for it and had secured a table before we even started. After the game wrapped, the whole squad migrated over. Sichuan is our collective obsession. Everyone feasted until they were entering a food coma. Yang Jian's tribute was a voice-activated music box. Wei Yan handed over a custom paperweight made of some exotic, faintly scented resin. When it was Bai Ling Miao's turn, she produced a red box that looked heavy with meaning. She popped the lid in front of the group to reveal a portrait of me. It was a snapshot of my high school self clutching a massive backpack perched on some stairs and looking up with eyes full of pure radiance. I was looking at her specifically, her dominating the badminton court. The crew, clueless about the history, burst into laughter, saying it was a masterpiece that captured my kid energy perfectly. A spike of irritation pierced my chest. What's Bai Ling Miao's endgame here? She's been acting out of character lately. Is she losing her mind over Xiaoyan? I debated just shoving the drawing back in her face. Sister Ningbing reached out, snatched the sketch, and tucked it into her clutch. Solid art. I'll safeguard this for you. And here's my contribution. See if it's your style. She slid a square purple box toward me. I carefully lifted the cover. A sleek black key bracelet rested inside. The craftsmanship was top-tier, elegant, bold, and modern. Do you like it? I actually handled the design myself. I'm obsessed, seriously? I was floored. She had actually custom designed this just for me. This was easily the peak and most heartfelt birthday gift I'd received all day. I'm just glad it hit the mark. She beamed, her gaze overflowing with a profound tenderness. By the time the celebration wound down, it was past 2 p.m. The squad started to split. Everyone cleared out except Wei Yan, who stood there clearly waiting for a moment with me. What are you staring at? Get in the car. Sister Ningbing stood her ground, eyeing Wei Yan with sharp suspicion. I smiled and said, give me a sec. She might have something she needs to get off her chest. She's up to no good. Sister Ningbing pouted, looking like a toddler denied a treat. It was actually pretty adorable. I told her to take a seat in the car first. I turned to Wei Yan. Hua Wang, I had this whole speech ready, but seeing that girl Bai Ling Miao made me lose my filter and trash your birthday. I'm so sorry. Wei Yan looked genuinely crushed by guilt. Forget it. It's ancient history. We're old friends, no need for the formal apology. Li Hua Wang. Her vibe shifted instantly as she used my full name. There were 1,000 suppressed emotions swirling in her eyes. Complexities I couldn't even begin to decipher. I'm leaving and I'm not coming back. I crushed on you for so many years, but I couldn't even get you to notice me. I guess the stars just didn't align. I wrote you 11 letters in high school, and every single one was a piece of my soul, but they all just evaporated. You were so good to me back then. Everyone else treated me like a pariah because of my weight, but you were always there with a smile. And never judged me. I trusted Bai Ling Miao to deliver those letters, but I never got a ping back. Not even a rejection. At the time, I told myself, you were just being kind, that you didn't want to break my heart. It wasn't until I came back this winter that I realized she'd hijacked every single one. She told people I wasn't in your league. Everyone knew you were head over heels for her, but my feelings were too strong. So I just kept writing over and over. I was paralyzed. She'd actually loved me all those years. My shock must have been visible because she gave a bittersweet smile. I was livid when I found out the why. I wanted to tear her apart, but so much time has passed that a confrontation felt hollow. I haven't stepped foot back here in years, and it wasn't until yesterday that I realized you two weren't even a thing. Wei Yan, I honestly had no clue about those letters. I'm so sorry for leaving you in the dark. I only stayed behind to clear the air, not to guilt trip you. Bai Ling Miao isn't worth your time, but you'll definitely find your person. You too, Wei Yan, you're going to find that. One guy who actually deserves you. She flagged a cab and slid inside. The afternoon sun caught her face, but it didn't look bright. I saw a teardrop glisten in the corner of her eye. Her gaze was heavy with sorrow. Will we cross paths again? I managed a fragile smile. It's a small world. She waved a final goodbye and vanished into the traffic. I stood there, staring at the empty street for a long time. Into the car. Stay there any longer, and you'll grow moss. Sister Ningbing marched over with a dark expression and seized my arm. The car pulled away smoothly. Bai Ling Miao, give me my letters back. I loomed over her sofa, vibrating with rage as I demanded my property. She didn't even flinch as she looked up. That's all ancient history now. What could you possibly want with them? That's none of your damn business. Just hand them over. Hua Wang, it's not like you actually have feelings for Wei Yan. How I feel is my cross to bear. Cut the crap and give me the letters. I'm done wasting my time on you. Her eyes turned cold. You really want to know what she wrote that badly? Come on, you're a grown man. And you're still clinging to that middle school nonsense. Irrelevant, hand them over. I'm finished with your games. When dealing with her, I had zero patience left in the tank. She sat there staring me down for an eternity before retreating to her room. She emerged with a blue box and slapped it on the table. There, it's all there. I flipped it open to find a stack of envelopes. One was labeled to Hua Wang. I cracked it open. It was from Wei Yan, featuring a cute chubby doodle. I took the box home and pulled out that first letter. Just as I was about to dive in, there was a frantic knock at the door. I opened it to find Sister Ningbing. You need something. I blocked the entrance, not exactly feeling hospitable. She didn't even wait for an invite. She brushed past me with force. I instinctively dodged, and she used the opening to invade. She sat exactly where I'd been and snatched up the letter. Dear Hua Wang. I lunged over, clapping a hand over her mouth, while the other hand reclaimed the letter to shove it back in the box. I asked with a forced laugh if she wanted a drink. Hey, those are all from the Wei girl. She pried my hand away, her eyes still hunting for the box. I assume so. I haven't had a second to read them. So many years have passed. Why even dig this up? Do you actually have a thing for her? She arched a brow, her gaze scanning my face like a high-powered spotlight. Sister Ningbing, that's out of line. My feelings are irrelevant. My property should be in my hands. Leaving it with someone else is just disrespectful. Even if they're trash, I should be the one to toss them. Why let Bai Ling Miao keep the trophy? Fine, I'm heading out anyway, I'll just dump them for you. Saves you the trip. Later, before I could even process, she snatched the box and every letter I hadn't even skimmed and marched out. Senior year, first semester, Dad had a minor heart scare and was bedridden for a month. Mom was a wreck, nearly crying herself into a coma. It was my peak season before my internship, so I was stuck at school. I could only watch him fade in a hospital bed through pixelated video calls every day. He didn't even have the juice to stand up. Mom was falling apart at home, and I was a mental ghost at school, calling 20 times a day just to hear he was breathing. I was a ticking time bomb, totally unstable. I wanted to bolt home. But Mom shut it down. She told me to stay on the grind, saying my return would only stress Dad out more. Sister Ning Bing was my rock, staying by my side until Dad finally called me himself. The moment he said he'd made a full recovery, the weight finally lifted off my chest. I was buzzing with relief, dragging Sister Ning Bing out for a massive BBQ feast to celebrate Dad's clean bill of health. Meanwhile, my old classmates were already scattering to every corner of the country. 4 years of college vanished in a heartbeat. Armed with top-tier grades, I was scouted for grad school. Worried about my father's health, I chose a master's program at Capital University just to stay within striking distance of home. That way, if any drama went down, I could be back in an instant. During my senior winter break, we finally leveled up to a new house. The Lee and Bai families officially ended their 20-year streak of being next-door neighbors. We went our separate ways, though. My mom was too sentimental to sell the old place because of her garden. She still drifts back there for a night or two just for the vibes. In Dad's words, keep both houses to switch up the scenery. The travel van pulled up to the curb where our 4 empty nesters were already waiting. We're home. I was the first to bail out of the car. My boy is back. Get inside quick. Your mom's been a whirlwind in the kitchen since dawn prepping your favorites. Dad gave a frantic wave as Auntie Bai beamed, snatching my hand. You bet hearing you were coming for New Year's had us all hyped. While we were busy vibing over the reunion, Bai Ling Miao and Fang Yuan rolled up to the gate with their luggage. The second Auntie Bai saw Fang Yuan, her smile did a total vanishing act. Fang Yuan tried to play it cool with a greeting, but she hit him with a cold one-word response before ghosting him. Despite the cringeworthy tension, Fang Yuan just gritted his teeth and stayed put. Talk about having skin like a rhino. Inside everyone, the hot pot's been bubbling for ages. Mom steered me with one hand and Ning Bing with the other. Bai Ling Miao tried to tail us after a nod from Fang Yuan, but Ning Bing just curled her lip in pure disgust. Wrong house, sweetie. Go find your own mother and stay in your lane. With that, she followed my mom straight through our door. As the door clicked shut, I caught a glimpse of our neighbors looking at me with total confusion. Did their daughter lose her mind? How do you manage to walk into the wrong house on your own doorstep? Sister Ning Bing, why are you invading my house? Didn't you just tell them to stay in their own lanes? Did you take a wrong turn? I craned my neck to look at her, tossing my jacket toward the laundry basket. She scrubbed her hands and marched into the kitchen, conjuring a box from nowhere and lining up bottles on the spice rack. Didn't you say you were dying for my secret sauce? Well, yeah, but shouldn't you make it and then go home to eat? Your sister brought the son-in-law home. Isn't this supposed to be your big family reunion? I leaned against the doorframe, mesmerized by the rhythm of Ning Bing prep work. Proof that when someone is this stunning, even making sauce is a cinematic masterpiece. She didn't miss a beat, head tilted down, only cutting her eyes up to give me a playful glare. Mom immediately gave my forehead a light flick. What kind of talk is that? Your sister Ning Bing bought the groceries, simmered the broth all morning, picked you up, and now she's making your sauce. Where's your gratitude? Ning Bing finished the spread with lightning speed and the 4 of us dove into the feast. Just as the vibes reached their peak, Bai Ling Miao came knocking. Our new place has that open concept layout where the living room and kitchen just flow together. The front door is positioned at a sharp angle to the dining area. Basically, anyone at the door has a front row seat to our dinner. I got up to deal with the intruder. Bai Ling Miao claimed she was there to drag Ning Bing back for dinner. Fang Yuan was lurking behind her, trying to peer into our dining room. Can I help you with something? I asked, my voice dripping with irritation. Making it crystal clear I wasn't in the mood for small talk. Li Hua Wang, I'm just here for my sister. Dinner is served at our place, so why isn't she back yet? With that, Bai Ling Miao actually tried to push her way inside. You have eyes, don't you? Why ask the obvious? Is your vision failing? Or is it your brain? I blocked her path, refusing to let her cross the threshold. I wasn't letting anyone ruin this hot pot. Li Hua Wang, what is your problem? We really just came for Ningbing. My mom even saved a portion for you. If you don't want to eat with us, fine, but blocking us from seeing her is just out of line. Classic pick-me energy, pretending she's here for me just to score a free meal, then trying to flip the script and make me the villain. Sister Ningbing, your sister and her plus one, are here to escort you to their dinner. I held the door firm and shouted back toward the table. Ningbing had heard the whole thing, of course. She was just playing deaf. Hearing her name, she dabbed her lips with a napkin, stood up slowly, and glided over to stop right behind me. Her tone was sharp with impatience. I already told mom and dad I'm eating here. Go back. Unless the house is on fire, don't bother me. Don't even call. I'll head back when I'm good and ready. I know the way. Without another word, Ningbing slammed the door shut, locking that scandalous duo out of our world. My dad had a few too many and was already feeling the glow. Mom had to navigate him back to the bedroom, leaving me to face a kitchen that looked like a disaster zone. Staring at the carnage of plates and broth, I felt like crying. I didn't even know where to start. In the end, Ningbing swooped in like a hero, guiding me through the cleanup of this grand catastrophe. Looking at the sparkling counters, I couldn't help but sigh. Sister Ningbing, you're an angel. I wonder what lucky guy will get to have you by his side for life. The next morning, a barrage of phone notifications jolted me awake. The high school group chat was absolutely blowing up. Our class pres was finally back in town and wanted to rally everyone in South City for a lunch hang. Ningbing dropped me and Bailing Miao at the restaurant before taking off, telling me to ping her when the chaos ended. A reunion should be simple, just checking in and vibing over old memories. But there are always a few clout chasers who ruin the soup, flexing their success and salary until it turns into a toxic competition. If I'd known it would devolve into a measuring contest, I would have stayed in bed. While they were busy drowning in drinks and ego, I found a loophole and slipped out to the balcony. This restaurant was the exact spot where Bailing Miao first debuted Fang Yuan to her family. Years had passed and the decor had shifted so much I barely recognized it. Much like how I'm still Li Hua Wang and she's still Bailing Miao, but the timeline had ensured we were no longer those people. I hadn't even been out there 10 minutes before someone tracked me down. For the first time in nearly 6 years, Bailing Miao was sitting right next to me, close enough that I could catch that familiar scent. Too bad that old spark had cooled into dead stagnant water. It's too loud in there. She handed me a Sprite with a soft practiced smile, her face a mask of total composure. I wasn't looking for a fight, so I took it but didn't crack the seal. Sister Ningbing had basically banned me from sugary sodas, and after all this time the habit stuck. I just set it aside. Did you need something? Bailing Miao met my eyes for a split second before her gaze darted away. She stared at a hairline fracture in the floor tiles for an eternity before finally speaking. It's been years, but I realized I owe you a massive apology, Li Hua Wang. Don't stop me, just let me get it all out. It's been eating me alive. Every time I look back, it feels like my heart is being shredded. I gave a simple nod. Fine. Speak your piece. What happened back then? I was too impulsive. I ignored your feelings, and that's on me. It wasn't actually about you. I just loathed the way the adults tried to force us together. Feeling like your life is scripted by someone else is suffocating. I've spent years wondering why I had to be so heartless. After everyone left that day, my parents absolutely went nuclear on me. I calmed down eventually and knew I was wrong, but I couldn't stand their logic. I felt like I had to break free at any cost. I don't know what possessed me. I truly regret it. And those 2 times you got hurt, they could have been avoided. I put you through so much hell. It's ancient history. Why bring it up? I'm not holding a grudge. I gave her a detached smile. It really was over. Looking back now, I couldn't even remember the flavor of that old humiliation. She gave a hollow laugh, head bowed. Ending up with Fang Yuan was a total accident. I think it was pouring rain that day. He didn't have an umbrella and took a nasty fall sitting there totally drenched and alone. I figured we were classmates, so I'd help out. I don't even know how I got caught in his orbit. He was a pariah in class. Nobody liked him. He just looked so pathetic. It took being with him to realize that his nice guy act was just camouflage. In reality, he's incredibly bitter, especially towards you. I saw his hostility. I wasn't blind. And I warned him 1,000 times, but he'd just say he had nothing else, only me. He became a toxic obsession. Do you get it? Hua Wang, that's your drama. You don't need me to understand it. If it works for you, fine. My opinion doesn't matter. Bailing Miao stared into my soul, searching for the real emotion behind my words. Hua Wang, you were really hurting back then, weren't you? Her voice dropped, becoming a shade of gentle I'd never heard before. Hurt. Why would I be? You must be hearing things. It's been way too long. I've moved on truly. Bai Ling Miao froze, then gave a faint, empty smile as she fell silent. Bai Ling Miao. Since you've already bet your entire future on Xiaoyan, then cherish him. After enduring the silence for a while, I was the first to bail. Our history ended right there. Even after sliding into Sister Ningbing's car, the tension on her face hadn't dialed down. Ningbing shot me a questioning look, demanding to know what went down. I just signaled back that I was clueless. I truly couldn't fathom the source of her dark mood. It definitely wasn't triggered by the chat I just had. One afternoon, under a gloomy sky, a light drizzle began to fall. I sat at my desk, meticulously coloring a final draft. My phone suddenly screamed for attention. I snatched it up and saw a call from Sister Ningbing, who had been ghosting me for days. Sister Ningbing, you haven't picked up or replied to a single text in ages. I thought you'd vanished. I was seconds away from filing a missing persons report. Her laughter vibrated through the line, so velvety it made my heart skip a beat. Huowang, get downstairs. I glanced up at the previously depressing sky. The rain had vanished into thin air, leaving behind a deep, intoxicating blue. Come down. I've got a surprise waiting. I grabbed my jacket, threw it on haphazardly, and bolted down the stairs. The post-rain air was incredibly crisp. Beneath the canopy of dark green trees, a familiar silhouette caught my eye, making the world brighten instantly. Sister Ningbing, what are you doing here? Seeing her so out of the blue sent my adrenaline spiking. Truly, I never knew pure bliss felt like this. It had been nearly 3 months since our last encounter. For someone who had leaned on her just to survive at Linyu for 3 years, the withdrawal was brutal. I was hardwired to wake up to her, breakfast is ready, texts, used to having her as my daily shadow. I figured you were dying without me, so I showed up. Well, did you actually miss me? Sister Ningbing, I missed you like crazy. What took you so long? I babbled happily as we walked. I told her Professor Jin had recruited me for a major competition. The draft was finally locked so she could give me her expert critique. Sister Ningbing just tilted her head and studied me with a smirk, listening to me chatter away like a total fanboy. In those eyes, shimmering like a galaxy, the tenderness was an absolute ocean. I'm 22 now, a grown man by every definition. Usually around my peers and professors, I maintain a refined stoic persona. I'd even heard some underclassmen were trying to mimic my zen aura, but none of them would ever guess that in front of her, I'm just a spoiled brat. To my absolute shock, we ran into Ling Miao on the path. Her gaze dropped straight to my hand, which was locked firmly in Sister Ningbing's grip. I instinctively tried to pull away, but she doubled down, squeezing even tighter. She strolled past with total composure. Sister, Ling Miao finally choked out. Have you eaten yet? Want to tag along? Sister Ningbing asked, her voice light and airy. Ling Miao wavered for a second, then frantically fired off a text and fell in line behind us. The glitz of the capital is on another level compared to Nanchang. High-end spots are on every corner here. Sister Ningbing settled on a Hunan restaurant. The 4-person booth put her and me on one side, leaving Ling Miao to sit in isolation on the other. Sophisticated jazz drifted through the air. The AC was dialed to perfection. I habitually leaned into Sister Ningbing's shoulder to browse the digital menu with her. With her there, Ling Miao's presence was far more bearable. At least I didn't have to endure Xiaoyan's toxic commentary. Before long, we were digging in. Sister Ningbing barely touched her own food. She was too busy piling delicacies onto my plate. Every time I looked up, I caught her gaze pinned tenderly on me. It was quiet, intimate, and warm. It felt like in this tiny bubble, I was the only person in her universe. An unknown emotion was clawing its way through the dirt, ready to bloom. Ling Miao was silent, keeping her head down while she ate, but her expression looked absolutely drained. After some small talk, it hit me that Sister Ningbing had actually wrapped her master's during my freshman year. During my last 3 years of undergrad, she was secretly crushing her PhD. She was always at the grad school because she was a TA for a top professor. I'm such an airhead for never bothering to ask. Then what exactly are you doing at Jingyu? This was the $1,000,000 question. Taking care of a certain puppy and working as a lecturer while I finished my doctorate. Sister Ningbing ruffled my hair without a hint of hesitation. The pure adoration in her eyes hadn't changed one bit. Who are you calling a puppy? I'm clearly a top-tier visual. Catching the hidden vibe in her words, I naturally stepped into the frame she was painting. Fine, Mr. Handsome. Our Huo Wang really has glowed up, hasn't he? Ling Miao looked up at me, then shifted her glare to Sister Ningbing. Why did you keep Mom and Dad in the dark about a massive move like this? Sister Ningbing didn't even blink as she added more food to my stash. What's to tell? They wouldn't get the nuances anyway. Even if I'd consulted them, I'm the one calling the shots. Besides, I know they'll be thrilled. After all, they've always felt guilty about Huo Wang. Knowing I'm looking after him will finally give them some peace of mind. Ling Miao went dead silent. She watched our intimacy with a frigid stare, then went back to aggressively stuffing her face in a sulk. Mid-meal, I happened to glance back and spotted Xiaoyan standing outside, his eyes burning a hole through Ling Miao. The irritation was instant. I sharply tapped the table with my chopsticks to snap her out of it. Ling Miao looked rattled to see him there, then grabbed her phone to make an exit. Honestly, seeing that guy makes me physically nauseous. I couldn't help but drop a cold truth bomb. Ling Miao, let's just make this our last meeting. Ever. She stood frozen with her back to me for a long, heavy silence, said nothing, and then vanished. Finally, it's over. Sister Ningbing swirled her glass and asked me with a tilted head, cutting ties for real. Please, that bridge burned ages ago. Ever since that mid-autumn festival, when she branded me shameless and told me to get lost, we were done. She smirked. So what's the move for the future? Heh. Obviously, I'm going to cast a wide net and see who's worth the catch. My gaze locked onto her face as I searched for that other half who'd love me with the same intensity. Sister Ningbing's hand midway to her lips suddenly went rigid. She turned to lock eyes with me, her gaze shimmering. Then her lips curled into a smile. That look was an absolute heartstopper. My pulse skipped several beats. Sister Ningbing was officially on the faculty at Jingyu, and today was her day one. She was swamped and had zero time for me. Since my evening was wide open, I took a solo stroll through the wooded corridor after dinner. When I first moved here, I realized this place was a carbon copy of the Rose Corridor back at Linyu. I couldn't stop myself from visiting, and eventually it became a ritual. If I missed a day, it felt like a piece of me was missing. I guess I'm just loyal to a fault. When I fall for a lifetime. Ling Miao was just a glitch in my system. Looking back, maybe what I felt for her wasn't even real love, but more like a good boy's duty to his parents, a simple appreciation for something aesthetically pleasing. After 30 minutes of walking, I was turning back when Ling Miao materialized. She'd clearly been camping out for me, after the hell she and Xiaoyan put me through. The psychological scarring was deep. The lingering trauma meant that seeing either of them made my skin crawl. I hadn't seen them stirring up any drama lately, so I figured we could exist in the same zip code in peace. I didn't expect a double dose of her in one day. I turned to walk away, but she sprinted to cut me off. Li Huo Wang, are you seriously dodging me? Ling Miao, how many times do I have to say it? We're done meeting. Even if we pass each other on the street, let's just act like total strangers. Okay? Why didn't you used to live for following me around? Like you said, that was the past. And for that past, I've already officially apologized in front of the whole family. Stop hunting me down. It's beyond annoying. I'm sick of this cycle. I snarled, my fuse finally hitting the end. The agitation in my chest was redlining. Ling Miao's entire body recoiled, her eyes drowning in a deep, hollow sadness. Only after the words left my mouth did I realize I'd just served her the exact same cold energy she once gave me. It hit me then, the wound she'd inflicted had completely healed. Ling Miao is just a background character in my story now. Nothing more. Anyway, I'm out. Don't come looking for me again. I turned on my heel, totally fed up. Huo Wang, wait. Her voice was a fragile, pleading whisper. If you've got something to say, spit it out so we can end this for good. I just need to know, are you and my sister actually together? I turned back, genuinely baffled. She looked like a wreck, yet she was intensely scanning my every micro-expression. What if we are? What if we aren't? No matter who I choose, it's got absolutely zero to do with you. Huo Wang, I'm just telling you that you and my sister are a terrible match. She's way older than you. Whether we're a match is strictly between me and Sister Ningbing. It's none of your business. You don't get a vote. I know I don't have the right to call the shots, but you can be with anyone except my sister. If I want her, I'll be with her. So what? How does that even touch your life? Ling Miao, are you delusional? Get lost. Maybe my delivery was too aggressive. Because she studied me for a few more beats before turning to slowly fade from my sight. A perfectly good night trashed by her. I hadn't even taken 5 steps back toward my dorm when Sister Ningbing materialized, enjoying the show from the shadows. I grumbled, my mood soured. After all these years, her habit of eavesdropping around every corner was still alive and well. I wouldn't call it eavesdropping. I came here specifically to find you. I just didn't expect to trip over Ling Miao. I was worried my presence would keep you from being honest, so I had to stay ghost for a minute. Like I'd ever buy that story. I grumbled under my breath. Are you finally clocked out? How do you even find the time to hunt me down? Not quite. I've got to head back and keep grinding in a bit. I just needed to see what my Huo Wang was up to, otherwise I'm a total nervous wreck. Pairing that with Ling Miao's recent jab, my face actually started to burn. Sister Ningbing dropped me off at the dorm before heading back to the grind. She told me to crash early and promised a lunch date tomorrow. The next morning, I was up with the sun. For once, I actually hit the track for a legit morning workout, only to collide with Ling Miao and Xiaoyan again. I was just minding my business, but they headed straight for me, making an escape impossible. I desperately wanted to pull the I don't know them card. Xiao Yan actually sprinted over, flashing a fake grin while trying to grab my arm. Repulsed, I shook him off and recoiled a few steps, tracking his every move like a hawk. Talk from over there. Keep your hands off me. We aren't buddies. Xiaoyan's skin is thicker than a vault door. My cold shoulder didn't faze him at all. He enthusiastically closed the gap again. Today's my birthday. Miao Miao and I want to treat you to a feast. Huo Wang, don't blow us off. Hard pass. I've already got plans with Sister Ningbing. You two have fun. Sister Ningbing will be there too, won't she? Miao Miao. Xiaoyan turned and threw a smirk at Ling Miao. She remained a total ice queen. She stayed silent for a painful eternity before forcing a muffled out. If Sister Ningbing is going, then fine. Just text me the coordinates. She's her sister and his future sister-in-law after all. I couldn't let Sister Ningbing take the heat. For her sake, I'll suffer through this meal. After my morning lectures, Sister Ningbing called, saying she was tied up and would be running late, so she told me to head over first. I tracked down the spot using the address Xiaoyan sent. When I walked in, Ling Miao and Xiaoyan were already camped out. Xiaoyan was scowling like he was carrying the weight of the world. Ling Miao was softly coddling him. It's your birthday, babe. Turn that frown upside down. My gut told me this meal was going to be toxic. The second I sat down, Xiaoyan started his act. Miao Miao, why don't you talk to Huo Wang? I'm seriously losing sleep over this. If you've got something to say, just spit it out. Skip the dramatic build-up. I snapped. Ling Miao went quiet for a beat, clearly calculating her words. Huo Wang, since you've never actually had a girlfriend, Xiaoyan is feeling really insecure. Why don't you just find someone? For real, Huo Wang, there are some absolute smoke shows in the underclassmen ranks. Want me to play wingman? Xiaoyan twisted the knife, not satisfied with just one jab. I have a classmate who caught a glimpse of you recently. And she was totally vibing with your look. They begged me to set you guys up. Ling Miao swiped through her phone, pulled up a contact, and shoved it in my face. Here's the number. I let out a mental scoff. So they're trying to force feed me a girlfriend. I guess my single status is an eyesore to their perfect romance. Didn't she just claim yesterday that I wasn't in Sister Ningbing's league? Now she's desperate to get me off the market. Is she terrified I'll actually end up with her sister, so she's scrambling to pawn me off on someone else? Are you two psycho? Whether I'm single or not has zero impact on your lives. Get over yourselves. Fuming. I swiped the teacup right off the table. Huo Wang, don't lose your cool. Xiaoyan is just feeling vulnerable. I'm not forcing a relationship on you, I just think it's time you had someone by your side to look after you. Whether Xiaoyan feels vulnerable is on you. Ling Miao, not me. I have Sister Ningbing to look after me. Stay in your lane and stop trying to storyboard my life. Just back off. I truly didn't expect that Ling Miao would stoop this low just to soothe Xiaoyan. You two play house, I'll stay a bachelor, how does that even touch your world? I turned to bail. Ling Miao kept shouting my name. But I ghosted her completely and sprinted all the way back to campus. The long corridor was a ghost town. I sat in a dark corner, simmering in my own rage. Sister Ning Bing tracked me down and slid into the spot beside me. What went down? Talk to me. She coaxed gently. I took a jagged breath to steady my nerves. Ling Miao claims my being single makes Xiaoyan feel insecure, so she's pressuring me to get a girlfriend. Should I just go grab one then? You're 22, it is high time you'd have found a partner. Just because they told me to, I should just do it. Why should I jump through their hoops? The more I chew on it, the more I want to explode. I'm just stating facts. You being single. We both know the reason. But the world is going to think you're still pinning for Ling Miao. People will label you like that. I grumbled. I never looked at it that way. But if that's the vibe, then maybe I really should move on. But a girlfriend isn't something you just pluck off a shelf. How am I supposed to just manifest one besides? If I'm looking, I'm finding someone 100 times better than Ling Miao just to make Xiaoyan eat his heart out. Your standards are pretty astronomical, aren't they? Sister Ning Bing teased, her eyes dancing with mischief. So where am I supposed to find this mythical goddess right now? She suddenly locked eyes with me, our gazes colliding. Isn't there one standing right in front of you? Why not take a shot? Right in front of me was Sister Ning Bing. My face went full-blown crimson instantly. I jerked my gaze away, not daring to hold her stare. But you're like my sister. Am I, though? Her eyes were overflowing with a deep tenderness, and she looked dead serious. Huo Wang, if you want to ruin Xiaoyan's day, the ultimate power move is to marry me. Force them both to call you brother-in-law every single day. You can lecture them with total authority and they won't be able to say a word right. She was so incredibly soft and her words made my heart drum against my ribs like a maniac. My throat went bone dry. I was desperate for an ice-cold drink to stop the internal meltdown. The offer was pure bait. And a part of me was screaming to say yes. But you don't even like me like that. Have I not been loud enough? I've been into you for 22 years and that flame has never flickered. I was catatonic, staring at her in shock. In her eyes, I saw that tiny version of myself reflected again. I'd had a gut feeling about her vibes, but I never had the audacity to believe it. But looking back at the puzzle pieces, the doting, the infinite patience, the protective care, and the raw love she poured into me, everything was screaming that she was all in. Even though her logic was flawless, pivoting the sister Ning Bing I've always leaned on into a girlfriend felt like a total system shock. Huolo Wang, do you honestly think I'm a downgrade from Ling Miao? She sounded genuinely wounded. No, I didn't mean it like that. Don't even go there. Her confession was a total ambush. My brain was pure static. Sister Ning Bing is an absolute queen. She's probably the only woman who's treated me with that level of devotion besides my own mother. For 2 decades, I've been addicted to her presence, but that was under the sister label. If we crossed that line, I didn't know if I could still be my authentic self around her. Plus, she's Ling Miao's literal blood. Back in the day, the drama between me and Ling Miao was the school's favorite soap opera. If I started dating her sister now, the internet would break once the news leaked. Sister Ning Bing, I need some serious time to process this. Her expression flickered with a shadow of disappointment for a split second. Suddenly, everything clicked. After I hit 15, she became a ghost. Back then, Auntie always claimed she was so swamped, she was never home. I bought the busy excuse, but now I see she was just running from her feelings for me. During your senior year, every time I checked in, I tried every trick in the book to figure out your college list. I grilled my mom, Ling Miao, even your mom. They all swore you were headed for Jingyu. Honestly, I was praying for a miracle. That you'd pick Lin Yu instead. That way, I could be there for every milestone and watch you level up. The day the results dropped, I'd already braced myself for the news you were Jingyu bound. With your brain, you were a shoo-in, but I still clung to that 1 in a million hope and asked where you landed. The moment I heard you got into Lin Yu, I absolutely lost it. I've never felt that kind of peak euphoria. Huo Wang, these last 3 years have been a dream come true. Forget it. If you're dead set on Ling Miao, I'll play wingman for you as long as it brings you peace. My chest started to tighten again. I didn't know if after the whole Ling Miao shipwreck, I still had the guts to actually love someone for real. I was terrified that if we crashed and burned as a couple, I'd lose my sister forever too. Sister Ning Bing gave my head a reassuring pat. It's okay. Just delete everything I just said from your memory. Pretend it was a glitch. I'm still your sister and you're still the little brother I raised. I'll keep looking out for you. On your terms in a way that doesn't make things weird. My childhood friend just spotted the ink on my hand. One character spelled Li and the other was Bai. Our last names etched together, but seeing it, she just looked annoyed. Her eyes dripping with pure irritation. Why do you always pull these stunts just to satisfy your own ego? Even if you inked my full name on your skin, I wouldn't feel a thing. I stayed dead silent, but her sister's icy composed voice cut through the air from behind us. Hate to break it to you, but that tattoo is for me. Sister Ning Bing, it's not about Ling Miao or the past. It's just, I'm struggling to figure out if what I feel for you is actually love or just comfort. So I need a moment to process this. Sister Ning Bing, can you give me some space to think? Sister Ning Bing gave a soft nod and agreed. Then my stomach decided to growl ungratefully. Sister Ning Bing let out a giggle and offered to take me for a bite. We stepped out of the corridor, shoulder to shoulder. We settled on my favorite rice noodle joint for lunch. I sat across from her waiting for the spread, but every time I looked up, I'd collide with her gaze eyes absolutely brimming with adoration. I tried scrolling through my phone to look busy. Unfortunately, my brain didn't register a single syllable on the screen. The steam rose as the food arrived. I gripped my chopsticks and dove in. The noodles were as aromatic as ever, but since the woman across from me was no longer just Sister Ning Bing, the vibe was totally different. After polishing off 2 bowls, a warmth spread through my chest and my mood finally caught a break. The toxic fog left by Bai Ling Miao and Xiaoyan had finally burned off. With no afternoon classes on the schedule, Sister Ning Bing dropped me back at the dorm post-lunch. Once inside, I dropped the bombshell in the dorm group chat. It was like a tactical nuke went off. The chat exploded into a frenzy instantly. Kai Xiaokun, the most impatient of the bunch, ditched typing to spam voice notes. He finally bagged the goddess. I knew it. You finally grew a brain. I was about to burst. The entire planet could see the goddess was into you, only you were dense enough to stay clueless, treating her like a literal sister. You're as thick as a brick. We bystanders were so stressed out, we wanted to physically shake some sense into you. Too bad the goddess swore us to secrecy. She made us gatekeep it for years. My liver actually aches from holding that in. I stared at the ceiling speechless and borderline misty-eyed. So everyone was in on it. No wonder back when I tried to play wingman with a love letter for a senior, Sister Ning Bing iced me out for days. The puzzle pieces finally fit. Lying there that night, sleep was a lost cause. Cinematic flashes of all the days and nights I'd spent with Sister Ning Bing over the years played on loop behind my eyelids. Revisiting moments I once thought were just mundane, especially after hitting adulthood, it's clear that every single interaction left a breadcrumb trail. Maybe Sister Ning Bing, becoming my girl isn't the impossible feat I imagined. Ding A notification lit up the dark Huo Wang sweet dreams. Counting down the seconds until you make my wish a reality, my face went radioactive. I felt like I was being played like a fiddle again. Sister Ning Bing's directness always leaves a dating rookie like me feeling totally outmatched. After a beat, I messaged my mom. For a move this big, I needed a parental gut check. Mom, is it weird to date someone 6 years older? 2 minutes later, she fired back. Spill it. What exactly happened between you and Bai Ning Bing? Is there a secret I'm missing? My pulse quickened. Great, the cat's out of the bag. Mom is as sharp as a razor. Mom, can Sister Ning Bing be my girlfriend? This time, the silence was agonizing. She must have gone into a 10-minute war room session with my dad. I was drifting off when the chime finally hit. In principle, after the last disaster, your parents didn't want you tangled with the Bai family again. But your heart belongs to you. We can offer guidance, not script your life, follow your soul. Copy that. Thanks, Mom. Friday afternoon was a ghost town for classes, so I snagged a flight to Nanchang. Over breakfast, I broke the news to Sister Ning Bing. She pointed out it wasn't a holiday and the 2-day round trip was a grind. If it wasn't a crisis, she suggested staying put. I need to clear it with Mom, see if they mind me upgrading from the younger sister to the older one. If that's not important to you, then never mind. I intentionally poked the bear to see her reaction. Sister Ning Bing's face lit up like a neon sign. After 20 years, I'm finally getting an official title. It's been a long road. To make sure this home visit stuck the landing, she decided to tag along. We went stealth mode and headed straight to the old house. It was right by my parents' workplace. They'd been camping out there most of the time lately. 20 years in one spot creates a massive sentimental anchor. My dad swung the door open. Seeing me and sister Ning Bing standing together, the word scandal was practically tattooed on his forehead. His eyes bulged like he'd just discovered a new continent. For once, he dropped the dignified professor act and, in a total panic, losing a slipper in the process, sprinted to the kitchen to drag my mom out. Mom, armed with a cleaning rag and degreaser, was equally catatonic from the shock. I dropped my bags and gave them the unfiltered reason for the visit. Maybe I was a bit too blunt. Sister Ning Bing stood there buzzing with anticipation, while my parents looked incredibly rattled. I didn't get the vibe. Just, give me a straight shot, yes or no. Why the awkward silence? Dad stepped into his head of the house persona and called the first official family summit. The four of us hit the sofa. Sister Ning Bing gave a detailed sit rep to my parents. Mom and Dad sat shoulder to shoulder, exchanging looks and having a silent conversation. Finally, Mom let out a heavy sigh and spoke with a helpless laugh. What kind of mess have you kids gotten into? Seriously, what's the deal? First the little sister, now the big sister. You've got our heads spinning. Dad chimed in, clearly, having no spine of his own. Auntie Uncle, if Ling Miao and Hua Wang were still a thing, I would never be the homewrecker who tears them apart. But they're over, and I'm truly in love with Hua Wang. My parents, being veterans of life, could see the raw sincerity in her. They both pouted and retreated to the kitchen. They claimed that since we'd traveled so far, they had to cook up a feast to nourish me, saying I'd gone thin. I knew the parental boss fight was won. The rest is up to me and sister Ning Bing. I hovered by the kitchen door to eavesdrop. Wife, what's the verdict? What do you mean Ning Bing isn't a flight risk like Ling Miao? She's way more than our silly boy deserves. If we'd picked her years ago, our son wouldn't have had to endure so much trauma. Facts. I'm with you then. A symphony of clattering pans erupted. Sister Ning Bing let out a breath she'd been holding, then turned to me with a smirk. The final boss is you. I decided to play hard to get. The trial period is over. Now begins the probation phase. Sister Ning Bing bared her teeth playfully. You little brat, you're playing tough, but you owe me some motivation. How I'm a rookie at motivation? She studied me for a beat, then slowly tilted her head toward mine. Her soft lips pressed against my forehead in a tender kiss. Think of this as your official seal of approval. After the kiss, she hit the eject button and sat bolt upright on the sofa, suddenly very interested in my room's decor. When Mom peeked in, she walked into a weird scene, me sitting there like a stunned idiot, and Sister Ning Bing looking like a statue. I didn't want a staring contest, so I decided to make her suffer a little. Sister Ning Bing, why don't you head home? If your folks find out you skipped your own house, they'll be livid. Securing the in-laws is priority one. At a critical juncture like this, parents can wait. What if your folks hadn't blessed this? All my grinding would be for nothing. I played it off as a joke, but the anxiety was real. After all, the whole Bai Ling Miao drama had left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. Even though the families were still cool, the vibe was different. What if Auntie trying to save face blocked us, and then there was the Ling Miao factor? Oh, she's... Looking back, that was just a juvenile crush at best, dead and buried. But with Sister Ning Bing, my heart is actually on the line. We can't just walk away from this. Auntie was so disgusted by Bai Ling Miao dating Xiao Yan. She'd told my mom repeatedly she wanted us to try again. I'd shut it down hard, now pivoting to her big sister. How would she take it, stressed? She gave me a look. Her adoration written in bold letters. Are you that terrified you won't get to marry me? I pouted. Who's terrified? I was just making an observation. My days with Sister Ning Bing were a total blur of joy. Suddenly, it was New Year's. School gave us a 3-day pass. Xiao Yan claimed family business and his mom was whisking him back to North City. They bailed on the morning of the 31st. Bai Ling Miao played escort to the airport. Sister Ning Bing told her folks that winter break was right around the corner. If nothing was happening at home, she wasn't going back for New Year's. To avoid the holiday travel grind. On the night of the 31st, students who were sticking around were getting dolled up to ring in the year. My plan with Sister Ning Bing was dinner, then the amusement park, and finally hitting the square for the big countdown. Before we could leave, Bai Ling Miao cornered us, whining about being lonely and bored, begging to tag along. Neither of us was hyped. Nobody wants a third wheel on a date. But she is her sister. We couldn't just ditch her, so we had to drag this shadow along for the ride. We hit the amusement park around 9 p.m. Usually it's a ghost town by then. Right now, the amusement park entrance is a mosh pit of bodies, mostly students. Practically everyone is brandishing a neon light stick. Sister Ning Bing snagged a purple one for me too. This is my debut, New Year's Eve like this, and my grin is permanent. Clutching my gear, I nudged Ling Miao to snap a memento of me and Sister Ning Bing. As she took the phone to frame the shot, in that fleeting microsecond, a familiar silhouette flickered in my peripheral vision. My heart nearly hammered out of my ribs. It was Xiao Yan, and the girl at his side. I'd recognize that heartbreak personified, even if she were reduced to ashes. Looming right across from us was a hotel. They were making a beeline straight for the lobby, so Xiaoyan's trip to North City was a total fabrication. The whole sob story was just a ploy to play Ling Miao for a fool. In reality, he wanted to clock into the new year with a secret tryst with his side piece. I have to admit, these two lovebirds have some serious audacity. If they were going to play house, couldn't they have picked a zip code further away? Besides, it's only been a few days since Xiaoyan signed that confession. I figured he'd tuck tail and hide, but here he is, chasing chaos again. The guy is a total wild card. It seems Xiaoyan's toxicity has long since corroded him to the core. Maybe showing him mercy was my first mistake. I pivoted to check on Sister Ning Bing, only to find her burning a hole through the pair, her gaze heavy and bone-chilling. Sis, the backlight is trashed, the shot's all blurry. Let's pivot. The moment I heard pivot, I bolted like a startled rabbit, circling her to intercept her path, doing everything in my power to keep her from turning around. Unfortunately, man proposes, but fate laughs. Ling Miao's entire body went rigid, a dead giveaway that she'd spotted them. A cold sweat instantly drenched my back. I shot a frantic look at Sister Ning Bing. What's the play here? Stay frosty, let's see how this drama unfolds, Sister Ning Bing hissed into my ear. Ling Miao stood paralyzed, gawking at them for a beat, before letting out a blood-curdling shriek and charging. By the time Sister Ning Bing and I clawed through the crowd, a full-blown riot had erupted. Ling Miao isn't exactly petite, but she's been a pampered hothouse flower her whole life, all brains and vanity, zero grit. Her combat stats were a joke compared to a taekwondo specialist like that girl. I watched the mistress snap, raining blows on Ling Miao like a psychotic brawler. Spewing venomous insults, she sent Ling Miao eating dirt. Every time Ling Miao clawed her way up to retaliate, she was brutally grounded again, looking absolutely pathetic. As for Xiao Yan, that absolute animal Ling Miao once betrayed her entire bloodline for, he just stood back with his hands in his pockets, spectating the massacre with zero intention of intervening. His coldness chilled me to the marrow. I can't even fathom the betrayal Ling Miao must be swallowing right now. I was stunned. I actually bought into the lie that he loved her, but this was the behavior of a man who didn't give a damn. She was just a placeholder. Clearly, his exchange student gig back at Lin Yu was a lie too. Honestly, Ling Miao earned this. She knew damn well Xiao Yan put a hit on me that was a direct middle finger to the law. A man like Xiao Yan, capable of that, was a ticking time bomb. No one knew when he'd detonate and take everyone down with him. Yet, she still chose to enable him. Ling Miao has no moral compass and Xiao Yan has no soul. They should be locked in a cage together so they stop polluting the world. Isn't this outcome just the karma? She ordered. That's enough. Sister Ning Bing stormed over, snatched the girl's wrist, and sent her flying with a savage shove. She followed up with 2 sharp kicks, leaving the girl sprawling. Recognizing it was Sister Ning Bing, the girl's predatory eyes darted away in fear. She ate those kicks without a word. No matter how feral she is, she's outclassed by Sister Ning Bing. Always has been. That was settled years ago back at Lin Yu. Ning Bing, back off, Xiao Yan bellowed, rushing over to play human shield for the fallen girl. When she was pulverizing Ling Miao, he was a ghost acting like he was blind. But the second his girl gets touched, he's out here playing Captain Save a Ho. The gap between love and indifference is a canyon. Ling Miao's face was a map of bruises. She lay there staring vacantly at the night sky, looking like a marionette with its strings slashed. Ling Miao, talk to me. Sister Ning Bing reached down to hoist her up. Ling Miao wiped the grime from her face and stood on trembling legs with her sister's support. Her gaze was locked onto Xiaoyan like a laser. She hadn't shed a tear while taking a beating, but seeing the boy she sacrificed everything for cradling another girl, the dam finally broke. She stood there, swaying, tears pooling in her shattered eyes. Watching Ling Miao in such raw despair, only one thought surfaced. Her heart is nothing but cold ashes. She watched them clinging to each other and suddenly erupted into a laugh louder and more manic by the second. Retribution? This is pure karma. Her hollow, desperate laughter echoed in front of the hotel. It really was poetic justice. When my heart was overflowing for her, she treated me like dirt. Now that she's desperate for Xiao Yun, he treats her like garbage. The agony Ling Miao is enduring today is in my eyes just the bitter harvest of her own choices. She reached for too much and ended up with zero. Yet even a girl that fine got played. That laugh is haunting, she's snapped. What's wrong with that guy? Why dump a goddess? What a total piece of trash. Whatever the other girl's a smoke show too. Check the fit. She's definitely old money. The mistress was striking and dripping in designer gear, a textbook rich girl. Standing next to the cold, elegant Ling Miao, both were total head turners. They were in the same league. Sister Ningbing, what now? Ling Miao looks completely broken. Pitiful people always have a hateful side. Ling Miao's current rock bottom was paved by her own decisions. I didn't have pity for her, I only felt the weight for Sister Ningbing's sake. This day was an inevitability. Better a sharp sudden trauma than a slow rot. She'll survive. A BMW screeched to the curb. A middle-aged man stepped out and ushered the girl into the back. Xiao Yun didn't even spare Ling Miao a glance before diving in after her, slamming the door as they sped off. Ling Miao watched the BMW bleed into the traffic, and when she couldn't hold the mask any longer, she collapsed. A perfectly good New Year's Eve nuked into total chaos. The light stick was trashed too. As a result, Sister Ningbing and I rang in the new year by Ling Miao's hospital bed. The next morning, I creaked awake on a cramped cot. Sister Ningbing was already there with warm water meticulously cleaning Ling Miao's wounds. Ling Miao's gorgeous face was a mess of scars. It was too dark to see the damage last night, but she was actually pretty mangled. Ling Miao was already conscious. She let Sister Ningbing tend to her in total silence. Those once vibrant eyes were now twin voids. Seeing that betrayal with her own eyes must have nuked her soul. But Sister Ningbing was right. A quick death is better than a slow one. Either way, there was no version of reality where she and Xiao Yun had a happy ending. We had someone pull the CCTV. The mistress started the brawl, so I filed a police report and requested a formal injury assessment. Officers will be here soon for the debrief. Just give it to them straight, Sister Ningbing said. Ling Miao gave a hollow, but didn't move a muscle. After a sleepless night, I was a zombie. Sister Ningbing, taking pity on me, sent me back to the dorms. She told me to crash and said she'd meet me once the hospital drama cleared. It's New Year's Day and I didn't want to spend it alone, but Ling Miao's situation was a mess. When I reached my balcony, Sister Ningbing was still there waving at me from the street. The gloom evaporated the second I saw her. I waved back and watched her car pull away. After a quick scrub, I changed into some cozy loungewear, sent a New Year text to my mom, and collapsed into bed to catch up on some serious sleep. In the afternoon, I woke up to find that both of my parents had sent me massive digital red envelopes. I was so hungry, I was borderline delirious, so I rushed back toward the hospital with my phone weighing down my pocket. The payout for my first Jingyu project had already landed, a fat stack sitting quietly in my account. During those Lin Yu years, the professor and Sister Ningbing put me on so many projects that I'd banked a small fortune. In principle, I don't need the cash, but what my parents sent was different. That was pure, unfiltered love. It was worth infinitely more than anything I'd earned. Sister Ningbing was propped against the headboard with her eyes closed, catching some rest. Noticing me, she smiled and signaled me over. Don't you loathe the smell of hospitals? Why are you back? It's the holiday and the dorm is a ghost town, so I'm here. Sister Ningbing gave me a doting smile, though it was etched with fatigue. I'm running on empty. Ho Wang, can you massage my temples for me? Say no more. I mimicked my dad's technique and started working on her. She really was drained. Her breathing leveled out almost instantly. At some point, Ling Miao drifted awake and wordlessly observed us, her gaze hollow and stripped of any light. Sister Ningbing only managed a 30-minute nap before surfacing. Seeing me still working on her muscles, She tenderly massaged my aching fingers. How are you holding up? Sister Ningbing asked her. Ling Miao ignored the question. You two were in the loop the whole time, weren't you? We traded a silent glance, but kept our lips sealed. Sometimes the silence is deafening. Even without a confession, the truth was carved in stone. Ling Miao's expression remained frozen, a literal, soulless puppet. Since when? When did the lies start? I can't pin the exact date, but I caught on when he slithered into Lin Yu for that exchange. I tried to warn you a dozen times, but you shut me down before I could even breathe. That day in the alley behind the restaurant. I was dead set on exposing it all, but you just cursed me out. Even if I'd screamed the truth, would you have even listened? Ling Miao offered a ghost of a smile followed by a crushing silence. By evening, her parents finally stormed in. Seeing Ling Miao's wrecked state, her mother broke down, instantly wailing that she knew Xiaoyan was bottom-tier trash. She dragged Ling Miao for being blind, saying she earned this pain. Her father just paced the hall, chain-smoking. That was the vibe. But no parent is truly unfazed when their kid is bleeding. Her mother's venom came from a place of shattered love and pure disappointment. Sister Ning Bing and I bailed to grab food, giving them some breathing room. It was New Year's, so most shops had already called it a night. Even the delivery apps were ghosting us. We walked blocks until we hit a high-end spot willing to pack some takeout. By the time we got back, the lecture was still in full swing. How could you be so oblivious to a man's true colors? Huo Wang is top tier and worshipped the ground you walked on, yet you chose this two-timing piece of filth. You wouldn't listen to a damn word. Don't act shocked, this is just karma for how you trashed Huo Wang. I can't even face the past without feeling like I failed that boy. He was such a gem and you shattered him. Thank God he has your sister now. It's the only thing keeping me sane. Look at how much she glows. If you hadn't been so delusional, you'd be the one living this fairy tale right now. Ling Miao stared blankly out the window, whispering, I know, I get it. Her mom kept using me as a weapon, which made my skin crawl with discomfort. Sister Ningbing squeezed my hand a little harder, flashing me a reassuring private smile. She reached out and nudged the door open, acting like she hadn't overheard the drama and set the food on the nightstand. Mom, Dad, go scrub up and get some food in you. Between her physical trauma and the mental collapse, Ling Miao only choked down half a bowl of porridge. The following day at the clinic, the ward felt eerily vacant. Spotted Ling Miao struggling to dial a number, but it seemed she was being sent straight to voicemail. She shoved the phone under her pillow, looking utterly defeated. I put my concoction on. Xiao. Same thing. Innings. Injections. Inks. That guy is something else. Ever since he vanished with his side chick, he'd pulled a total vanishing act. No sightings, no texts, no nothing. The atmosphere surrounding Ling Miao turned darker by the hour, and her recovery was moving at a snail's pace. On the morning of the 3rd, her parents packed up to head home. They had jobs to return to and couldn't play nurse forever. Before they left, her mother grabbed our hands in a desperate grip, basically handing Ling Miao's life over to us, begging us to bury the hatchet and keep her safe. That history was so ancient, I'd stopped losing sleep over it years ago. Besides, blood is blood, and she's Ningbing's sister. For her sake, I'd step up. Sister Ningbing had been camping at the hospital for 4 days straight. Wearing the same clothes and looking completely drained. I insisted she go home, hit the shower, and reset while I pulled sentry duty for Ling Miao. While she was away, Ling Miao stayed under. I sat in the guest chair mindlessly scrolling through my feed to kill time. I suddenly glanced up, only to find Ling Miao's eyes locked onto mine, unblinking and intense. My pulse skipped a beat. I instinctively checked the door, but Ning Bing was long gone. There was zero chance of a rescue. For some reason, ever since Ling Miao woke up this time, being alone with her felt genuinely unsettling. The way she was analyzing me was incredibly twisted and grim. Does my presence freak you out? She rasped, her voice gravelly and her gaze pitch black. I forced a casual grin. Nah, just lost in thought. Huo Wang, after the way I trashed you back then, do you still wish I'd rot? I don't. I was just a naive kid back then. And I definitely put you through the ringer. Why would I hold a grudge? Her lips curled into a shallow smile that didn't even touch her eyes. You serious? Dead serious. I don't just not hate you, I'm actually grateful. If you hadn't slapped me awake with that rejection, I never would have realized how incredible Ningbing is. Her smile died instantly. Her vibe shifted into something dark and suffocating. Are you really that obsessed with my sister? I wasn't sure if I'd hit a nerve, but her aura became pure lead. I decided to walk on eggshells for the rest of the talk, keeping my answers short and safe. Without Ningbing here to buffer, I couldn't risk a meltdown. I never saw it coming. I didn't even consider it until you told me to move on. But Sister Ningbing is the GOAT. Now my feelings for her are hitting new peaks every single day. I was speaking from the soul. If just, if Huawang, if I hadn't gone nuclear back then, would you be looking at me the way you look at her? That was a loaded question. Fragments of the 18-year-old Ling Miao, vibrant and electric, warred with the image of her screaming vile insults at me, like a demon possessed. If that mid-autumn festival hadn't turned into a nightmare, maybe I would have stayed loyal. I weighed my words and said, I don't play what if with things that never happened. I don't even recognize the girl I was. I was so desperate to ditch you and so addicted to Xiaoyun, yet the second he had me, you were all I could think about. I knew it was trashy. I didn't want to be a cheat. After breaking you, I didn't want to fail him too. I forced myself to be a block of ice just to keep you at arm's length. She tracked the drip of the IV lost in the wreckage of the past. Truthfully, I was over the drama and didn't want to waste oxygen on ancient history. But as long as she stayed chill and didn't cause a scene, I'd play the listener. Eventually, you actually backed off. If I went ghost for months, you wouldn't even try to find me. I poured everything into Xiaoyun, playing the perfect shadow. I brainwashed myself into believing he was my soulmate. We were the it couple of Jingyu. But deep down, I knew that in the silence of the night, your ghost would haunt me. The second I closed my eyes, you were there, standing under that tree, sporting that white uniform, smiling through the pain as you walked away from me forever. I survived on sleeping pills for the longest time. Xiaoyun wasn't stupid. He started wars with me, constantly asking if I regretted choosing him. I swore on my life that I didn't, that you were just a footnote, and that he was my forever. I was gaslighting him and myself. Later, when he pushed for us to move in together, I shot it down instantly. I was terrified that if we lived together, I'd lose the ability to pretend you didn't exist. While I was low-key missing you, I let Xiaoyun make your life a living hell. We were supposed to spend his birthday together, but then I bumped into you that morning. He was the one who wanted to invite you, the whole get a girlfriend thing. That was his move, and I just played along. I thought it was an easy fix. You get a girl, I finally move on. But seeing you actually catch feelings for my sister was like a knife to the chest. I chased after you, hoping you hadn't truly given up on me. Only then did I realize I'd already lost you. It's only her now, isn't it? The regret is paralyzing. Huawang, I've spent these days obsessed with how much of a brat I was throwing away the one boy who actually cared. I was selfish enough to hope you'd come crawling back, but after hearing you talk about her, I'm speechless. That day, seeing Xiaoyun with that other girl, I was blindsided too. After all, we were a thing for so long, and I poured my entire soul into us. It's impossible not to feel the sting, but I also felt this massive wave of relief, like a suffocating mountain that had crushed me for years was finally leveled. I just couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger. It was honestly a mercy that he was the one to end it. Too bad my old self will never come back. To be fair, I was stunned to hear Ling Miao bleeding her heart out like this, but it was just a fleeting shock. I'm no longer that same desperate Li Huowang. And she's no longer that untouchable white moonlight goddess either. What once caused me agonizing trauma only leaves a faint, bitter aftertaste now. I forced a small smile and muttered, it's all ancient history. The only thing that matters is your recovery. She went silent, turning her back to me before whispering something under her breath. I didn't catch it and didn't care to ask. For days I ran a marathon between campus and the ward, but I never once saw the cops following up on the case. When I checked with Sister Ningbing, it turned out Ling Miao dropped the charges. She took a brutal beating for absolutely nothing. I couldn't wrap my head around it. Later in the middle of the night, it hit me. Maybe during her toxic run with Xiaoyan, Ling Miao couldn't keep her own heart in check and felt she'd played him wrong like she owed him one. That's why she let them walk at the final buzzer. After a few more days in the ward, Ling Miao's physical scars were mostly closed up. The doctors cleared her for release, saying she could finish healing at home. We still had a month until the spring festival. Given Ling Miao's fragile state, Sister Ning Bing drove the both of us back to our hometown. Once we were back, I mostly bunkered down at my place, only popping out to vibe with my crew. Sister Ning Bing would sneak over to be with me the second she finished her family chores. 2 weeks after the accident, the stress of playing nurse had visibly drained her, yet she kept grinding through it. Uncle and auntie aren't exactly young, so the entire household is resting on Sister Ning Bing's shoulders. Yet, whenever she's with me, she still pins me with those electric eyes and that soft, adoring smirk. She's like a rose blooming in the dead of night. She'd quietly check if I'm eating right or why I look so haggard. She apologized for neglecting me lately, promising that once Ling Miao is back on her feet, she'll make it up to me and show me the most breathtaking corners of the world. I just chuckled and nodded along. She probably doesn't realize that with her by my side, I've already found the most beautiful view on the planet. It puts every world-class landscape to shame. The next morning, right after I rolled out of bed, Sister Ning Bing was downstairs to pick me up, claiming she had a surprise in store. I hopped in, hyped for whatever she had planned, and followed her to a cafe. She tucked me away at a window seat, ordering coffee and cake for me to demolish, while she sat further back with a middle-aged woman to talk shop. They were locked in deep conversation. The woman cracked open a briefcase, pulled out a thick stack of legal docs, and went through them page by page with Sister Ning Bing. Then the pens came out. Before leaving, they shook hands with total professional gravity and said a follow-up. I was too far out of range to catch the details. After seeing the woman out, Sister Ning Bing sat across from me, clutching a file folder, just watching me eat with intense focus. "What's in the mystery folder?" I asked through a mouthful of cake. My eyes were glued to the documents. "I'll spill later, just chill. Eat your cake before you choke." Once I finished, I asked where our real date was starting. She dropped the bomb that she was taking me to her house. My head started throbbing instantly. I have a physical repulsion to that place. There are way too many vivid memories in those walls, and basically every person I'm dodging is currently camping out there. I'm not going. How could Sister Ning Bing not read my mind? She gave me a tender smile and interlaced our fingers. "My parents are at a gala. Those old-timers won't be back tonight. Ling Miao's college crew stopped by way before I left," which meant we had the house to ourselves. Technically, our first real official date. It was a tempting trap, but I was still dragging my feet. Sister Ning Bing coaxed me so sweetly that my brain turned to mush, and before I could protest again, the car was already parked in her driveway. The for sale sign on my old house next door was still hanging in the exact same spot. It's not like we didn't have bites, we just hadn't found the right buyer yet. We weren't hurting for cash, so we were playing the long game. The weather has been biting lately. In the tiny garden, only the ivy still clung to a hint of green. The rest of the yard was a graveyard. Standing at the door, even though I'd only been gone a few days, it felt like the entire world had shifted on its axis. "Why are you just standing there?" Sister Ning Bing reached over my shoulder to jingle the keys, asking the question right against my ear. Her warm breath brushed my neck, sending a literal shiver down my spine. My pulse went into overdrive, the heat surged to my brain, and my cheeks felt like they were literally on fire. The second we were inside and the shoes were off, she steered me straight into her bedroom. "Sister Ning Bing, wait, my mom is blowing up my phone for something. I should probably head back first."